Schofield. Bates.
She's right there.
She's here.
Louise.
Here.
Parrish. Meshes.
Here.
Ginger. Von Bergen. Hoban.
Here.
Bergen Schmidt. Hart.
Here.
Reed.
Here.
Ritzer. Lava. Here.
Was it?
Goldman.
Here.
Schwartz.
Here.
And Jensen.
Here. And please make note that Van Bergen resigned.
Oh.
She did, I mean, because of health issue.
Von Bergen or Bergen Schmidt?
I mean, excuse me,
Bergen
Bergen
Schmidt.
Schmidt. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. Bergen Schmidt. Did you call off Bergen Schmidt? Yes.
Yes.
She did.
Okay.
Is Susan Ritzert still part of it? I don't think she's been here for a couple of years.
No.
So I don't think she's part of the quorum either.
Yeah. So please make note.
I will have to get them to take out of the East Drive then portal.
Right. I think Kathy Bergenschmidt resigned last year. So anyway, I would like a moment of silence for Steve Pollock. He was an integral member of our Senior Services Grant Commission, and he will be missed. May he rest in peace. A card is being circulated to sign, to be sent to his family, and also the county has put together a plaque to be given to his family as well. So it's there for you to see. So please sign it and move it forward. I don't know, many of us have worked with him very closely, and just a terrific human being. So that being said, I'd like a motion to review and approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Reed. And I think Carol Louise was second.
Are there any additions, edits, or anything? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're going to be moving to public comment, and is there anyone that would like to speak before we move forward on the agenda? None. We have a very robust agenda for interviewing and speaking with agencies. There is coffee at the back of the room, as well as bagels, and please freely get up and down and help yourself. All right. So, do we have any of the agencies here that can come forward? McHenry Township.
This is in here.
Yes, good morning, how are you?
Good morning. We have maximum 10 minutes
Okay.
and 5 minutes for Q&A. And would you like us to introduce ourselves to you before we move forward?
That would be great.
Okay. Okay.
You're K-Bates.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was filling out the card for Steve. I'm so
How
sorry.
about this, I'll give you a couple seconds. I'm Gary Barla, I'm the McHenry Township Supervisor. I've been the supervisor for just a little bit over a year. I don't know if you follow all of the township politics, but unfortunately we lost a great man in Craig Adams as a previous supervisor, instrumental in keeping these programs moving forward. So I'd like to say thank you to Craig, thank you to the commission for what you've done for us so far, and hopefully we can continue to work together.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm gonna let you run the slide.
Okay,
So-
would you like-
You just left and right
We're
here.
introducing the county board, the representatives that are serving in the Senior Services Grant Commission,
Okay.
so you know who you're talking to.
Great, thank you.
I'm K-Bates.
Okay.
District 4,
District 4.
your district.
No, I recognize the name.
I'm Teresa Mashis, District 1.
Okay.
Jeff Schwartz, District 4, your district as well.
I'm Danielle Laha. Do I have a district?
You don't have a district, but you're a commissioner.
Yeah, I'm a commissioner, yes, from AID, if that means it.
And
That's
she's
it.
I was like, what's this district stuff?
That's key.
Right.
County board members
Gotcha.
have the districts.
I'm Paula Yemsen, I chair, and I represent District 5.
Okay.
I'm Mary Reed, and I am appointed by the McHenry County Housing Authority,
Okay.
and I'm the vice chair.
Suzanne Hoban with the Family Health Partnership Clinic.
I'm Peggy Hart, I'm a community member at large.
Okay.
I'm Rhonda Goldman, I represent McHenry Council of Government, and I come from Huntley.
Great.
Carol Lee, member at large.
Great. Thank you. You said 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Do we
you
have a
do.
timekeeper?
Maximum, I mean,
Okay.
Multiple hats.
got it.
I'll try to hit the high points and keep it brief.
Sure.
If you don't mind if I sit down, that's all right.
That is
Absolutely.
fine, perfect, we're casual here.
So, from what I understand, and forgive me, it's been a fast year in trying to get caught up with everything. The bus program has been around in McHenry Township. The Senior Express Service has been around since 1999. So we've been running the bus for quite some time. And what I've noticed in spinning and sitting down is that there's certainly a need for this bus service in the McHenry Township area. As that area continues to grow with houses and apartments showing up, and also there's other folks that are exiting the transportation business in our area also. I'll allude to that or fill in the gap on that in a little bit. I think one of the things that I've learned about this bus service is that we're a little bit closer to our clients than Pace. We have a more intimate relationship with them. We differ from the Pace service and other services to where we will actually go door to door. Is the red button?
The right arrow.
Where is it? I'm just curious.
That's it.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. So that goes back to 1999. Essentially, the service we provide is a door-to-door service. We will actually, our drivers will actually get out of the van and go up to the door and help somebody if they have items that they're going to be bringing along, or if they're returning, let's say, from the grocery store, they will help them. They will not enter their home, but they will help them get all of their belongings up to their porch or wherever that may be. So that's a little bit different than most of these services offer. We continually are training our drivers to make sure they're courteous and that we're maximizing our routes. We've had a little bit of turnover in light of COVID with our drivers. We currently are running 2 drivers. Those 2 drivers have been with us, one of them's been with us for almost 14 years, and the other one's 3 or 4 years. We're in the process of bringing on 2 additional drivers. All of our drivers are part-time at this point in time, and I'll talk about that in a little bit also. Of course, we partner with Pace, which you're familiar with, I'm sure. You know, this slide here is really, you know, why do we need the funding? It's titled that way. Obviously, it's to provide a vital service to seniors and also those that may be disabled to get to and from those places they need to go. Whether it be the grocery store, a job, or, you know, or the doctor for that matter. One of the bus services I talked that has ended service recently in our area is Northwestern Hospital. They no longer provide any services. And when you look at our numbers over the last couple months since they've exited their service, we've had from June to July it was an 11% increase, and then from July to August a 27% increase in ridership. If you look at the numbers year over year, right now, from a senior perspective, we have, versus last year, 84%, how do I want to say, 84% of the ridership as compared to last year's number. For instance, we had a total of 1,955 seniors ride all year last year, and we're currently up to 1,639. So we're going to far exceed the numbers from the previous year, which again brings us back to the cost in running the program and why we're here and looking for assistance with this grant. You know, fuel, insurance. Some of the other ideas that I have that I've been thinking about is I've noticed we end at 3 o'clock. Our buses are back in the barn by 3 o'clock. What we'd like to do is, or what I would like to do is expand those hours and try to hire some additional bus drivers so that we can expand those hours. They're all part-time right now. I'd like to grow the bus drivers to maybe into what I'll refer to as a full-time, part-time position. And you know, try to use our money as wisely as we can to provide the service that's needed out there. That's really about it from my perspective. If you have any questions,
I have one.
Okay.
So that new subdivision that's going in on the north side of 120, which is, I guess, part of Wonder Lake, it's annexed to Wonder Lake, but that's entirely in McHenry Township, right?
Yes.
And that's not only single-family homes, but it's like apartments and townhomes, and there's a whole bunch of new residents that are going to be taken up there, right? So, how do you feel that that's going to impact the needs? I mean, how many homes are going in there? Is it like 2,500 or something like that?
I don't have those specific numbers with me, Jeff, at this point in time.
But you would imagine that would increase your demand with
Absolutely. I would anticipate if there's apartments over there, and you know, depending on if there's seniors buying new homes or relocating into the area, I would anticipate that, absolutely. That's why I want to expand the hours and also hire some more bus drivers, because our 2 bus drivers are pretty much, they're used up in the way we're running our program today. We have one that's, we're going through the hiring process, background check, etc. And we have one currently training with PACE. So we'll have 4 here shortly, but I would anticipate that. Yes.
2 questions, Gary. Thanks for the presentation. First, what is your, you said you're already at 84% of your ridership. Are you on a calendar year or your fiscal year?
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year, so is it a July to?
It's in April to,
That's why I wanted to know where you were. Okay, April through March,
Yes.
Okay. And you're already at 84% of
Correct.
last year's, okay. And then secondly, what would you say, you've noted that the Northwestern rides are up. What are your like top 2 or top 3 destinations that are requested?
the grocery store is the main one.
Okay.
Is the ability to go to food, and then also the doctor.
Okay, great, thanks.
And if you had to fill in the rest, some of the folks that work, the disabled that are working, they have a tendency to use this service quite a bit.
So, did I hear you correctly that Northwestern is pulling out for transportation?
They've stopped.
And where?
They've stopped.
They stopped doing.
So there's no longer their bus service to the hospital or to the doctors.
They've stopped.
Correct.
Carol Louise,
I have a question. How much would that increase your ridership by Northwestern pulling out?
That was gonna be my question.
I don't have that specific breakdown in the data. I can get that for you. I can try to anyways if we are recording that. Where I have gotten the information is reports back from the bus drivers saying thank you, that the riders are saying thank you that you're here because we used to use the Northwestern service. I don't have a specific number in my data right now.
It's a good increase in your ridership.
Oh, significantly. It's, yes.
Did you have your hand up?
You did have your hand up, yeah.
Go.
So, as you know, McHenry County has McBride.
Yes.
And I realize the primary difference is that your buses go door to door instead of curb to curb.
Correct.
Would you say then that most of the riders that are using your service need that door-to-door service?
Well, there's also another difference between McBride and the Township Senior Express, is ours is a one-on-one appointment, meaning that one driver will drop off and another driver or that same driver may pick up.
Okay.
Whereas McBride is a shared service, and it could take an hour or two to be picked up or dropped off where they need to be, and then they'd have to wait again. So it's a little bit more of an express service
Okay.
with one-on-one. That's one big difference that I know between McBride and our service. Ours is only within the McHenry Township also today, whereas McBride covers the whole county.
Right,
And I think
right.
that's where the time comes in. County's much larger than our township.
Right, yes.
Can I respond to that too? The feedback we received in the past is sometimes the other ride services, clients would have to wait a considerable amount of time to get picked up. And if they're sick or going through dialysis, it's really kind of a hardship because they're not well. So the turnaround time takes longer for other transportation programs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So I think that's something we need to keep in mind for, because some of the individuals that are using this service are very vulnerable. Okay, Mary.
So is the senior service center in McHenry, is it fully open yet, or is it starting to become fully open?
They're fully open.
Are they? Because I couldn't remember. I thought I had just seen some that they're opening up a little bit more to be fully opened. So I was going to ask if you see that could be the difference too.
I'm not intimately involved in their day-to-day operations, but when I say fully open, there aren't any restrictions for attendance or anything. They probably lost a few programs
Right.
that they're bringing back on.
Okay.
So that's where I would assume they are right now, is that I know over COVID, they had to cut back certain activities.
Right.
But yes, they're coming back and offering things. They're starting up movie night again. They're looking at serving some meals again, and teaming up with Catholic Charities there, because they're in our building today. So those are the type of things that are going on now.
Which will then again increase your service because they're now going to want to come by you too.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The other thing I'd like to do too is increase awareness of our bus service. Our Facebook page right now is about the only thing that we do. I'm very lucky to have a new board member who likes marketing, and she is willing to sit down with me and develop a 12-month plan to where we can start doing some strategic posts and things of that nature and putting it on our website so that we can really get it out there. And what I want to do is get with each mayor or president of the villages and cities locally and just update them as to what we offer and try to get into their newsletters. You know, I get a few, there's a email blast that Johnsburg does that I'd like to get a little blurb in there. And then President Henderman also does a newsletter. I'd like to provide him an article. So Johnsburg is within the township, and I also need to get with Mayor Jett to see if I can't get that communication out there.
I would say even reach out to Bill Hobson at the Parks Department,
Okay.
because we have a lot of seniors that come in and use the fitness center. And because I'm working there, I see some seniors, and so I go, did you know about this? And so I've been able to share, but I'm only one person there a couple hours a week. So it'd be nice for him to also be aware to help with some of his seniors to keep them still being able to come in.
And our definition of a senior is 50 years and older. So it's not 60, where
Right.
if you walked around the street and asked, most people would probably think it's 60.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions? I want to thank you for coming this morning and share about your program, and your PowerPoint is very impressive. So thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Well, I appreciate your time, and hopefully we can keep the rides going.
Yeah. You do good work up there.
We try. It's fun, actually. I enjoy it.
Thank
I'm
you.
glad they chose me, to be honest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Lake County Center for Independent Living. Come on up.
Come on up, you're in the hot seat.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna do introductions, and then you can tell us a little bit about yourself and your program. Okay, would you like to start off, Kay?
We'll try this again. I'm Kay Bates, serving on McHenry County Board District 4.
I'm Teresa Mashis, serving on McHenry County Board District 1.
Jeff Schwartz, District 4.
Danielle Laha, Commissioner from AID.
Paula Jensen, County Board Member, District 5, and I chair.
Mary Reed, I'm appointed by the Housing Authority in McHenry County.
Suzanne Hoban, I'm with the Family Health Partnership Clinic.
Peggy Hard, I'm a commissioner at large. Rhonda Goldman, with COG representative.
Carol Ruiz, Commissioner.
All right. Well, thank you so much for allowing us this time to talk about the services for seniors at the Center for Independent Living. My name is Claudia Mancera, and I'm the Program Outreach and Data Manager at the center, and I have been at the center for 12 years. So the funding will help us to serve seniors and equip them with, seniors with disabilities who are 60 years and older to learn the skills needed to live independently despite challenges they may pose due to their disability. The seniors will learn new ways to complete daily living tasks that are otherwise lost with the onset of a disability. With the senior population, you see a lot of like vision loss, hearing loss, physical disabilities that affect the way they used to do things daily. So this is where we come in and teach them how to continue doing those things in a different way, maybe using assistive technology or using other types of communication. All the services that we provide are tailored for each individual served in their specific learning style, at their pace, in their own home. There is not a one-size-fits-all when you're training and working with seniors. So this is where we work with them, setting up a plan to kind of understand, what type of learning style they need to work with. And we work in their homes with them because we know that a lot of them can't go to the center, so we will travel to their homes and teach them those skills. What better way for them to learn that in their own home where they're gonna be using those skills. And all of the services fall within the categories of the center services, which is independent living, peer mentoring, advocacy, and information and referral. Okay, so the seniors that we serve at Lake County, they learn independent skills to organize their personal documents and finances. So a lot of the times they need some help with budgeting, setting up new ways to do auto pay or payments online. The world is changing, so they gotta change with it. They obtain skills needed to apply for programs to obtain a personal assistant. And we also provided training on management skills so they can retain their personal assistants. We provided information and they increased knowledge of available resources such as SNAP benefits, Medicaid and Medicare assistance. Most of our employees are shift counselors, so they have the ability to train them and assist them with any needs with Medicaid and Medicare. The Free Stay ID program, the homestead tax exemptions for seniors, and to obtain personal assistant providers. Those are just some of the things that they learn. They also learn to use assistive technology and receive one-on-one individualized training to successfully use the assistive technology to increase independence and safety in their home. Some of the devices and the skills trainings that we provided in 2021 are using accessibility features on their mobile devices. So a lot of people are not aware that there's accessibility tools on their phones or tablets. So we teach them how to use those things to be able to have better access for people who are hard of hearing, or have low vision, or even somebody that has a speech impediment. Screen reading software for computers, they receive that type of training. Using conferencing programs for virtual appointments, that's something that has been ongoing since COVID started. So we continue to doing that. Using writing guides for people who have low vision. Talking devices such as thermometers, talking blood pressure monitors, talking scales, talking color identifiers, any type of device that has a talking feature. Amplified phones for people who are hard of hearing, and also cell phone amplifiers, which are not provided. We sign them up for the Talking Book program, and as well as our center's lending library program, which provides tablets and netbooks for people that can't afford to have one. So they also gain the skills necessary to apply for low income and affordable and or accessible housing. So it's very difficult to find affordable housing, let alone when you need accessible for people who are using a wheelchair or walker. So we help them through the process of finding the housing. Our advocates are registered to sign up people through the statewide referral network, and we can help them find housing this way. Applying for SNAP or other community services. We help them apply for transportation options for doctor's appointments and to access the community, as well as teaching them how to use the transportation. Finding financial resources during COVID, and to advocate for accommodations or modifications to their home so they can live in their building safely. And lastly, during COVID, we created support groups to address and reduce social isolation. The lending program provided, like I said, tablets and netbooks that they can use to use virtual software for doctor appointments, community groups, connecting with family and friends. And our consumers also learn how to order curbside pickup or delivery meals online. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Wanda?
How many workers do you have? I know it's probably somewhere in here, but it's easier to hear it.
Yeah, at this time, I believe we have 12.
12, okay, approximately 12.
Yeah.
For just McHenry County seniors?
That's for both counties. that we
So
serve.
how many are servicing McHenry County? I think to tip onto your question.
So for the seniors,
Mhm.
we have 1.5 employees that are focusing mainly on the seniors.
On this grant.
And, are you finished?
I am, I just was kind of clear.
Okay, before I go, are there any other questions that others may have?
Just a quick question. This is just a logistical question. If you were doing lending for tablets to do Zoom and things like that, what about the internet access in the senior's home? How did you overcome that?
So there are some programs that provide reduced fee. Sometimes they get, during COVID, they actually waived that fee for some seniors and also families that have children in the school. So we work with them on that. If it's something they need to pay for themselves, we look at what type of programs they can use, even if they can use their data, mobile data as a hotspot for something like that. Because most plans for mobile devices at this time provide unlimited data. So we teach them how to use that as a hotspot for their device.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Danielle?
So if you, in addition to the funding, are all of your sources provided on like a grant basis, or do you have any billing component where you bill like Medicare or Medicaid?
No, we don't bill
all
Medicare
grant.
or Medicaid. It's just grants.
Is that it? Okay. My two questions. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to finish up. With these 12 workers, I'm just curious, is it 7 days a week, and they're on alternate schedules to go visit all your clients?
It's Monday to Friday.
Monday through Friday?
Yeah,
okay.
Monday to Friday. There are some exceptions that the advocates will make depending on the needs of our consumers. there are priorities, so, especially if you're working with somebody who we moved out of a nursing home and they're seniors, you know, we provide case management for 90 days or 1 year from the time we assist them to move back into the community. So it just depends on each specific need, but we have requirements of how often we have to meet with our consumers. And if our consumers choose to meet once a week for an hour or 2 hours, that's what they're accommodated for and trained on the skills they're working on their work.
So if you're teaching computer skills, let's say hypothetically, the senior is IT savvy, can't you shorten the visits,
Yeah.
right, by Zoom or something else?
Yeah, so that's what we have been doing. So right now, we're in a hybrid schedule. So some of our consumers who have more experience on how to utilize devices have the ability to use Zoom or Google Meets to work on their goals and learn those skills. There's some consumers that need more one-on-one in person and longer training. So for those ones, we accommodate the in-person appointments.
So these 12 people that work for you, hypothetically, do they work a 40-hour work week, each one of them?
No.
So they're
We
part-time?
have some part-time. I think the majority of our advocates are full-time with the exception of 4 of them. So it's a small center, but we provide a lot of services. In 2021, we saw a huge increase. It's the highest number of people we have served since I started working. So we are seeing a huge increase. So our advocates are assigned a certain load. Once we get to the point where, you know, they're kind of maxed out, we start putting people on a wait list, you know, if necessary. But at this time, we haven't had to do that. We make it happen.
Teresa, you had a question?
Well, so,
And then
alright, you're proposing that we fund the majority of the portion of what you do for McHenry County, and that it looks like it's about $1,000 per person that you're looking to serve here. How, I know you said that for a whole year, they could be for up to the whole year, that after they are looking to work independently. How often, on average, would you say people are meeting? Because I'm looking for the cost benefit. Like I think to myself, for the services, and also obviously there's a range of services. So people who need a lot of physical therapy to learn how to physically maneuver their surroundings is more work than teaching somebody how to use the website platforms to be able to live the way our tech adapters have been doing lately. So how often would you say people need to meet with your staff in order to?
That's a hard one to kind of give it in an estimate, because like I said, everybody learns at different paces. So we have people that we might meet 2 to 3 times a week for 1 to 2 hours, and there's others that are only meeting maybe twice a month for 1 to 2 hours. So it's just depending on, how well they are familiar with the devices, also the devices that we're providing for them, because for seniors who are 55 and older, we purchase assistive technology to get them in their home. We also teach in the home orientation and mobility. So teaching them how to use the walking, the white cane in their own home. So everybody has just a different, it's kind of hard to break it down. But for sure, we need at least once a week for 1 to 2 hours to have it up.
For a year.
For the year. Every year. We have some people that have been open for a couple years because it's taken them that long to just retain it. When you're working with seniors, you're also working with people that, may have a hard time retaining what they learned last week. So we try to keep them going and utilizing it so that they can be more familiar with it by the time we close their goal and meet that goal with them.
Carol Louise.
I just wonder how do people find your program, how do they know about you and get involved?
Okay, so we do have a Facebook page, a website, but a lot of it is word of mouth, and we go actually do presentations at different senior centers, different retirement senior facilities, and we often present. We also participate in every support group that is in the county for low vision, for support group. We have a support group for ourselves as well, and others invite people as they participate and they start joining. Our support group grew incredibly large in the past year. So it's been mostly just that type of marketing, us contacting people, sending flyers. We don't have a lot of funding to do commercials or things like that, so our advocates are always out there doing the outreach and trying to find new people.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just one question, do you work with the case managers at Northwestern and other hospitals?
We have worked with hospitals in the past. We also work with the Department of Rehab Services. We work with nursing homes, so if you have somebody that's looking to move out of the nursing home, we have a program that assists with that. So if they're 60 and over, we also provide them, skills training once they move into their own home.
Okay, my two questions are the geography. So, where do you see most of your clients coming from? Because you said McHenry County that you service, right?
We serve all of McHenry County.
Okay, so where are the majority of your clients coming from?
I think they're spread across pretty good. We have a few in Johnsburg, McHenry. We serve people in Harbor, Woodstock, Crystal Lake, Lake in the Hills. So they're.
I know it's a mix.
Yeah.
But getting back to your catchment area, where are the predominant numbers of people utilizing your service? You don't know?
I don't know that at the top of
demographics
my
of
head,
that?
but it's something I can let you know where the majority are.
So,
I can find out.
okay, I think that would be of value for us to understand where the clients are coming from. Secondly, the tablets. You do training for those computer technology, right? And where are you finding donated tablets? How are you coming up with those tablets?
So during COVID, there was some funding that was provided to us, CARES funding, to assist people with COVID. So we created the lending library and we purchased the tablets.
Okay.
To be able to lend them out to people to learn how to use them.
So you're doing literacy with individuals with technology,
Yeah.
right? Okay. That helps us because there may be some other applicants that might be doing similar. All right. Any other questions we have? Wanda?
I just have one more. I'm reading here, excuse me, that you brought in roughly $8,100 from donations, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Is that to date as of, like, right now, meaning the year's not over with?
I'm going to say yes. I'm not the one that handles the finance parts of, the submission. That's usually our finance director, but I can find out if that's what it is. I know that we do an annual fall appeal to try to get some donations, and we do that a couple of times in the year. So I'm going to say yes, that's probably where that's coming from, but I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to tell you the wrong thing.
Well, to your credit, I see that you're applying it against your projected total cost, okay, which reduces the amount that you want to seek from us. So, thank you.
You're Any other questions? We want to thank you for coming today.
Thank you so much for having me.
And have a good day. We'll be making our decisions at the end of the meeting today, so for your information. Pioneer Center. How you doing?
Just right click and clear out the metal fancy, let me put it on a slide sheet for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing fine.
My name is Frank Samuel. On my left is Sarah Locker, who is our director of our residential program. And on my right is DJ Newport, who runs our community day programs for Pioneer Center. So both programs are for our developmental disability division. This is our largest division, so we are here to present two of our requests. One is for the SOAR program, and the other one is for our residential program, which are vital to what we do at Pioneer. Let me just quickly, so these are the two projects: Stepping Out, Adult Recreation, so we call it the SOAR program for $139,000, and then the Senior Residential program for $160,000. So both programs are for our developmental disability program pillars. That is the largest division we have. Here's a picture of what Pioneer does in the community. I think the dollars that we get from the state, from the county, from the local government goes towards supporting various programs. So we have 3,500 men, women, children, and seniors served annually. About 300 clients in our homeless shelter, 200 runaway homeless youth, 450 individuals with developmental disabilities in over 12,000 community-inclusive activities, 300 youth with behavioral health needs. So it's across the board, support the needs of the community. So hopefully this will give you a picture of what we do. Here are the three pillars, developmental disability being the largest, behavioral health, we do a lot of therapy, child and family therapy, mentoring, home therapy. We also have 5 group homes as part of that. And then the homeless services, which is, we have a 70-bed shelter, and then we provide support in those shelters for both adults, homeless youth, runaway homeless youth. Here's just a picture of our 3 divisions and what we do. It's small, but we are somewhat proud of what we do because it's in 3 distinct areas and it reaches the community pretty deeply and broadly. So this gives you a picture of that. And I'm just going to turn it over to DJ to talk a little bit about the request.
Certainly. So it's good to see everybody in person again. I know I could see some of you last year, but this is sure nice to see you again. So, yeah, we've certainly presented on SOAR, so those of you who have been part of the board in the past might recall this. But this is a day program for adults with developmental disabilities. It used to be known as a retirement program from what was formerly our workshop at Pioneer, where people with disabilities would come and put things together. And when people got to the point that they wanted to retire, just like I sure hope to someday, they would go into this program and they would still have enriching activities. And I always compare it most likely to a senior center at a park district or in a community where they can come in, choose the activities that they do, they go out into the community. Right now, we're looking to get this up to about 70% of the time, but right now about 40% of our time is spent out in the community, even now coming out of COVID. We do so in a safe manner, we make the right choices. We might be at the park a little more often than we might go take people to the mall or to a casino or something, but certainly we're trying to be out in the community and keep them engaged, especially after COVID. We've seen such health decline in our clientele as they've returned. So the SOAR program has been around for many years now, and it gets harder for me every year to come into you guys with a new statistic. That's always my goal when I present for a grant, and so I dug a little deeper, and of any given moment, we're serving in our SOAR senior program between 40 and 50 clients. At any given moment, about 40% of them still have parents who are alive. So we have individuals who are in our senior program who are there because their parents also need that support and us providing the care for them. So the more years I present, the harder a new stat's going to be for you. But I did find that one to be very interesting because when we think about it, if we're serving someone who's 50 or 55 or 60 right now, and their parents are alive, they're needing that support. And that's the constant feedback we receive from them when we do evaluations from what parents need. And the older our clientele become, the more parents say, we just need the support. You know, they might in the past have been looking for job training, we provided that, or they might have been looking for care outside of our typical hours, and we provide that. But the more seniors that we get, the more parents we have living who are saying, we just need help. And so I don't want to say we are not an adult daycare. We genuinely work to improve the quality of life and to provide enriching opportunities. But right now, that's what a lot of families are asking. They've had people with disabilities at home living with them through COVID. And so they're coming back, and they're coming back strong, and they're needing our support, and they're needing our staff and our case management. So without going through all the statistics, that's kind of an overview of what the SOAR program is. And I know we'll have time for questions, I think, at the end as well. But Sarah's going to speak on residential, so please don't hesitate if you have questions about the day services and what we provide for seniors. Some of them do live in our residential operations, but many of them do not. They're home living with families. So if you have any questions on that, I can certainly answer them.
I'm Sarah Locker. So our residential program, we have 10 homes that we own and control. 8 of them are 24-hour, 2 of them are intermittent supports. And our population in the residential program, excuse me, is really aging. I think when we ran numbers, it was 60 or 70% are either over the age of 50 or pretty close. And so we're working on things like maintaining their abilities, providing that stable housing for them, providing the 24/7 support. We're running different like resident council meetings every month. What are they interested in? What's important to them? Whether it's different goals that they have for themselves, getting out to the community. You know, where do they want to go that month? Another big piece of this is our nursing support. So we've got a nursing team that coordinates and facilitates all of their appointments, which is, I mean, if we didn't have our nursing team to support that, I don't know that we'd be able to avoid like ER visits, urgent care, those kinds of things, because we've got them, they're being continuously monitored, seeing providers of their choice in the county. So that's really important for keeping them in the home, that we can address medical concerns as they come up, and look at different therapies that they might need, and just to make them comfortable. But
for those of you who are not familiar with our residential, and I should say too, Sarah and I are a team. We each have our own separate pieces of IDD services that we oversee at Pioneer. We work together really as one unit to the point where we're together probably 60% of our time. So those of you who aren't familiar with our residential program, when she says that our population is aging, I think one of the things I like to point out is we are not rehabilitation. We serve people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Those don't change throughout life, by definition. So the individuals that we're serving, as we talk about an aging population, that is because we've been able to keep them in a home where they have a bedroom and they have their own kitchen and they have access to all their own services. And that is the difference, and that is our goal, is to keep these individuals living in that scenario for the longest we possibly can, keep them in the most independent environment. We have had some people who have needed to go to advanced care during COVID. That's going to happen to us each year. It's been exacerbated with the sedentary lifestyle that so many people fell into as we were quarantined. But when she says our population is aging, you know, this is the first time I presented here that I wasn't overseeing residential directly myself as well. And so every year I look at the average age in residential. And we admit new people every year. We do admit some people who are in their 20s and such, but the reality of it is we don't have beds open because our team does their job and they help people live this independently. So I own that it's an aging population as a badge of honor. Does it present a lot of problems? Yes, because our medical system, not in McHenry County, in the United States, isn't ready for seniors with developmental disabilities. So it's a constant challenge for Sarah's team to work with, they're working directly with doctors and hospitals, trying to explain to them what the care is that these seniors need in order to keep them that independent. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that we own that with a lot of honor that our population is aging, but it presents challenges for us, and that's where this support is so helpful to provide these staff that we need to keep everybody healthy.
Yeah, I was recently looking at some different numbers on how long individuals have lived with Pioneer. And I mean, we've got, some of our seniors have been there 20 to 34, 35 years. So it's really like, that's their home, and it's their stable home. So I think that's very important that we're able to provide that for them, and make adjustments for them, just as somebody I imagine would in their own home, for them to continue to live there before we have to look for like additional supports or other placements, because you know, their care comes too far out of our scope.
A common question we get is are these things that we're requesting for residential, aren't those funded by DHS? So I'm going to jump ahead of that question for you right here too. So especially our nursing from DHS, we get, what's the amount per year per individual, Sarah?
12 hours, which that's 1 hour a month.
So 1 hour a month of
Way
nursing, and it's not reimbursed at a high rate by any means. We can't not have multiple nurses. We have nursing assistants who drive to appointments, who can speak the language of the neurologists and people that we're talking to. So we are not, this is not something that's funded, and Pioneer has funded this for years and years, and we will continue because it is what our clientele need. But I just want you guys to know that what you're supporting is not something that is a given for people with disabilities, and especially seniors for disabilities in the state of Illinois. So that's why we come to you guys.
Are you finished?
Yeah, jump out of some questions.
I don't want to interrupt you.
I can talk for
There may
hours.
be some questions at the table here. Carol Louise.
Oh, I have just 2 questions. First of all, do you still have your workshop? People are still working in your workshop?
So it was about 6 years ago, well, we still have our day services, we're still at that location. We do not do the piece rate work anymore.
Okay.
We, about 6 years ago, followed the national trend of eliminating piece rate work and created more of what I, again, compared to a community center where they come in and there's computer classes, there's, we volunteer, we have staff that take our clientele, they volunteer at, I think it's 13 different other not-for-profits in McHenry County. So the Restore, they do volunteer, they deliver birthday gifts to seniors. I think, I'm not sure which agency they do that through, where they had to, our clients had to go and get certified, and you've never seen anybody as proud as when they wear their badge from there. So we looked at it and it created really more of that community atmosphere. We got a lot of feedback. Hey, we always still want a paycheck. So we did create a work program. They now have the opportunity to do work and get paid minimum wage. So they are not getting when we closed the workshop, the average annual income for each individual in the workshop was $97 per year. You know, you're working to put things together for a nickel or a dime a piece and get $97 over the course of the year. Now, our clients are incredibly proud of that $97. That paycheck, the paper meant more than the money to them. But for those who wanted to make money or who just wanted to earn a paycheck and work an hour once in a while, we've given them that opportunity. Our average paycheck for our clients who want to work now is already up to $160, which is over the course of a year, which doesn't sound as fun as I'd like it to, but if you take COVID into consideration the last 2 years, the fact that we were closed for a lot of that average is continuously going up. So we did get rid of the workshop per se and have it more of now what we'll refer to it as day program. And our numbers are going back up from COVID now. Overall, we were before COVID serving about 200 to 220 people a day. We're back up to about 140. We're still easing back into that. We did lose a lot of, not a lot, but a good handful of our clientele to COVID. Unfortunately, again, it comes down to where they were living, their access to services. We were fortunate in our group homes that we did not. We had one person pass away from COVID. They actually contracted elsewhere, unfortunately, and they had medical complications. But we have been, I think, blessed is an understatement during COVID for our services. But we did have some people from our day program pass away. That was more than you asked. I apologize.
Sorry, my second question was people that live in independent homes.
Can you speak up, Carolyn? I'm having a hard time hearing.
I'm sorry. People who live in independent homes, you know, you purchase a home in a community and then you have 4 or 5 people living in that home. Who supervises them?
So we don't, that model we don't really follow. We've got our group homes and it's anywhere from 6 to 8 individuals, and those are the homes that we either purchase or lease and run. And then our small intermittent SILA program, we're providing like up to 15 hours of support a week. For that program, we have 2 locations that we do own that are like smaller places for 3 to 4 individuals. And then we also have individuals that live independently in their apartments. And so the staff in that program are providing medical support, taking them to their doctor's appointments, helping make sure that they've got all their medications, helping fill med planners, grocery shopping, making sure there's no expired food in the fridge.
So somebody doesn't live with them. Somebody comes in and supervises them.
24/7.
24/7, we have a home supervisor for each home, and then the staff below them for each of the shifts.
Okay,
So we run 3 shifts.
So if there's 4 men young men living in a home independently, there's a supervisor
Sure.
that comes in there and
Supervise and direct service staff, and that's part of the funding we are asking a portion of those to cover.
And there's different levels and how often the staff are in based on the needs of those individuals. It's just we do have we have 8 homes that 24/7. There's a staff there. They're going to be there. That individual needs something. That resident needs care. They're there. We have some other homes where it is more of a, hey, I'm going to be in there every day from 2 to 5. If you need groceries, if you need to sort your meds. So it's really based on the needs of each individual.
Right, because I was wondering if you have a home that says 4 young men living in an independent home in a neighborhood, who does their cooking and who does all that?
Yeah, we do all that.
Rhonda?
Oh, excuse me. All your clients get Medicaid, am I right?
Correct.
So how does that defray your expenses?
It doesn't. So Medicaid is going to cover their hospital and doctor bills. Now, their funding to provide, like the funding that we receive from DHS comes through their Medicaid. So DHS actually pulls it from their Medicaid. But again, that's where DHS determines, so when we say that we get 12 nursing hours a year, probably reimbursed at $60 an hour, that's Medicaid has determined those ratios, and that's what they give us. We don't get to say, oh, okay, we need more for this individual. They're going to say, if you serve DJ, we're going to give you this much per year, and you need to provide care 24/7, provide nursing, provide food. It all comes in a package that DHS and Medicaid calculate for us.
Which is typically not enough.
Correct. And so if someone goes in the hospital, this to me really helped me understand it when I was with residential, was if somebody goes into the hospital, if they're in the ER, they're not admitted to the hospital, they are still in our care. We stay with them. Medicaid is not funding care at the hospital. The minute that they are admitted, we do not get any funding. We don't bill for that night because the hospital's billing Medicaid. So we can never bill for one night of attendance at the same time that they're in the hospital once they're admitted. So it kind of shows you how those two are really one and the same. It's just the funding that we get is teased out by DHS with Medicaid.
To follow up on Medicaid, I noticed that there's an increase in Medicaid reimbursement.
Yeah.
Are you not happy with that, or?
I am. I'm very happy because it's going to benefit a lot of people. It's not going to benefit the clients we serve.
Okay.
The reality of it is so if Social Security or something increases, DHS takes that into account when they fund us. So they give it to this individual, but then they pay us less and tell us we have to take it from that.
Okay.
So they don't get an extra $20 a week in their pocket or something, like it should be. So we have to be doing that as a society, I believe, but it does not benefit our clientele the way you might think.
Any other questions? Rhonda?
Yeah, well, you're into the field that I did for years, but I'm just curious, and I know it's in here, but it's easier for me to hear it, okay? What's the very minimum age that you serve with developmental disabilities?
Very minimum 18.
18,
Can I put an
okay.
asterisk on that for you?
Well, yeah, my next question is school systems.
That was to be my asterisk.
You knew where I was headed, right?
I do.
About IEPs and so forth?
Yep.
So, this is kind of technical. The kids are entitled to services because of the American Disability Act, okay, and so forth, until a certain age, before they age out of the service system or local school system. So are you working with the school systems?
Very directly, yes. So just, you already know your answer. I can tell the way you're asking, so I like it. The entitlement is that they can stay into school up until the age of 22.
Right.
So if they turn 22 in August, the new law now is actually they can finish that school
23.
year. It used to be that you had to leave on the day you turned, the day before you turned 22. This is the first year where they said, no, if you're going to start the school year, finish it. So the reason I say 18 is we don't serve people when they're still in school on our adult services. But if someone chooses to leave high school at 18, they're giving up that entitlement and moving they're transferring that funding. They would then be able to use it for us. It is very, very rare that we serve anyone under the age of 22 because of the school and the entitlement that they have up until 22.
Are you seeing the numbers growing?
I'm sorry?
Are you seeing the numbers increasing in the senior community regarding your service mission?
Yes, and it's going to continue to increase drastically. And one of my spiels for every new employee that comes through Pioneer is that really, if you look back at the ADA and you look back at the Reagan era, when that was all approved, prior to that, people who had children with developmental disabilities were told, these kids are going to live to be like 30, maybe 35. This is going to be great. They didn't foster the same level of independence, because after ADA and the medical system started looking and saying, wait a minute, we just haven't paid attention. These individuals now who were told they would only live to be 30, they're now 50 and 55, which also means that the people who were serving younger than them, they have been raised completely different, to no fault of parents, because it's the education that was able to be provided. So these parents have raised these individuals to be very independent. You will see more and more people with disabilities working in the community to a much more senior age now, because the medical system is trying to figure out how to keep them healthy and how to handle them, and that has been fostered. School systems now do not look like what they did 30 years ago. I don't fault the schools, nobody knew. But that's the system we're working with, these individuals who are coming through with different levels of independence. But our senior numbers will be the majority of the people we serve in about 20 years at Pioneer.
Okay. You have a question, Mary?
I'm sitting like behind you, so kind of going off of that. So if you're getting the clients in around 22, 23, and you're teaching them more independence, so are you seeing then as the seniors are coming in, because you've been around for a while, are your seniors coming in more independent than they used to come in?
Very much so.
So are you seeing then maybe, sorry to interrupt, are you seeing then maybe because of what, now that everybody knows about Pioneer and they've had that access earlier than they would have, are you seeing them coming in more healthy, more independent, so that they are able to live without so much of nursing care and whatnot?
The numbers are, so when I think of our day program, and Frank and I talk about this, I kind of see this as my role at Pioneer, is to prepare us for the future. What used to be our workshop, it's not going to be around in 45 or 50 years. These individuals with disabilities who are now becoming 23 and up and coming in with a higher level of independence, what we're offering, very few, unless they have really severe physical needs, they want to be out in the community working. So we're changing our services to have smaller sites. We just opened a new location in Huntley. It's a 25-person program. It's more of a club where these people with disabilities get together and say, hey, this is what we want to do today. Those are our new services, not these large facilities that have more nursing care. So we have to change with that. We are, like I said, 30 to 40 years away from that building being completely obsolete, but our numbers are never going to go high. We have to look for and find the ways that they want served, and that's it. Smaller services, more community employment, more work opportunities, things that people with disabilities just weren't coming out expecting to even be looking for years ago. So the face of Pioneer and IDD services will be dramatically different in the coming years. And that's not a Pioneer, that's national, and we're seeing this happening.
And we also have
Okay.
a community employment services program, which we help clients get jobs in the community. So that's another program which support the independence and help them work.
Did you have a question, Rhonda?
Yeah, you just shocked me when you mentioned where I live.
Oh, Huntley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where?
So it's at Dyke Park. It's actually at the old,
I
where
know
the
it.
transition
That's
program
it.
used to be in the radio station building.
Yeah, I'm well aware of it, okay? That's the right program.
Correct.
Yes.
So, okay. Tell me your name again,
Sarah Locker.
because I've been in communication with some of you. I'm bringing you an Alliance Club, but that's neither here nor there, okay? So, good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Paula. I want to say how much I appreciate Pioneer Services, being on top of things with the evolution of who you serve and what you serve. And, it's amazing. I've known for about 25 years, maybe Suzanne, you've been even longer than that, and aware of what has gone on with Pioneer from that small group of women gathering together in the 50s and having this vision for their children. And now you're looking at seniors. And since we are a senior grant commission, I wanted to get kind of an idea, if you could give me the percentage, of maybe today you're serving that are, let's say, 60 plus, and then also maybe an idea if you have a projection for the future of what you're looking at. I don't mean to put you on the spot, because you've answered the questions beautifully, but if you have some sort of an idea, I'd really appreciate that.
I took 50 plus when I was running numbers
50 plus
earlier.
is fine.
For residential, right now we're at 39, and that's out of, I think, 66 total for our residential program.
Out of 56.
Out of 66.
66.
So that's over 50, close to 60%.
Yeah, yeah.
And then,
If I use the age of 50 in our day program, right now we're between 20 and 25%. If I go up to 60, we sit closer to like 18, 19% right now.
and then your question about projections.
I was wondering if you've done any projections. Baby boomers are coming.
My sense is it's going to increase
Yeah.
because the rest are going to age. So that's going to increase. And so my projection is going to increase by 10% each year.
I look at that 35 to 50 age range, 35 to 49 age range within the day program.
Yes.
I anticipate that within 7 years, that day services are going to be well up over 40% of the 150 to 200 clients we're serving every day in the senior.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. It's about money.
Okay.
You're requesting, I got my sheet in front of me.
138,000.
I get my sheet in front of me. For Pioneer Center for the Senior Residential Program, you're requesting exactly the same amount of money that you requested last year, which is about $162,211. And then for the SOAR program, exactly the same amount of money that you asked last cycle. And we have finite money here, we have an ask of over $2 million. for everybody. So what would you do if we gave you a reduction in your apps? Would you still be able to provide those services?
Well, they must have.
They did last time, but that may
We
not be a
would tighten our
foregone
belts and we would
conclusion
pound the pavement harder.
Yep, we would.
because of inflation and the cost of durable goods and whatnot.
So we will
So,
Yeah, we would definitely continue services. We do find that we're often trying to find creative ways. You know, there's different things that especially our senior population, things like, we're looking at like track lift systems, so people lose some of that mobility, that we can still
Right.
keep them at home and support them. So we're trying to look for creative ways to be able to fund those kind of costs. One of those is asking through VHS to see if the Medicaid waiver or Medicaid Medicare would cover some of those equipment costs.
are you
So
gonna
what
be
that
asking
does is
more?
it lowers our labor costs.
Sure.
If we have a lift track system, because that's one of the things, right now, beyond just money, we have major staffing shortage as well. So which is why I say we will tighten our belts. These services will still be provided.
Okay.
We will be pounding the pavement to make it happen. These aren't optional. We are going to care for these
Okay,
individuals.
and on the other, it says, at the mental health board, you're requesting $69,328. Is that an increase for your request in comparison to last funding cycle?
No, they have not funded that in the past. We ask every year. It's for that medical
So-
assistance.
But, mental health board is gonna be going through the allocation process the end of this month. So my question to you, is that an increase in your ask at the mental health board?
It's an increase in what we were awarded last year. We weren't awarded, we requested it last year.
Time out. That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, are you asking for more money this coming potential funding cycle with the mental health board that you have not, that you requested in the past?
No.
That's not my question is, I'm not asking you whether you received the funding, but you put it in the budget piece.
We are hopeful that we will get that, but no, that
But
is
is
the
it
same.
more money
request.
than your ask, that you have asked from them in the past?
No.
It's the same number?
Same.
That's all I need to know. Thanks. Any other questions? I wanna piggyback what Kay was saying, that you folks do an invaluable service in our county. We're very lucky to have Pioneer Center be a part of that continuum here. And you do good work, and we thank you for your time today. Thank you. And
Next year
welcome.
we celebrate 65 years, so it's a milestone for us. 65.
We ask the tough questions, it doesn't mean that we don't value the services.
No, we welcome the
Don't
question.
misunderstand me.
Right.
No, we welcome the question.
Don't misunderstand me. We're trying to do our due diligence
Yeah,
here.
no.
We're gonna be making some tough decisions at the end of the day. And we need to be very clear about how we need to proceed.
No,
And
we-
please,
Nope.
please
We welcome
take
those
it for what
questions.
it's
That's why we're
intended,
here to
okay?
answer.
All right.
No worries.
They know what they're coming here for.
They do.
These
And
guys
in
are
common
tough guys,
sense-
we are all tough, we can take it. we can-
Now
And
that
it
we're
comes
representing,
since
you
the
guys all
first
know,
round.
we've been in front of some tough panels before.
Yeah,
You guys, we
yeah,
can
I know.
talk to you guys.
No, it's nice to come face to face, as DJ said. Hopefully you'll get to see Sarah more often, you get around, I've been around, so hopefully it'll be good. Yeah, thank you so much. for
Well,
having
thank
me.
you. It's nice seeing you again. And welcome aboard. I haven't seen either of you in the past.
No, he's
so-
been around before.
Yeah, so
He's
Frank and I
been
have been,
here
I've been here about
before.
10, and Frank
Yeah.
is what, 7 years now?
Yeah.
And Sarah's been with Pioneer for a few years,
You
but
think,
just
is
accepted.
this is newer?
This,
Yeah.
like COVID, I just let it all go.
I
I lost my clippers and couldn't
The
get to
team
the
just
bottom.
would love.
Oh, man. We're here with Senior Care Volunteer Network, the Senior Connection Program, and
Admittedly, you guys were so far ahead.
We are early.
I called Bob and said, no, I'm gonna be done by the time you get up here, so it's just me.
Well, thank you for being here
We've
early.
got, yeah,
I know.
But thank you,
early.
Sarah.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry, we'll get behind you. Don't worry. It's still early.
It's still early.
Do you know everyone around the table?
Yeah, I've heard introductions a couple times now.
So
but-
we're okay to go forward? Are you all right? Okay.
I'm good.
Thank you
so
for
much.
being here.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me again. I'm Sarah Schremp, Executive Director at Senior Care Volunteer Network. I've been with the organization a little over 6 years, learning
That's
lots
crazy.
and lots and lots. And I've presented obviously to you guys before, and so I appreciate your time. And I gotta just say, I'm the safe space at the table, so I too regret that we lost a good one there.
We did.
And he's always been a good advocate for us to use their services, so we miss them too. So anyway, been to a couple meetings. You guys have seen me at some of the meetings this past year, and I know for the presentation this year, you really wanted to drive home what's the impact. I heard it over and over again, like, we know kind of what you do, we know how you do it, what's the impact? So I'm going to focus on some of that in the presentation. I will overview the services and obviously answer questions about those later, but in 10 minutes, it's almost impossible to present our entire program. So bear with me on that. Forward. Okay. I want you to imagine, just for a minute, what it would be like if you went to the doctor and that day the doctor tells you you can't drive. You have to leave your keys on the table, you can't drive anymore. You have to now figure out what you're going to do. And I don't think people think this through very often because we don't want to think about it very often. We don't want to think about what's going to happen the day you have to now rely on everybody else around you in your world to take care of you. Just real quick, my brother was 48, had a seizure disorder, and I became his person. I became his chauffeur, and I became his POA, and he had a TBI, and to this day, 10 years later, he's doing well, but doesn't drive and relies on services to help him. He lives in Colorado, so by far, he's doing it, like I said, pretty good, but he has nothing like Senior Care Volunteer Network there, nothing. And so he rides his bike everywhere. And the reason I'm saying that is you don't have to be over 60 to lose your independence. You can be any age. We just focus on this demographic. So with that, we do provide transportation services. Gosh, I'm doing my glasses. I just turned 50, you guys. This is funny. So Senior Care Volunteer Network sort of becomes their new set of keys. We support with all these different services. In a sense, when they lose their independence and we understand it, we can relate at some level, given the scenario I just gave. I think we can all think about what they're all going through. And I think that when you have a similar feeling, I tell people too sometimes, it's like when if you imagine losing your phone. I mean, just the loss in general of anything, a spouse, a loved one, your caregiver, the independence is just immediately gone. The senior transportation service that we provide allow them an alternative to some of the other options that are available to them, because I don't think anyone can rely solely on one service for all of their needs. We do provide door-through-door service. The volunteers will not only pick them up and take them where they go, but help them bring their groceries inside, put them away. Sometimes some of them make them lunch. You know, hey, we just got food, let's have lunch. And then they do also provide the transportation 24/7. Quick example, we had a care receiver who was a judge at the county fair. It's the one big thing he does. It's in the morning till 10 at night, and we had a volunteer take him in the morning and bring him home that night. So he was able to do that one thing that he really looks forward to every year. We get lots of help from our service partners. The volunteer drivers deliver groceries, senior food boxes, incontinence products. We are the other entity, Pioneer, which is referring to, that works with their programs to deliver the birthday flowers and the gifts to the seniors. So that would be our senior program.
And then as well as prescriptions and any other items they need to be picked up, you know, go to the bank, whatever. Resource referrals are given in cases that we cannot help them. And we're getting more and more of those kinds of calls, and I'm going to go through some of the gaps we discovered a little later. And then the referral team, which also includes a lot of volunteers when they're doing follow-ups to make sure these people are getting what they need in the community from the other programs. We have a durable medical equipment. I'm like not very good at this. Oh no, I'm still on the same side. We have a durable medical equipment lending closet. And we have a satellite partner through the McHenry Township now up next to the senior center in McHenry. So it's a little bit closer for them to get that kind of equipment. And then we also, our main reason the impact on that is getting the equipment from us gets them out of rehab a lot sooner, and it helps them recover at home. And we get a lot of calls from people who have been in rehab for the Medicare 100 days. They get kicked out and they have to go home, and they really can't go home without some of the equipment we're able to provide them. So that is a wonderful program that we also offer. And then the volunteer program, we have 200 dedicated volunteers who donate their own time and resources, including their car, their fuel, their insurance, everything like that. We have volunteers that do minor home repairs, friendly visits, and yard work projects. And we couldn't do it without that team for sure. So just to give you an idea, I'm not going to go through all this, but to give you an idea of some of the demographics we have, the average age of our senior client is 79 years old. We have, with these numbers, this was last year's numbers, which was about 1,700. So that's the average out of about 1,700. And we're now seeing more and more parent and child households where both living in the home are over 60. And the senior child is caring for the elderly, more elderly adult. We don't have any income eligibility requirements because 80% of our seniors are low income, and that would be making less than $20,000 a year. And we don't do that because we don't question what the price of independence is. Some people have money, but they can't drive. It's not about the cost of the ride, it's about the friendship and the visits that happen on the one-on-one rides. It's about a lot of other layers there. It's not just about, do I have money to pay for a ride, do I not? And a lot of people get referred to us because their programs are income eligible, and they need the service, so we provide it for them. Most of our seniors have a level of disability that they disclose when we do their intake or use a mobility aid. The majority do. And the heat map is just to give you an idea of where all the care receivers live and where the more prominent areas. But you will see the greenish color everywhere, including the outskirts, the rural areas. Volunteers, we have 217 currently enrolled volunteers. The average age of our volunteer is 60, I believe it's 61. Yep, 61. So we view our volunteer program as a senior program. So we're supporting those people as well. So they're doing something every day that they find fulfilling and keep them active and keep them engaged in the community. So it's not really on everyone's mind at the top, but the volunteer program itself is also what we consider a senior program. If we didn't have the in-kind service of the volunteers, all those hours valued at those dollars, we'd have to increase our budget 75%. And that's just the time. That doesn't include what the cost of a fleet would be, fuel, infrastructure, administration. So that just gives you an example of how valuable and how large that commodity of the volunteer is. And that's the heat map of where our volunteers live, which is why our model works with connecting these people to the people living in their own communities, which is really, really special. We have, these are the destinations. So we did a map of all the different destinations we go to. Last year we had 671 unique destinations that we've taken seniors to. They're everywhere throughout the county, but we also service Good Shepherd, Advocate, and Sherman, because actually from the Del Webb area, Sherman's a lot closer than some of the other areas, and they have a great heart program evidently, so we take a lot of people there, and to the physicians on those campuses as well. So that's an important piece for us. And then, next slide. Here's some impact numbers. So I've heard you ask a couple of people where they disclose and stuff. So the blue boxes are last year's numbers. And you're going to see over on the right, I pulled numbers so far from this year to give you an idea. We're already real close to the unique seniors served from last year, and we have 3 months left. And I did this on the county fiscal year, so it was relatable to the numbers we've already given you. And then the seniors served are up, delivered meals are up. Medical equipment loans they're already over 50% of last year, and we still have 3 months left. That program is just leaps and bounds going nuts, which is good because people are knowing that we have this stuff. And then all the other ones are projected to exceed last year. And I wanted to point that out mainly because we are requesting what we received last year, but we're not increasing that even though our services are increasing. And then, next slide. I'm probably going to go over, but you cut me. That's okay. And then I just want to I had this slide last year, but I think it's so important to show how all of our services fall into each of these categories. You know, we're known for transportation, now we're known for the lending closet, but all of the other services we provide really do fall into all these areas of care for these folks. You know, we take them to MCC, we take them to the doctor, we take them to the bank, we take them to the dialysis in 1,900 out of those 5,000 rides we have right now are critical rides. And again, some of these dialysis appointments are 5:30 in the morning. Some of them are pick up at 6 at night, and the volunteers will take care of that. And a lot of other, you know, we mentioned MC Ride and the public transportation, and those are options, and we do refer to those sometimes, but for those rides in particular, our service is really important. Let's see. All right, moving along. All right, community partners and referral network. I pulled our data library and all of the referrals we've given in the last 3 months. And I wanted to show this because these are all nonprofit, governmental entities, people out there that are going to help our seniors if we're not able to give them the service they need when they call. We might be able to do the transportation, but we find there's all these other, through the assessment, there's all these other needs they have. And we can't obviously do it all. But knowing where to send them is a component to what we're doing now. And one of the positions I've asked to cover this grant is a referral person so that we can continue to do that. And one of the pieces I like is that we have volunteer referral teams who will do follow-up calls with these people to make sure they did get what they want. There's a lot of folks out there that do the referrals, but they don't always follow up. And so that's an important part of this piece that we've actually gotten into doing more and more and more, because the other piece is the family members are calling on behalf of their parents, and they're the ones needing referrals for their parents. So it's kind of an indirect service to the senior, but we are now embracing the fact that these families in general are needing help with services to the senior. So, and then I mentioned that I have time, right? Do I have time? A couple minutes, okay. So some of the partnerships that we're trying to be innovative, and we're trying to find new ways to reach out to other organizations that isn't going to increase our budget, it isn't going to increase, I have the volunteers, right? I want to provide opportunities for them. So going out in the community and finding these opportunities. So we partner with the Chrysler Food Pantry. We share space, our office is in the same building. They are letting us go over and get free food to deliver groceries to our clients. That's a partnership. Now, there's other places that might deliver food, and they might even be free. but the ability to bring them groceries so that they can cook their own meals, and they select what they want, and so our volunteers go pick the food and then deliver it. And they do that for us, not just in Crystal Lake, but we have a partnership where they're letting us do that to the whole county. So that's why our meals are up, because we're able to get it at no cost. It's also easy for them. They call in, and Erica will take their order, we'll go get the food, the volunteer delivers the food, helps them put it away. So that's something we're doing now to enhance. We're already delivering, but we're trying to figure this out and go, wait, this is perfect partnership. And it is, it's working very well. And then we also just connected with the Dole, their farmers market. I don't know if anybody's been, but it's wonderful. And it's a great experience to go. It's out in the community. We loaned them a transport chair, so we can get volunteers over to the farmers market and shop. And through a sponsorship with Advocate Good Shepherd, they're providing market dollars for us to give to our clients so that they can shop at the farmers market, go have a nice day out, get food or whatever they need, and get them home. So it's not only, you know, combating food insecurity, it's helping with the socialization and definitely keeping them active and part of the community. And we do a lot of those recreational activity rides, which is also pretty unique. Some of the other organizations don't do those social and recreational components that we do. So yeah, no, that's what I had time, so I just squeezed that in, because I think that's a really cool program. It's a pilot, but those are the kinds of more innovative type partnerships we're going to be looking towards doing that creates the opportunity for the volunteer, but also benefits the senior. So that's it. That's all I got. Questions?
Okay. Okay.
I have my last slide, which is this.
I just, I saw with, some of the hospitals, Sarah, you're working with, and I did not see Northwestern.
Well, they're in the county, so that's kind of a given. We do work with them.
Yes.
Before they took their transportation, we did have a partnership with them. I can maybe say this now because it's over. I love Northwestern, don't get me wrong. A lot of our clients go there. But their bus is really primarily focused on those clients that were having big tests done. Neurological exam, chemo, you know, they're there for the day for, you know, what are they, angiograms and colonoscopies and things like that. Our agreement with them was we would cover the physicians, getting them to the physician's office, because that bus did not do that. They only brought them back and forth to the hospital. So we were kind of filling the gap, kind of for the you know, the after care, the appointments, pre-op stuff. So with that being gone, because you might ask that, we have seen an increase. They stopped that program only a month ago, and we've already seen an increase of referrals coming from the hospital back to us because they're not doing it anymore. So I've already gone to them for more money too, but we'll see what happens.
One more question. Could you tell me where your volunteers come from?
How they find us? Well,
Yeah.
believe it or not,
They find you.
Yep. Then the volunteers. Yeah. So we do now we're able to do presentations again. We go to the libraries. We go. Del Webb has 43 neighborhoods, and we do neighborhood presentations. We've gone to speak to their leadership a couple times. We want to do more of those out there. It's finding the right contacts and everything. We have. We go to. I have met with the hospital's discharge planners, so that and I get volunteers from the hospital, which is cool. I get newspaper, believe it or not, older people read the newspaper. And since most of our volunteers are over 60.
What's wrong with that?
There's absolutely nothing wrong with it, because the Northwest Herald is a great supporter, and they support us very well, and we're able to put our stuff in the Northwest Herald, and word of mouth. You know, if you're volunteering somewhere and you love what you're doing, you're going to tell your friends to come, and a lot of it is friend referral.
You know, Sarah, you've done an amazing job. I can remember meeting Rhonda for the first time and attempting to open up that prescription jar, which we all know about, and she was doing that as an example of some of the difficulties salaries that so many seniors have. And it has really grown and evolved. And
Yeah.
I appreciate the hard work you all have done.
We're trying to keep things down too. Since I've been with the organization, I believe the first time I came to present, we were asking for $158,000, and that was about 6 years ago. So we really have not tried, we've been trying to balance our, kind of make our budget a little more equitable among all these areas. I've slowly but surely, I think when I presented the first time, I was asking 100% of my salary.
You did, I remember that. I was here at the table.
And it is 0 this year, because I really am putting the funds I'm getting from the commission back into the direct service staff. So I can work more on the administration and the growth and strengthening the infrastructure. So we really do value the support, and we don't want to take advantage of it or take too much from the other agencies, because we all know everybody does good work. So.
Okay.
I just have one comment.
Peggy,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and then Carol. Peggy's gonna go first.
You've established also, I believe, a relationship with the new senior center in Woodstock.
Yes, the
Yeah.
door.
Yes, you have a representative there once a week, right? to
Once a
work
month.
with- Once a month.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's on site as a referral.
Yes.
Someone could ask for referrals. We also will bring up equipment if someone there needs a piece of equipment. Eric will bring it up there. Yeah, I think those relationships are very important. And not always do they need something, so usually the same group, and sometimes they filter in new, but yes, we try to be present at those places as well. And engage them as volunteers.
Yeah.
If they're able to get to the senior centers, we feel that they might have an opportunity to get involved in some other things, helping other people. So.
You're such a shark.
I am a shark. I'm like out of the box.
Carol.
I'm on an app called Nextdoor, and people are always looking for things. And so I've been putting your name out there, and people have been really appreciative of your service, coming back and saying, thank you for letting us know about this program.
Not that you or any of your staff need one more meeting, but are any of your staff, do any of them go to the intake coordinators meeting from the mental health board?
Yes, it does conflict on that day and time with another one. And so I have encouraged them to go when they can.
Okay.
And I know they can make one every once in a while, but not every month, because it does overlap with another one. And I have a very small staff.
Right.
So
right.
we're all spread pretty thin, so we try to divide and conquer. I get the email every month, and I do get the minutes afterward that we share. So yes, I'm aware about it, and I try to get to them, or at least have one of our reps go. The mental health board, I'm sorry, can I follow up on your question? The mental health board has a lot of really good resources for us. We are not a funded agency from the mental health board. And I can really quickly tell you why. We don't have clinicians, we don't have masters of social workers, and the requirements sometimes for the mental health board grants are a little bit elevated into an area our volunteer program just doesn't go. The Mental Health Resource League does support us, and we appreciate that, because they do see the mental health component. And even the mental health board, they know what we do and they support us. I just have not gone down that road for funding, because we really don't qualify. So that's, we've had to change our entire program, and I'm not sure we want to do that, because that changes everything else financially. So.
Teresa, I'm just now looking at your.
MHB?
Yes, MHB, yeah.
And, okay, so I can explain why that's there. I was expecting that question.
Well, I wasn't gonna think about it until you
It
just said
says
we don't fund it.
parentheses, it says other county, parentheses, MHB.
Yes.
And I didn't know exactly what to do with that.
Yeah.
So we do get some support from the Division of Transportation,
Oh,
the DOT,
okay.
which is a
Okay.
other county. I should have been more clear. I'm glad you asked that, but I can clarify that now.
I love how I never actually said it, but yes.
And that helps to support our transportation coordinator
Yeah.
position and our data, our scheduling software.
Okay. Wanda.
Are you by the way, you have a wonderful reputation. So, are you tied into the 211 service at all?
We refer to 211 211 is one of the referrals we do offer if we're in that place, you know, like, especially if it falls into an area we're not super familiar with outside of a senior realm. You know, if we're on the phone with someone and they just say, oh, by the way, my daughter is looking for this and this for their child or something, it's not an area we have a lot of expertise in, we will refer to 211 for some of those, if we don't already know of another local agency that might be able to help them, which we know a lot of those. So we don't use 211 as often as probably a lot of people, because we already have a pretty good good data library for resources.
Well, I use it a lot because I'm a village trustee, and people are always reaching out to me for advice, and I usually tell them when they're looking for equipment and stuff to call 211. Have you put, I live in Sun City, have you put an ad into the Sunday newspaper seeking volunteers? I know you have a lot, but remember, there are 9,000 seniors there.
We have, and we figured the presentations fall well within our budget because they're free. You should ask how much it costs to advertise in the Sunday newspaper. It is not inexpensive. So we do the presentations because it lines in our budget a little bit more. Now, the newspaper, they give us a free ads, that's different. But the Sunday, we did do 1 year, and we have not done that, and we are now leaning more towards the neighborhood meetings. Plus, the face-to-face is nice, and we engage, and it's a little more intimate.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I want to thank you for coming. We appreciate it, and we appreciate the good work that you do. Prairie Legal, so happy that you could join us this morning.
Yeah.
You're on schedule. Thank you for coming.
Yeah,
Do you know everyone around the table, or should we do introductions for you?
I think I do know most people from before. I think this is my
Okay.
5th time here. A few people might be new, but yeah. So, like everyone said, I'm from Prairie State Legal Services. My name is Dolores Wigman. I've been around a little while, been around this county even longer. Our mission at Prairie State, we're a nonprofit, and our mission is to ensure access to justice and fair treatment under the law. And for those of you who don't know us or don't remember, you listen to a lot of people talking, I think. We provide free legal services to individuals who can't afford an attorney and have a legal problem affecting their basic human needs. And so what that means under this project is we try to look for seniors with the greatest economic or social need and the most vulnerable. And who that might be are people that we don't think are able to hire an attorney on their own. So it could be because they financially can't, or it could be like homebound, maybe they have no family and they're not able to get an attorney themselves. We provide representation in court. We provide representation in front of Social Security. We do in front of the Department of Human Services, in front of the Illinois Department of Public Health. A lot of cases don't need representation, and we just provide advice, or say we don't have enough resources available to help somebody. We'll provide them advice. We'll tell them walk them through how to represent themselves if they have to go to court. We also do a lot of advocacy. We do, talking to these different agencies. Lots of times, like like say for a food stamp issue or something, sometimes they just have the wrong income, or they have something that's just not correct, and then we'll send over fax. Here's proof. This is the income. We don't even have to appeal it. They just change it. So we do a lot of advocacy. We also do a lot of collaboration with all the people that are probably presenting here today, because a lot of our clients come in and they might have an eviction, but they might have, something's wrong with their Social Security, it's too low, or something, maybe they need somebody to help them find a new house, or maybe, just by talking to them, we know that they might need a little more support. We might send them to senior services. So we do try to do a lot of collaboration. We try to keep in connection with everybody. And probably as you hear, as you go through the day, is hardly anybody has one issue. Or if they have one issue, it comes because of some other problems that they have. So what exactly do we do? So we try to help people with what we term as basic human needs. So one of the biggest ones right now, and everybody knows about it, is the evictions. There is just lots of evictions going. I should have pulled in the courthouse, like I just know that they're just overwhelmed over there. And I think a lot of people don't suspect that there's a lot of seniors being evicted, but there are. There's a lot of younger seniors who were working before COVID and aren't working now, or for some reason, maybe they went in the hospital and they couldn't pay their rent. So we help a lot of people with evictions. Sometimes, if there's a defense, we can help them. Sometimes we can't avoid the eviction, so what we try to do is try to make it less painful. We try to extend the time for them to move out. We try to set up a payment plan. Worst comes to worst, this eviction is going to happen. We try to negotiate that the eviction file is sealed, because if the eviction file is sealed, then their future landlords can't see it, because a lot of landlords check the court file and they're not going to rent to somebody who has an eviction. And even nursing homes look at evictions, and so down the line. So that's a really important piece, I always think. And an example of someone who actually lost her house, but we were able to help her. I had a senior come in a few weeks ago. She had gone to the first few court dates alone. She had made an agreement with the landlord that she was going to, if she didn't pay $10,000 within, I think it was like 3 or 4 weeks, that a judgment was going to automatically enter for $10,000, and the landlord would get the property. Well, the thing is, there was no way she was going to come up with $10,000. She had been applying for rental assistance. She wasn't getting that much. And then the landlord said, we're not going to even take the rental assistance, because they don't have to if they don't want to. And because if they take it, then they have to allow the person to remain in there. So I was looking over her paperwork, and the judgment for $10,000, part of that judgment was a separate agreement, a contract she had with the landlord that she also wasn't able to comply with. But under eviction cases, they're not supposed to get anything except for rent, attorney's fees, and court costs. So I went in and I tried to argue to the judge that the whole agreement should be thrown out, because she obviously didn't know what she was doing. She was unrepresented, she was older. There was no way she was going to pay this anyway. And I explained to the judge that the amount in the judgment, just the fact that they were trying to take advantage is what I thought, that they shouldn't, that shouldn't be successful, and that should be vacated. Well, the judge, he agreed with me in terms of the judgment. He vacated the $10,000 judgment. However, he said she obviously still owes money for eviction, for the rent, and even if you owe $5, he's supposed to evict. So she was evicted, but she has no judgment right now, so that's the good thing. So sometimes it's like, wow, we weren't successful in letting her stay, but we were a little bit successful, right? Because she doesn't have a $10,000 judgment against her. And I don't know if the landlord's going to go after her again for that, because he's just probably knows he's throwing good money after bad, whatever. So that's just, an example. We also help with all other kinds of loss of housing. Nursing home and assisted living discharges are something that I always help with if people ask me, if they can't afford the attorney. But usually, somebody's being evicted from a nursing home is because there's a money issue, because they're not paid. And so lots of times that will be because of either a Medicaid issue, so then I'll have to appeal Medicaid or go after the Medicaid application, or lots of times family members just don't understand. If you're in a nursing home, a person has to give all their income to the nursing home except $30, and then Medicaid will cover the rest. That's what they're required to do. Well, some people don't read things in print, don't understand, and the older adult child's at home spending mom's Social Security. Well, then obviously it's not going to the nursing home. So we have to advise them, you have to pay the nursing home. Sometimes they acknowledge it, sometimes they don't, but then we try to rectify the situation and make sure that the Social Security is going straight to the nursing home. And so that's how we usually resolve that problems. We also do termination or denial of public benefits, Social Security, SNAP, Medicaid, and Medicare. Recently had a social security case. A woman came in and she had a social security overpayment is what they said. They said that they had paid her too much last year and they were trying to take $100 of her $840 that she received a month away from her. And, you know, sat down and talked to her. She was on the program where she can't have more than $2,000 of assets. Well, what happened was last year, her husband died. And even though they've been in the country 20 years and we're citizens, he wanted to go back to, he wanted to be buried in his hometown in Ukraine, obviously before the war. But this was before the war last year. But so her church did collection and they got her money to be able to, you know, bury him like he wanted. Well, Social Security found out she had all that money in her bank account. And so that's why they were doing this overpayment. And so what we were able to do is, and she didn't consider that money hers. She goes, that wasn't my money. They gave it to me, you know, to send it, you know, to bury my husband. But no, it was in her bank account. She had access to it. It was her money. And so what we had to do is file a hardship waiver because the money was gone, you know, by that time. She didn't have the money. And so they were able to excuse it. We were able to show them this is what happened, you know. We get a lot of questions about food stamps. Usually they're easy to rectify. Lots of people just don't understand the program. Let me just explain it. Medicaid we do. Medicare is a thing that I worry about, and I hope to do more information around Medicare because the Inspector General, the Health and Human Services Inspector General, did a study last year, and they just took 1 month, and they found out that 20 cases out of every 100, denials were improper in the Medicare Advantage program. And we only get a very few Medicare appeals. I think people don't understand you can appeal the denials. And I don't think people understand Medicare, because just like I just heard people getting kicked out of a nursing home in 100 days, they are not supposed to. If they need that care, they're supposed to stay in and they're supposed to cover the care. And that is just one of the kind of issues that we should be fighting. Because I hear that all the time from nursing homes, and I say, no. My mother was in a nursing home, and they said she can only have so much physical therapy, you know, because that's all Medicare covers. And I was like, no, that is not right. And so we were able to appeal that. So what else we do is domestic violence. I don't know why everybody is saying around the whole county, this is really up right now. Domestic violence. Lots of older adults go move home, and then they won't leave. I had a case like that, an older adult. She moved home from Florida. She moved to her mom's house to take care of her. She just wouldn't leave. She had some mental health issues. She was getting meaner and meaner, calling her mother names, trashing the house. The mother called the police a few times, and finally she did the order of protection. We continued the order of protection a couple of months, and the daughter moved back to Florida, agreed not to come back, and the mother vacated it because these older adults, they have a lot of guilt about putting orders of protection against their, you know, their children. And so, we help with a lot of orders of protection. Debt, a lot of seniors have debt. Just in the last few months, I've represented several seniors in small claims court. They're homebound. They can't get into court to contest. They usually don't know how to use Zoom. And so I'm able to go in and say, look, all they have is Social Security. You can't take the Social Security, you know, to get the case dismissed. But it's peace of mind. If they didn't show up, you know, they're going to have a police officer, sheriff knocking at their door. And so a lot, even though they probably, nobody would be able to take their money eventually, but it's peace of mind. Who wants to go, you know, who wants to have that happen? We do powers of attorney and guardianships. Powers of attorney, I think most people know, it's like if you can't make decisions for yourself that you, you know, you appoint somebody else to. Again, I have people coming in. I had a gentleman just recently, end-stage cancer. He's just like, I just want my affairs in order. I need the powers of attorney. You know, I tried to, in those kind of situations, I tried to drop what I could do and to get it done. You know, just so that you can. We help in some guardianship situations. Clients can call us on the telephone. We have an 800 number, or they can call our office. We have online. Most seniors don't go online. But we also have, we give referral forms to like senior services and some of our partner agencies.
Excuse me, how are we doing on time?
Got a minute.
Got a minute.
Okay.
Got a minute.
Okay. All right. We have a telephone counseling service that, that 800 number, it will answer their legal questions right away, or refer to us if they need further representation. I do home visits constantly. I go to people's home, because like you've probably heard, transportation is hard for seniors, and so I do the home visits, nursing home, or wherever is convenient for them. We can't take every case, so we coordinate with local volunteer attorneys who are very good about handling cases for them. I have a man right now appealing IRS, something I wouldn't know anything about. Somebody had cashed his stimulus check, and then he called IRS and said he didn't get it, and then IRS is trying to take back the $1,400, and so they're trying to appeal it and show that he wasn't the one who cashed the original check. We provide services in all languages. We have a contract, an interpretation, and a translation service. So if somebody comes in with any kind of language, Chinese dialect, anything, we're able to connect with them, through our language service. So, it.
Questions?
Yes.
How many lawyers do you have dedicated to this at Prairie State?
One.
Just you? Okay.
Yeah, just me.
I thought so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just me, but like I said, if I have an issue, so we're actually a huge law firm.
No, I do, yeah, no, I
Yeah,
do.
we have 12 offices, and so, if I have an issue or a problem, I can call my senior attorney in a different office, talk to them. We do a lot of training, and I reach out to local attorneys in the community, because you can't be an expert in everything, right? And, yeah, yes.
Okay, can you tell me, do you pay court services, or do they, for any court services?
Like court fees, like filing fees and that kind of thing, we do not. People would have to pay those out of pocket, but we can get a fee waiver. Very few of our clients do not qualify for a court fee waiver. So, all the fees would be waived. You don't have to pay fees in domestic violence cases either, which is a good thing. And, but I think in the last year, I had a couple of people that even could have, had to pay those court fees.
Okay. Anybody else? We want to thank you for coming.
Oh, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
We learned a lot.
We do.
I can talk on and on. I have.
Sounds like you went in the right profession.
Thank you very much. We have the McHenry County Housing Authority. I see that. I like that.
Isn't it nice?
It is. They have a nice logo.
Thank you. I'm pretty excited about that. I've had it now for about 2 years, and it's been fun to redo our website. I can't believe I get to sit next to Faith again.
They work together.
Just like
Oh, did they?
Used to work in this division.
Good morning. I'm Kim
Where did you
Albert.
used to work here?
It's been about 7 years ago.
But where?
Oh, I worked in community development.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Time ago. I'm Kim Albrecht. I'm the executive director of the McHenry County Housing Authority. We want to thank the commission very much for your continued support for our dental program. It's a small but mighty program. It is our 13th year applying for funds. And after 13 years, I know most of you are very familiar with my shtick. I haven't been doing it for 13 years, but I do want to tell you a little bit of some updates on our programs. The last couple years have undoubtedly been challenging for our residents, and like all the other agencies today, MCHA has risen to the challenge of providing immediate services to the community. Our agency is meant to pivot in times of crisis, so we have been very fortunate to partner with the county on numerous grants that have served our residents in their time of need. We have over 15 programs right now at the Housing Authority. They serve a wide range of client needs and incomes. We also have 96 affordable housing units for seniors and disabled. Those are just our housing units. We have vouchers in project-based developments. I believe we have 6 senior developments where we have our projects for seniors there to make those projects affordable, not only for the seniors with the vouchers, but for the seniors that live in that complex. We have a few new programs that were not available last year when I presented. The first is our water grant called LIWAP, which helps renters and homeowners pay their water bill. We work with all the municipalities in the county, and most have been very proactive in helping their residents apply for these funds. Everything is a struggle right now for most people on limited income. And we also have our mortgage assistance program. It is our very first mortgage assistance program that we have had at the agency. We did this because of all the rental assistance we were able to provide with the county residents because of the COVID pandemic. But the homeowners weren't receiving a lot of help. So we do have a small fund. We can fund up to $6,000 to homeowners if they have been impacted by COVID. And that could be really in any way. And of course, we're helping very low income individuals and families. So they miss a week of work or have to isolate for 10 days, or back when kids were being kept home, they definitely have trouble paying their rent or their mortgage payments. So that has been a big program and a big success for us. I do want to remind everyone about our LIHEAP program, which helps homeowners and renters with their heat and their electric bills. We have a crisis going on right now. I'm sure that you're all aware that people are struggling to pay these bills. Last year we had numerous calls from townships who also help with this program. They first send their clients to us, and then if they for some reason can't get our help or have expired all of our funds, then they go back to the townships. People were getting LIHEAP and running out of money. It's not enough to cover their bills. So we've already been warned by the state that this is a crisis. So we really want to encourage people to apply for these funds if they income qualify. They don't have to be late on their bill. They don't have to be shut off. We can save you some money here. Then you can use that money to pay for groceries or other necessities right now, because everything has gone up. And we really are hoping we can keep everybody at least heated through the winter. But it is tight. We have people already coming to us with, we have more shut-offs now than we've ever had before. But we have plenty of money. We only are allowed X amount per client, so we can help a lot of people. So they shouldn't apply because they're worried about taking money away from somebody else. This year we have some exciting news. We have a new building. We'll be moving to Crystal Lake. We're very happy that we will be able to have all of our staff in one place and really be able to expand our programs and help the residents of McHenry County even more. This is in Crystal Lake, and we would not have been able to purchase this without the county ARPA funds. So we are very, very grateful and so excited. We are moving November 17th and 18th, and right before Thanksgiving. It will be a very happy Thanksgiving for staff, for sure. So thank you.
Especially if you've seen the building they're coming in. No.
It's funny because the construction people are, talking to us about colors and things, and we're like nothing matches in our building. It's all used. We're like, what are you talking about? Stuff's gonna match, and so it's been very nice. So for our dental programs, we have two dental programs: our senior dental and our CSVG program. The older population increasingly is retaining their teeth through complex dental restorative procedures, which is good. We want them to keep their teeth. But this brings challenges. It's cost extra money and more appointments to maintain that good oral health. We have helped to date, so while we're a small program and each year we help anywhere between 35 and 40 clients, over the years we've helped 460 separate individual seniors through this program. And with the cost of dental, like everything else, getting expensive, it really does. The impact is that if somebody needs a root canal and a crown, or they need a partial, that could be thousands of dollars, and then that could be the choice for them to keep their teeth or get them pulled, or they do their teeth and then they can't pay their mortgage bill or they can't pay their rent. So it is a mighty program that keeps these people in their homes and doesn't affect them being able to pay their mortgage or rent. We are targeting 32 to 40 seniors. They will come to us because they're suffering pain or having difficulty chewing, mostly for emergency dental care, although we have paid for preventative dental work when needed. Due to COVID, many seniors have come into us this year with the need for dentures, crowns, partials, because they've let all their work go for a couple of years. So we have combined a lot of clients with the CSVG dental program so we can completely fund what they need. If they're coming in with $4,000 worth of work needed or $5,000, and we have had that to get them up to speed. So it works, these two programs work very, very well together. The senior dental program was slow the last couple of years as far as spending because, of course, our seniors were very reluctant to go to the dentist, understandably. Usually in the spring, we get a great big rush. People were scheduling their appointments, and then by early fall, it was just a drop-off. But this year, we've turned the corner, and we were very successful. They are coming in to get their critical, and it is critical this year. A lot of people have put this off. Work done, and so by June we obligated all the funds, which that means they get a voucher once they're approved. They can go to their dentist, and then once they get the work done and we get the bill and it's paid, then the funds are spent. So sometimes they get those vouchers and it's a few months before everything's complete and we get those bills. June the funds were completely obligated. In August they were spent. So I feel like this worked out very well this year, and hopefully we're back on track. We have kept our ask pretty much the same. I think this year we increased it by $600. I don't believe we've ever increased it. And it was simply for additional, for staff costs that have gone up that we haven't really brought to the program, and overhead costs that went up a little bit. So 13 years, $600, we thought was reasonable and able to keep the program going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
I have a comment.
Okay.
There's, you mentioned rental assistance and, keeping homeowners in their homes and things like that. There was a situation I became aware of last year where a person had a small home in Crystal Lake. It was paid for, and they were getting $670 a month in Social Security, and the property taxes were like $600 a month, and they could not pay the property taxes. So they ended up passing away. But there's many people, because of the cost of property taxes, if they're fortunate enough to have the house paid for, they still can't afford to cover the property taxes and feed themselves. So I would encourage any organization here to consider that as a potential service for the future, because this is only going to get worse.
Yeah.
Where if they're fortunate enough to have a place to live but then can't pay the taxes, it's no different than not being paid the rent. Many of these programs and assistance that's available do not covering your property tax.
It is true, and because we are at this point entirely grant funded, it's difficult for us to do that. We have that call all the time that they can't make their tax payments. With the CSVG grant, we were able to pay the taxes if it was included in the mortgage. So we would not have been able to help them to just pay the taxes. So and that was even getting the state to approve that was difficult on that piece. But I agree, that is a definite gap that we have in the funding for sure.
Any other questions? Thank you. Caroline?
I'd just like to know where you're going to be
We are at 1125 Mitchell Court, so we're going to be on the corner of Rackhow, Randall Road, and 31, right by the barn nursery there. So we're so excited. It'll be very good. Very good. Thank you so much.
Oh, wait,
Staff.
Kim.
Wait a minute, we
Oops,
have.
I'm sorry.
I was just wondering, could you tell me, given that most of the dentists might go to, it's volunteer, correct?
No, they can go, if their dentist will accept the voucher, they can go to their dentist. They can go to
They
any
can go,
dentist.
well, I'm saying the dentists that work with you would have E&O too.
No, they're not volunteer.
Okay.
They're not volunteer. They have to agree to take the voucher and get paid through us, so, when the clients
I
go
understand
there,
now.
so
I
they have to
understand
agree that, but we
that.
actually
Yeah.
don't even have a formal agreement with them. They just have to agree to take the voucher. And that's
Thank
the
you.
whole good is they can go to their dentist. So,
Ask
Yeah,
her
thank you.
Ask her about dentists that give more, ask her
Thank
about
you.
dentists that give more than what the voucher covers.
Can you give more than what the dentist for? Can the
No,
dentist
so-
offer?
I'm not supposed to speak, but don't the dentists sometimes cover more work than
That's
what the
what I was
voucher
gonna
covers?
say.
Sure, we do have that, but it's not required, but yes, many of them do it because they want to do it, they want them to get this work done.
So in a way, they're volunteering.
Yeah.
Teresa, did you have something you wanted?
And they're being very
Oh.
generous because they have to wait, the funding, goes through our system, they are getting that check right there, so they are being
And
very good about taking it.
I want to point out that some Medicare programs do not cover dental.
Mm.
And now there's the PPO Advantage program that does cover some dental services for seniors under the Medicare Advantage PPO. But not every senior takes that option. So some Medicare programs does not cover dental.
They have to
Am I
submit that
correct?
to us. Yes, they have to submit that, so, because if they can get
Yeah.
coverage through their insurance or through their Medicare, then we would not cover it. But oftentimes, they can't, or they don't have it, or it's not enough, so that's usually.
Okay.
I guess, is there anybody you've had to turn down? Like, do you run out of funds before you run out of clients?
Well, we were out of funds now. So
Right,
yes, I
yes.
actually was on with a Dash voucher client last night who was in incredible pain, but we think we can get her into our CSVG
Yeah.
program. So we try to use the senior dental first. The timing, I think there's just a difference of a month. Senior expires in November, and then the CSVG is December. So we go through senior first, the ones that qualify, and then we move them into CSVG if we have that. And we can shift some of our CSVG if needed. The past years, I would say before COVID, we were doing okay. It wasn't too bad, but now we've had definitely a pent-up need. So this year we went through the funds quite fast, and we'll watch that to see if the need is. So we may increase, the funds for CSVG to help cover some of the dental.
It's a non-duplicative service in the county.
Yeah, I was looking, you just
And it's-
barely.
Pardon me?
I was looking, because you barely raised your ask for this
I know
year.
it. Right.
And so,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we
Right.
appreciate, but at the same time, if
Right.
there's more
It's-
need.
We felt like we couldn't raise the ask because the last 2 years were a struggle to spend the money. So
Yeah.
Oh,
we
okay.
couldn't say, I would like more. We'll see we'll see what it looks like next year, how we go through this funding. And if we are seeing a big increase, then we'll come to you and we'll go to we'll do it through CSVG as well and see what we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm glad you pointed it out, but it's a non-duplicative kind of.
No, I'm
service.
supportive of this. No, I was just.
She's like, why didn't you ask for more?
I know, and she answered it.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break
Okay.
on our schedule, and I think we're staying right on time, aren't we?
Yeah, we're only 4 minutes behind.
Well, good for us.
So,
I'll see you in
yeah.
a few.
Sure.
And
Like candy.
I think we're running low on coffee, Con. We gotta keep us
So,
going here.
yeah.
So we're drinking.
Don't you? We gotta keep going. Okay. We have before us Senior Services Associates, and do you know everyone here? I can do introductions. We have some new people. Let's do introductions.
know everybody.
Do you know everybody? No? Okay, let's do it.
Tracy, you're first, I think.
She's chewing.
I got it.
I remember you. Yeah. Oh. No, I'm the griller. No. Yeah. So I'm Tracy Sebastian, District 1.
I am Danielle Laha. I'm a commissioner from the Association for Individual Development.
Paula Yemsen, District 5, McHenry County Board, and I chair. Okay?
Mary Reed, I'm appointed through the Housing Authority.
She's vice chair.
I'm
She
vice
keeps
chair.
me in line.
Wait a while.
Suzanne Hoban from the Family Health Partnership Clinic.
I'm Peggy Hart, I'm a community at-large member.
I'm Rhonda Goldman, I represent McCog, and I'm also Bill's trustee in Huntley. You guys are all over Huntley.
We are.
Carol Louise, citizen at large.
I'm Mickey Miller, I'm sorry. I'm Mickey Miller, I'm the Executive Director of Human Services Associates, and I cover all 5 offices, so.
I'm Adele Larson. I'm the Director of Marketing and Fund Development, and I know Paula. We also have with us our CFO, which is Lisa Small, and we also have our Associate Director, which is Janet Linneman, with us as well. In case some questions come up, they're here to answer any that might come their way.
And Janet is our Associate Director for this northern section, so I want to make sure that you have a face to go with her name. You know, I can't be in all 5 offices. I have tried to clone myself, but that doesn't work. So Janet ably fills in for me when I'm not able to make a meeting. So. Well, first I want to start by thanking you for allowing us to come and speak again, and also thank you for the support that you've given us over the last 1 billion years. We haven't been in business 1 billion, but it feels like it some days.
Neither have we.
Yeah, exactly. Since the beginning of time. So we come before you talking about 3 different programs. We made 3 separate applications, which is why we get a little more time. We have the Comprehensive Senior Services, the Community Senior Services and Resource Center, and hoarding. And that always seems to bring up a lot of questions, the hoarding section, so I will address those as well. I want to thank McHenry County for having the collaboration between all the nonprofits that we have. We're very good at referring to each other. You know, the pandemic brought out the best in the nonprofits. We worked together on a lot of things. The health department came to us and said, you know, how can we work together on this? And when we had transportation needs, we would call each other and say, hey, we can't make get this person to a vaccination clinic. Can you guys do it? So I really appreciate the fact that we work well together. And I'll talk later about how we're kind of that center of the hub, but we drew it a little different this year, so you would not see my wheel that I talk about all the time. But we're involved with Catholic Charities, with the home delivered meal programs, Independence Health and Therapy. We do the assessments and refer them for adult day services. We've worked with Pioneer Center, AID, Association for Individual Development. We provide the assessments to make sure that we can get homemaker services into those who qualify for that program. We've worked with the health department, first responders. We're very involved with, especially for the hoarding program, with your law enforcement up here, your sheriff's departments, your individual police departments, and your fire departments as well. So that collaboration is very, very important to us. One of the things that I think is really important for you all to know, I know that when you look at our budget, it seems like we have a ton of money, but that is from 3 different counties. You know, we're involved in 3 different counties, and we are able to bring in federal and state dollars into McHenry County, but we are required to have local matches as well for those programs. And so that piece is very important to us, that we receive local dollars to match, otherwise we can't bring in those federal and state dollars for the programs that we have. Age Guide requires us, they act as the conduit for that federal and state money, and they require us to do anywhere from a 0, 10, 15% match from local dollars. So your dollars are very important to providing the services here in McHenry County. And that $1,583,000 is just what's brought into just McHenry County. So those are some big dollars that we can bring for our seniors in this county.
I'm going to switch over to me. I wanted to talk a bit about some of our fundraising efforts, especially since Mickey just mentioned and we're bringing up the local match. One of the things that we do, our fundraisers, as we all know because of COVID, a lot of things were either put on hold or didn't occur at all, or adjusted times, etc. So one thing that's been a constant, as most of us know, is Giving Tuesday. They even threw in a second one in 2020, and we participated in that as well. But last year, the one that was on November the 30th, we raised 153% of our goal. So our goal was 10,000 and we brought in 15,261. So really proud of our seniors and our staff and everyone who was able to spread the word about that event. We will do it again this year. It'll be November the 29th this year. Spring into Style is our annual fashion show. Most people know it. I think it's our 26th annual we just had. And it's just amazing. It's so much fun. We raised a lot of dollars for that. This year we netted $22,500. For our Lucky Bucks event, which just happened, we raised approximately $6,000. It was just yesterday, actually. I put 2021, I'm sorry, that is last year's. I'm sorry, we don't have the number for this year yet. 6,000 from last year's event, and again, as I said, it was yesterday as well. And then we have, most of you have heard about our capital campaign, which supports our senior center in Crystal Lake, our brand new building, new to us anyway, from about 2 years ago. We're raising funds for that. Our goal is to raise $625,000. We've raised so far $172,806. So we thank the community and everyone who's able to open their pocketbooks and help us as those needed funds, are really well spent. So another thing I wanted to point out were our unduplicated clients in this past fiscal year. We have actually increased by an additional about 600 humans that we have helped in McHenry County. These are McHenry County numbers only. So 99,958, and it was like 9,300 and change last year. 3,704 received recreation programming, and our information and assistance folks were just shy of 5,700, excuse me. And I think really I'm going to highlight the protection from abuse, 446 people in McHenry County alone. I know you can read the rest, so I just thought I'd point that out. So it's just really important that we keep track of these numbers so that we can tell people like you, we can tell the average person what we do, how we do it, and that we aren't just a recreation center, we do a lot more.
So I always describe it as we are that hub in the wheel, and she drew it different so that I would talk about it a little different. We used to call ourselves the one-stop shop. You come to us and if we can't help you, we know who to send everybody to. And we need to be that first stop because we have access to all those programs. And we can make those referrals for you. So we work with Catholic Charities. We do the assessment to see if someone needs the home delivered meals. And we also offer congregate sites. Over COVID-19, we did the congregate sites where they could go and pick up meals. But we do that assessment first, then we refer them to Catholic Charities to actually provide the nutritional meal. In terms of individualized planning, that information and assistance piece is very important because every senior over the age of 60 in the state of Illinois is entitled to a free assessment. And that assessment is very important. If they're not accessing public benefits, we want to make sure that they know come their need growing, that they can access that, and we can help them access that. We help with LIHEAP, which is the Low Income Heating and Energy Assistance Program. We do Medicare Part D, get them enrolled in their Medicare prescription plans. And because we are unbiased, we give them at least 3 options of, based on their medication, what programs might work best for them. And it's very important to us that we have to stay non-biased because, you know, we can't tell them what to do. They got a lot of people telling them what to do in their life. And we want them to stay independent and make their own decisions, but we want them to make informed decisions. So we give them the best choices and let them make that decision. Friendly visiting is something that we used to call Senior Companion Program, and we do background checks on our volunteers, make sure that they're not mass murderers, and because we're sending them into vulnerable populations households, you know, and so we do everything we can to match them on a variety of interests and characteristics. And this was a very, very, very vital program over COVID because our people maybe couldn't do the face-to-face visits, but they called every week and talked to their person, their companion. Then when we got a little more comfortable, they started doing porch visits or sidewalk visits. So this was huge, keeping track of the social isolation. We also have the community care program through the state of Illinois, the Illinois Department on Aging, but there are program eligibility requirements for that, income, assets. So we make sure that we lock them into the services that they are eligible for, and if not, we give them options of other programs that are willing to take either state fee amounts or private pay amounts. There's the transportation program, and I know there are several transportation programs here in McHenry County, but we work pretty cooperatively together. We try to back each other up because there's definitely a huge transportation need in this county. The caregivers also are an important piece of our needs assessments. As adult sons and daughters or spouses, we don't always know where to go for help. We sit and help them figure out what's the best care. We try to do it client-centered so that the senior is involved in this discussion as well. It's not just the son or daughter deciding what to do with mom, but we also have funds that we put in for home modifications if they need that. And we refer to some of the other agencies as well. And then there's the programming.
Because she's talking about all 3 of these at the same time, we're going to reset that clock.
Yeah, she should have had 30 minutes, yeah.
Okay. Because I saw the 3 minutes, then
Yeah, no.
You're like, I haven't even gotten anywhere.
Together, and I thought we were going to go into hoarding first, and you're okay.
Okay.
I don't want to make you nervous, and I didn't want you to feel rushed.
The programming that we're talking about is in our senior centers. You know, we are, as an agency, we're very committed to McHenry County. We have 2 locations, one at the McHenry Township building, right on, by Johnsburg Road up there. It's about as far north as you can go in McHenry County without crossing the state line. And then we've bought this building on 3 Oaks Road in Crystal Lake. And that shows you the level of commitment that we have to McHenry County, because we don't buy buildings. But it was very expensive, and I'm sure that you remember me coming here saying how shocked I was about the cost of rent up in McHenry County. And it was actually cheaper for us to buy a building. And we don't do that, you know, we don't, and it made me very nervous. But we got through it, and of course, you know, then COVID hit. So it's like, what have you done? But we're working on getting that paid off, because that looms over me like a black cloud. But, and there's some real challenges with being a homeowner or building owner now. We had trees come through our roof after we had just replaced the roof. And you know, those are things you just can't
plan
for. And so that's exciting is, I'm just gonna use the word exciting. So we are very committed to being here in this county and serving the most amount of people that we can in an important way. Yeah. Okay. So our case management is part of our community care program, and that does have the parameters that they have to have certain assets. And if not, we're able to do, link them with agencies that are willing to take the state rate for homemaker services. Our information and assistance people are very, very helpful. They answer questions about things that I would never even think. Like, we'll have seniors come in and actually ask, where is my voting place? And I'm like, that's not something that we know. This is not what we're, but.
And they probably got that postcard in the mail and said, I don't read this, and then threw it out, which was.
So we have been asked many questions that really catch us off guard, but I have to give it to our information and assistance people. They really will go above and beyond to find the answers that people are coming in requesting. So that's very important. Our outreach is done, especially during the summer, but throughout the year. We reach those who are newly turning 60, and we go door to door, and we get a list of people who are newly turning 60 in certain areas.
I didn't get a knock on my door.
We take certain areas, because there's way more people in McHenry County than we can get to every year.
So sorry.
You're gonna see 62 in a couple of weeks.
You didn't know about, this is the first time you've heard about them?
Well, but they come and they reach out to us. Now, I've known about you as we're going through the Medicare process. But my husband's company did really great for him, so.
Oh, that's good.
So, yeah.
But we, if you're not home, we leave a little baggie on your door, and it has the information on it about all of our programs. And we say to people, if you don't need us now, just know that we're there. And if your adult child needs information, they can also call us, because we have a big push this year to make sure that we're reaching out to the caregiving family members, because they save our country billions of dollars every year. And it's very important, it's very stressful to be a caregiver. How many of you have done that? I have. And it is very stressful to think, you know, the shoe's on the other foot. I want to make sure I'm making the best decisions with my mom or dad. And they feel so stressed over the last years with COVID, especially those who are caring for them in their homes. So we want to make sure that we're reaching them and educating them about anything that's out there. Adult day services, the emergency home response buttons that, you know, mom or dad can wear. We have supplies of those as well. So our long-term ombudsman is our advocates in the long-term care facilities, and our adult protective services are there to make sure that no one is being financially exploited, emotionally exploited, and this is also who handles our hoarding and self-neglect cases. And then again, the caregiver support and respite. So now we'll go talk a little bit about hoarding. I know it's everybody's favorite subject. It is not just a senior problem.
No.
Right.
I'm telling you that now so that you're not shocked. But we work with, we were actually approached by the county to take a more active role in this because it is a very quiet problem until somebody finds out about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, you can throw money at this until the day is long, but if you don't get the counseling piece of it,
That's right.
it's not going to happen to improve. So one of the things we do is we have agreements with certain companies that are willing to go in and do it at the lowest cost possible to help do cleanup, but we also work with the senior themselves to take a portion of it, because it's very important for them to feel like they have some control over this. You could send companies in to clean it up, but you could go back in 2 weeks and it would be totally hoarded again.
Yeah.
So it's important that the senior stays involved in this process. And the state does give us some money towards that, but I can assure you that it is not enough to even clean most one-rooms. So we combine, these are the state and federal dollars that I was talking about bringing into County County. We get that money from the state, but we match it with what you're doing here so that we can do a better job of cleaning and getting the counseling piece. And in times, we've actually had to put people up in a hotel until the cleanup is done. Because
Do you work with the public health department?
We do, yes. And in some situations, your first responders are the first ones who find it, because they'll get a 911 call, they'll go to the household and they can't get a gurney in because there's no safe egress or ingress, and they can't get the person out. So then we get a call from your fire department or your EMTs, and so we'll work with them. Brandy Lester is our supervisor up here for that program, and she has gotten very involved with law enforcement and fire department, and it's really a growing area of concern. So that is just a separate thing that we've been working on, but we really don't handle the under 60 population of that, only the 60 and older population.
Great. And then I'm going to talk just really quickly, because I know we're down to 5 minutes. Community Services and Resource Center was our third submission that we made, and it just kind of was a little bit of a recap of what Mickey already mentioned in her cog in the wheel, which I changed into a square and arrows. So I just wanted everybody to see, here's our building, and this is the services going out. That was the theory. A lot of the same things we talked about. The main thing to point out is we are more than bingo, even though our seniors love bingo, and we love bingo. We're more than that. We do all the things that Mickey mentioned, transportation, and volunteering opportunities.
not just at senior services, throughout McHenry County. Friendly visiting, our recreation, of course, education is really important so that they know how to protect themselves. We do a lot of those classes. And then evidence-based, which gives them that strength that they need to be able to take their own stairs or what have you without falls. So we are there to reduce that social isolation and also to make them as independent as we can. The next one, I would be remiss as a director of marketing not to tell you all the awards we've won in the last few years. So they're right there. I don't need to repeat them all. The only one that I think I would point out is Age Guide's Opening Doors. We were thrilled to find out just yesterday, about 2 days ago, I apologize, it was on Wednesday, my week is crazy, that we actually got that 2 years in a row. So that is basically, as it says, opening the doors and being open to serving every single person that comes to us. So LGBTQ, anyone who's non-speaking of English, etc. We find a way to communicate to our seniors, and we appreciate Age Guide, recognizing our work on that, especially 2 years in a row.
And the other piece that I want to talk about is the Governor's Engaging Aging Award. That came as a total surprise to us. It was during COVID, and we were on a Zoom call as a state, and all of us were in different locations, and all of a sudden Director Paula Basta, who is the director of the Department on Aging, said, I want to award Senior Services Associates with the Governor's Engaging Aging Award. And I was like, wait, did she just say Senior Services? It was totally unexpected. And all of a sudden, the text started to blow up, and staff were like, is she talking about us? And it was just the most comical thing, because we had no idea we were even nominated for this. And it was a huge thing. And she talked about how during COVID, we had delivered things to the front porches of our seniors to keep them engaged. Our activity directors called them festivity bags, and it would have puzzles and word searches and plants and toilet paper. Because remember how toilet paper was a huge commodity? We
It's
would bring
peanut butter
toilet
right
paper,
now, just so you know.
Soup, all kinds of things. Hand sanitizer, masks. And it kept them, they would stay behind the door and see us come up and put it on, a big bag or a big box on their front porch, and they'd be like, oh, and they were like little kids going through it. So we were pretty excited about that someone had actually recognized our staff for going above and beyond, and we were so caught off guard. So
good for you guys.
It was really very touching for us, and our staff, every time they went to somebody's porch and delivered those things. So I just want to, again, thank you for the time and your support. I know that it seems like we ask for a lot of money, but when you look at how many people we serve, almost 10,000 people, that's a lot of people to touch, and those dollars are kept right here in McHenry County. So thank you again, and I'm open for questions.
Questions? Okay.
Yeah, I did, maybe I'm a little confused on this, too, when it says returning grantees. Under there, it said unduplicated clients, 3858. Is that McHenry County people?
Yes.
That's McHenry County people. And then, what does it mean with the service units, 4783?
You want to explain, or do you want me? Okay. We have, when we get a grant from the Age Guide to provide services to the people, every program has a different definition of what a service unit is. In some, it can be an hour of time spent with a client. In others, it's a contact number. So it really, it depends upon the program what the definition is, but that means that at least 47,000 contacts and time has been spent.
Touches, per se.
Touches, yeah.
Yes, okay, I understand. And that would be all counties?
No, just McHenry County, thank you.
Well, I was just gonna say to Kay, I think that's something that we all struggle with, is just trying, because none of the agencies have that same kind of what is a unit. And it's all different, and then you hear it's all different just within this one agency too. So it's really hard to pinpoint.
It's just like
what
Catholic
that
Charities
is.
with their meal program. It's a different kind of unit, what they see, right?
Yes.
In mental health, it may be 15 minutes, it may be a half an hour, so it varies based on the program and the agency and the funding stream.
Yeah, so it's
They're
hard to
coming from like Age Guide or from other places.
which makes it hard to do comparisons.
Right, it's very difficult, but the only way, my professional opinion, the only way you can really do a comparison is when you see it, the units from one year to another, to
Right.
see if there is a trend line based on how they're accounting for their units. But you can't, a person cannot make a generalization from one agency to another.
I can tell you that in our assessments, when we go out to the person's home and do an assessment, first full assessment, those usually run anywhere from 2 to 2.5 hours.
Right.
So, and that's counted as one unit. So you can see how labor intensive
It is.
one unit can be.
Thank you.
So it varies. Okay, Carol, and then
Here first.
Rhonda.
Vicki, I just have one quick question about hoarding. You do such a magnificent job of taking care of others. How do you have that stop that individual? I mean, do they get some health services? Do they? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have enough mental health providers up here who focus on hoarding. And it's been very difficult when they leave the county to find other people. So we have gotten people trained on hoarding counseling at the mental health board, and usually then they go somewhere else. You know, it's kind of it's sad.
At least you do your best.
We do our best, and you know that the hiring right now has been very difficult across the board, and especially for hoarding, that is a high pressure counseling situation.
And I wonder if that's something that can be done virtually, or does it really need to be that face-to-face, being able to touch and validate people's emotions in a counseling?
I think it tends to be better if it's face-to-face. I can tell you that in Kane County, we've tried a different direction as well. We did,
We have a full-time social worker who's now attached to our police department, and she's young, and she probably needs to hear about all these agencies. I'm beginning to think about the value of adding them to listen maybe to, as audience, so that they know what we're learning here, okay, about where to refer. But you guys are key contacts. I mean, you're all over the place.
I can tell you that Brandy is working really closely with some of the new intern social workers in the law enforcement. And we have seen an exponential increase in the number of referrals because, and she's like, what have I done? And I said, no, it's great because you're getting good referrals. But she's like, yeah, but Mickey, I need more workers to get more at this.
And you're like, too bad.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, but
Yeah.
But I think that's a great idea. I think, you know, the problem is, again, the turnover rate. You educate them, and then they move on to a better, quite frankly, a better paying job and a less stressful job. And then we've lost the effort that we've done to educate.
Right.
Although if they do their job, they mentor the replacement.
I hope so.
So,
If you can find the replacement before the other.
Yeah, before they leave.
Tracy
Right.
and Teresa. I'm keeping an eye on everybody.
Okay. Teresa's very low-key about asking a
Teresa-
question.
Well, I don't want to confuse when I already have two in front of me, I'll wait until the two
Yeah.
is gone, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, you were next, you were next. They're noticing my body language, they're very good chair, vice chair, they're watching us to see who wants to talk.
Are you done?
Yes.
Are you done?
Oh, I'm done. I worked out for
Right. Thank you. So, with the hoarding program, you're looking to serve 6. Last year you served 7. Are there people on your waiting list? And then you were also referring to that it would be great if the hoarders would get together and they're in a group and like talk to each other. So how many hoarders are you looking? Are we looking into the county that we need to serve? Since there could be a group of, since there's a group that possibly, right, that you could have a.
Yeah, there's way more than 6
Yeah.
or 7.
Yeah.
I can tell you our
Do it for them, right? But
we
Everybody
actually
interrupt.
utilize
Yeah.
quite a few volunteers.
Yeah.
We've had
Homeowner, and she was a senior, by the way. And the police department were just overwhelmed. They kept on making these calls and all this stuff. So we, Mary McCann and I had a conversation with Mickey about coming forward and submitting important stuff and it's not duplicative, you should know. I don't know anybody else who's doing it, do you?
No.
No.
And that was one of the things that had been identified, and it was hard to find the nonprofits, because you can get, anybody will come in and say, we'll take care of it, but because we really are limited to it, has to be a nonprofit. The same was with home health services. You know, we could get companies to come in and apply for money to help with that, but that's not what we could do. And
Is
so
that
that's
getting-
why I think that's still a gap.
It's now getting to the root of the issues for the individuals, you know. Any other questions?
All right.
Good job.
Thanks,
Oh,
you
I
guys.
had a question.
Oh, my
Can I
goodness.
ask a question?
Your time is up.
We are, you're getting off track. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Did you want to ask a question?
I did not.
No.
I wrote it down here. Do you provide technical support to seniors for like iPads, telephones, and things like that? And if so, what do you do?
we got a grant and we were able to provide 400 iPads. And
Wow.
that was just the tip, at the beginning of COVID. And so
Right.
what we taught them how to use it and then re-taught them how to use it. And every time we did an activity program that they came on, we would start the activity program 20 minutes in advance because it took 20 minutes to keep re-educating them on how to use this iPad. So they don't always retain the information. We printed out sheets, we had it in our newspaper, but every time there'd be somebody who'd be like, I can't get on, and they'd call, and our staff would talk them through it, and then they'd be like, oh, there you are, you know. So we did that. And we still provide a hybrid service for our activities and our evidence-based classes where we offer it in real life, face-to-face with people, but if they don't have the ability to come in or they're still nervous, because there's a lot of seniors who are still very nervous, they can join it on iPad.
So where do you get the iPads from?
We developed a contract with, it was Verizon, right? T-Mobile. And they provided us with the iPad and a year's worth of Wi-Fi.
2 years.
2 years.
I'm sorry, 2 years.
I saw the two
But those
over
were
here.
to keep, right? For the individuals to keep?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
So
they
once
can
you're
keep 'em.
depleted.
Yeah, and now we're past the 2-year Wi-Fi period.
So how
And
many
so-
iPads?
There
How
were
many?
400.
400.
Were you able to distribute all 400?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And are you still, with that initial 400?
Offer a discount to them, however, once the 2 years had expired.
But the iPads or whatever, you're still distributing to seniors?
No,
we don't have
once
any
the 400 were gone,
Okay,
we were
that's all
done
we were trying to
distributing them.
understand. Okay.
We do have a staff person. We had never had IT staff before, and now we have somebody, it's like our help desk.
Oh, good.
That will help.
Carolyn, wait.
And we did work with Age Guide because they also had a program.
They do.
They still do, yeah.
Yeah.
And so they do a Tech Connect, I think it's called, where they can participate in.
That's right, and they fund it.
Mhm.
And do you get funding from them?
For Tech Connect,
Yeah, from Age Guide.
we do receive funding from Age Guide, but not for that particular
Okay.
program.
That's it.
Okay, I have a quick question.
Appreciative of the opportunity to be back here today to talk about the work we do and seek ongoing support for it. Independence Health and Therapy was created in 2018, and one of the driving considerations for that was the idea that too often nonprofits have to make sacrifices either programmatically or financially for the other. So we'll make decisions that will impact our finances in a negative way, perhaps, that to improve programs and vice versa. And what we were looking to do is create an organization that had more opportunity to both improve our effectiveness for programs and our efficiencies around our finances and our resources. Our adult day health program and our memory care program, they are financially efficient and they are programmatically effective. Adult day health services in comparison to in-home care, to nursing care, assisted care, are typically 50 to 60% less in cost than these other care options that our community accesses. And they are effective programmatically. We are a medical model, which means we have nurses and CNAs on staff. We have 2 nurses and 3 CNAs on staff that are staffing the day room. And they are monitoring the ongoing health of the clients that are in the program. 92% of older adults have a chronic health condition. 77% of older adults have more than one. And our nurses track blood pressure, they monitor medications, and as of about 8 months ago, we are now doing regular COVID testing in our day program. And we do, unfortunately, regularly test clients, and they become, or they don't become positive of the test, but we discover their client that they're positive through this testing process. It's actually open up to all of our staff as well if they would like to access that testing, but it is predominantly for the clients we serve. All clients also receive physical speech and occupational use, and it's time for them to socialize. Each day is structured, so it was a beautiful outline of what that looked like. It includes, every day includes current events, it includes exercise, it includes stimulate the mind activities and mind and body activities, and it also includes 2 special activities, as well as lunch and a snack. And those special activities are varied every day. Today, they are right now finishing up their spa day, and going to be heading into lunch. We've had decorating the day program for fall this week. We've had time in the garden.
Showing
Oh, yeah, see, there you go.
Very nice.
Great PowerPoint. This afternoon is Client's Choice, so their afternoon session. I don't know what it is, but I would hazard a guess to say that's going to be bingo. Because although we don't necessarily encourage or discourage bingo, we have a client council, and they like to tell us through this client council what they want their program to look like, and they really do like bingo. So we are probably doing bingo this afternoon. In addition to that, 4 times a month we have art therapy. Art Without Boundaries is what that's called. We have our music therapy twice a week. We have our physical therapy assistant from our Washington Street clinic come over and do exercises on Fridays. And then we've begun our field trips again. And so post-COVID, it took us a little while to get back out into the community, but in the past few weeks, we've taken clients bowling. We've taken them to tea at Casting Whimsy, and it wasn't by design, but it ended up being guys that went bowling in July, and so the women in the program insisted that they would get their own opportunity to do something, and they were going to go to ice cream first, but ultimately chose Casting Whimsy and went for tea. We're looking to really make these regular, bowling a monthly activity, but also get back to Mainstay, which has been one of our partners in the past. Catch a movie, and then kind of see what other opportunities there are for them to engage into the community. And then at the end of the day, they get back on their bus and they go back home. And that really is a key component of what our program means for the community, is because it enables them to age in place. And there was a poll done about 6-7 months ago by the National Council on Aging, I believe, where 90% of folks between the ages of 50 and 80 want to age at home. So that's their goal, and we're there to help them be able to do that. On the next slide, you would see some pictures of the program. It would be Art and Ariana, who were a couple in our program. Art's passed away since, but they were celebrating an anniversary, so it's a very nice photo of them, and then a pinata. So when I presented to you guys last year, I don't know if you remember, I was sick, not with COVID. I had actually a regular illness.
I remember.
Suzanne gave me a cough drop. Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're most welcome. You're most
I would have had one today,
Yes.
but you know.
But when I presented to you guys last year, we were at about 20 clients in our day program between the two, the adult day and the memory care. And we had been closed all the way up through February, so November to February of that year we had been closed, and so it was a slow kind of return to our day program. This past spring, we started to see an influx of folks doing tours and doing intakes, but not necessarily translating into clients, and we were trying to figure out kind of what was going on. And going back to that concept of how do we most effectively use our resources and most effectively be, or have the most effective programs, we started to look at what would be the opportunity for us to try and turn that where folks are able to come in, do their intakes, and then begin with the program. And so what we developed was something we're calling the Bridge Program. And this is a way for a client who has an intake but has not lined up their funding yet to start with us right away. So we have this Bridge Program rolled out in June, and we've had 13 clients participate in this. Of that 13, 7 have now lined up funding, whether it's the VA or IDOA or private pay, because some have opted for that as well. We have 4 that are continuing to find their funding, and we have 2 that have decided we're not the right program for them, which is also important for them to be able to see and do and not go through a whole process and then decide that we're not the right fit for them. So that was an opportunity for us to kind of look at what we had and bring it to bear to be able to most support it in the community. Today, we have 36 clients between the two programs, so that's a 50% increase over where we sat last year. And so we're looking and feeling positive about the direction the program is going after kind of 2 years of COVID and post-COVID malaise. In that same spirit of resource allocation, we have adjusted our intake process as well. Last fall, we received a grant from the Community Foundation for a community support person that was focused on caregivers. And for us, because we serve all ages, it wasn't specifically geared to the senior population, but clearly that is part of who we serve, and we want to make sure that we were serving that population effectively. And so this position's been in for about 6-8 months now, and we were not seeing the engagement that we felt that was appropriate for the needs of the folks that we see. So we've adjusted our intake process, and where every intake now, the caretaker meets directly with his community support person for about 10 minutes or so they know they have somebody in our organizations that's specifically there to help them manage some of the process. We don't do it for them, because the community support model is not to do the work for them, but to help them develop the skills or move to that where they can manage it themselves. But it really is a way for us to begin to better support the caregivers as they come into the system. And then, as I said before, we had returned to the field trips, which are here in the script, not back here where I had said it before. So my slides, look, the next slide, kind of looking ahead to kind of where we sit now and where we see ourselves in the next few months, couple of years. Oh, see, everybody's going to be disappointed now because it's not nearly as good as I said it was. So, there are the arrows. Adele, I got arrows too. There they are this way because it is both effective and efficient. So that's the day, and that's them in the garden. The folks on the left and the bottom, kind of the bottom left, those are actually interns with MCC, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. There's Art and Ariana. All right. So staffing continues to be a challenge, and I realize that some of the things that I'm going to mention are not unique to us, because it is an issue across not just our county, but the nation. I sit on the board of the National Adult Day Association, and we, in our board meetings, have talked about staffing being an issue, people not being able to fully staff their day programs. For us, we have not been fully staffed in the day program for over a year, probably 18 months. For all intents and purposes, we have maintained staff, but we've not been able to grow it effectively. And part of that is a pay scale issue. I've mentioned it to this group before that we know that our pay scale is below market rate for our positions in the county. We were working and kind of making and gaining some ground in that area, but then in the last 6 months, with the rate of inflation, and we've started to lose ground again. Yesterday on Indeed, Valley High was advertising for a CNA, and it was $18 the base pay with a shift differential of $1.50 for the day. So a day shift person is $19.50. Pioneer Center for their DSPs was advertising $17.50 to $19.50. And I certainly don't begrudge them those pay levels that they're able to do that. And both of those, and I don't know if Valley High is accessing this, but beginning in July 1, the state had allocated direct funding sources specifically for DSPs and for CNAs in the IDD world and in the nursing care facility world. For us, our starting for a CNA is $13. So you're looking at a $450 to a $650 difference. Now, I know that the jobs aren't necessarily parallel, that the work is a little bit different, but the reality is when you're talking about $10,000 to $13,000 a year, it's hard for us to compete. Our reimbursement rates were raised in 2019, and IDOA, the Illinois Department on Aging, has no interest in looking at those again until 2024, which is, in my opinion, not realistic given that inflation is 20% over or 15% over it was when they set that rate, and that rate was the first time they'd made that adjustment since 2007. So they're not actually designing a rate that's supporting a program. I have joined the advocacy committee for the Illinois Adult Day Services Association, and we're going to try and get them to reconsider their timeline. but that's not a quick fix and probably not even a slow fix, knowing how the state operates. So we are getting creative about how we do our hiring and how we do our recruiting. This summer, or earlier in the late spring, we started working with Pioneer Center and their job program, and we've hired driver A out of their job program, a young man named Joel. And many people may know Joel. He's very active in the communities in Knights of Columbus. He lives with Down syndrome and is working for us 3 days a week as an aide. And in the hiring process, when we were talking to him, the first round of hiring, he was very, very quiet, didn't say a word. So then we had another meeting with him, and his mom had come both times. And so I asked him a question, and he turned to his mom, and he wanted his mom to answer. And I said, Joel, you know, your mom's not looking for the job, you are. And so his mom's like, yep, you know what, and she got up and left, and he just had a great conversation. And really what he said his goal was to make seniors smile, which is all we really are looking for as an aide, is somebody who can help them get to the door and back and help them smile. And so he's been with us for about 4 months now, and is a fabulous piece. And for us, it was just thinking differently about who would be a great employee in this position. We are working with Kelly Sunmecca, who is the director of the specialty courts, to see about how we can start doing hiring around graduates from the specialty courts, and see what kind of opportunities there are there. Just because it's a different pool of people that we've not really thought of, and we need to be not passive but direct in going and finding the employees that we want to be part of our organization. And we're starting to attend specialty job fairs. This past Friday, I represented Independence Health and Therapy at Illinois Migrant Council and LULAC's job fair at the Community Foundation. You know, I talked to about 10 people, and we'll see if anything comes from it. But you know, this is an important part of us getting out in the community and not being passive about hiring. We can't wait for people to come through our door anymore. The reality is that a lot of the folks that call us to come in for jobs don't actually show up for the interview. Again, not inconsistent with other people's experience, but it is incredible to me the amount of no-show interviews we have for positions these days. And it's not specific to a position or a level. I know of director level positions that people no-show for, which this isn't that big of a community. So, but it is where we sit today. We continue to work hard on retention. We have a referral bonus that we have maintained for employees if they can refer somebody in. And we rolled out a new employee mentor program. So any new hire that comes on board is paired with a current employee who's gone through a training process, and to mentor them into the organization. Gives them a familiar face. It's not in the same department and it's not in the same building. So it's somebody entirely removed from what may be their day-to-day activities, as a way to just kind of get them to be part of the organization. Obviously, COVID continues to affect all of us. We had a client today test positive. We've had staff test positive, so it's just not going away. It just continues to strain a system that is already stressed. Back in January, unfortunately it hasn't been since January, but in December of January we had to close 2 weeks each month because of just the amount of COVID that was circulating amongst the staff. You know, we're not seeing direct transmission internally, but it's prevalent in everything we do. Great. So ultimately we continue to do more, and we're looking to do more, and we want to be more effective about what we do. Over the summer, I've been meeting with Lupe Ortiz from the Youth and Family Center, and I don't know if folks are familiar with that, but they're a youth-serving organization based in McHenry, predominantly Hispanic families, and about ways that we can connect her youth with our day program clients, but also coming through that, connect our program to the seniors and the families that they are serving. And for us, it's an opportunity to start to build trust with a population that we haven't really touched, certainly not deeply. And so in order for, in our opinion, for them to start to look at us as a provider, they need to know who we are and trust us and the work we do. And for Lupe, it was an opportunity to put an emphasis on a part of the family that she hadn't really thought of before. And I'm not outing Lupe in a way that's negative, it's just it they were the youth and family, and so she knows there's seniors in the family, but they had spent all their focus on the youth. So it's a way for them to look at their families a little bit different as well. This is not even close to the total amount of partners that make up our program. A Strong alone is comprised of most of the agencies that fund or serve seniors in our community. Aurora University and MCC, though, I'd like to kind of highlight off of this list, which we have interns from both of those programs. Aurora University, we have social work interns, and they do their clinical rotation or a clinical rotation in our day room. And they're doing narrative therapy, and they're working directly with our clients in men's support groups and women's support groups, and it's part of their clinical rotation for their social work. And then McHenry County College, they're doing their occupational therapy assistant clinical rotation with us as well. So right now we have, I believe, 4 OTA students who are in our day room 3 to 5 days a week as part of that operation of that day program and part of their clinical piece. I can stop.
We're good.
Well, that was it anyway, because there's nothing after this slide.
I was expecting something
I know, I oversold it, like, I didn't think you'd get it up, and so it was really,
he knows what the level to achieve next year.
I was counting on it not appearing, so now I got something to work on for next year, I guess.
That's right.
Well, it was the laptop that was connected in here because I could open it before, so we just brought a new laptop in.
Teresa, so I was noticing with the 2 grants together, it looked like the staffing levels sheets, so sheet 18 probably in both of the applications, looked like it's the exact same staffing list. So both memory care and adult day, they share staff?
We do share staff in most of it, so our lunchroom staff is the same. Some of the CNAs may be assigned differently. The drivers are shared, so yeah, they do share staff.
And so then, if you were fully funded, if you got what you were asked from here, that would entail that most of the staffing would be covered then by the grant from Senior Service Grant Commission?
The direct care staff, yes.
Yeah.
The indirect care staff is not.
Okay. And another question, because I'll just keep going, I guess.
Yeah, keep on going.
How many, so I'm looking at how many drivers and aides you have for like the amount of people in the program, memory care and adult daycare. How many riders are on the buses?
It ranges from 3 to 5, and partly it's based on time. So we don't want them, the clients, to be spending too much time on the bus because it becomes detrimental to them, especially if they're living with dementia. And so our buses typically are 3 to 5. During COVID, it was less because we were spacing them out. So it varies, but it's kind of in that range. And then we will also send out vans separately if that makes more sense than sending out a bus for a run.
Carol Louise.
John, I have a quick question. If you took your request and divided it by your service units, okay, you get your daily cost per day. Okay. So if you're asking for 314,788 divided by your service units is 2480, your service unit per day is $128. That was my question.
John, do you know, do you want to go? You want to go before I ask that question?
Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Suzanne.
John, just a little bit broader question. What do you see as going to be, over the next, say, 3 years, the biggest challenges facing your population that you're seeing, which is a more it's not just the aged population, it's not just the seniors, it's seniors with dementia, with other challenges?
Well, so hopefully not another pandemic. But so
That's a given.
That's a given. Yeah.
That's a given.
I think what we're going to see is we're going to continue to see strained systems. And so, you know, Mickey talked about the caregiver, and in 2019, Harvard Business School did a study on caregiver and caregiver issues as it related to the workplace. And what they had discovered was that employers and employees had very different perspectives of the impact of caregiving on their family, or on their workplace rather, I'm sorry. Where an employer thought that maybe 30% of their employees would have some sort of negative productivity related to caregiving. 70% of the employees said that they felt that they had negative productivity related to caregiving demands. And also in that study, they talked about who a caregiver was. And 25% of caregivers are millennials. And what they found was that of that population, they were spending more of their own personal dollars than, not on a percentage basis, but straight up personal dollars. They were spending more of that than their non-millennial caregiver peers. So what I think we're going to continue to see in this county and beyond is, so if you extrapolate the numbers as a whole, there are 32,000 unpaid caregivers in this county, maybe more. And of that, about 9,000 of them are millennials. And what you're going to start to see is greater strains on the system. So we are seeing a rate of inflation that's about 15 to 16% over a 2-year span. You know, we're looking at 8.5% year over year, but we're not going back 2 years. And I've been running a lot of inflation calculators and I'm trying to figure out, you know, what the world is going to be looking like. So we're looking at a rate of inflation that is, you know, 15, 16%. Gas is going up, food is going up, rent is going up. And I think what we're going to start to see is significant strains in the system where people aren't going to be able to afford to access care that's in front of them. You know, if we know, and I was talking to some folks yesterday in the homeless services arena. Rents are cheaper in Lake County right now than they are in McHenry County. A 2-bedroom is going for $1,500, $1,600, $1,700 for a 2-bedroom apartment. So unless somebody owns their home, it's going to be hard for them to find a place to live. And if you do own your home, it's getting to be more expensive to own your home, to heat your home. And I know there's support programs for that, but I think what you're going to start to see is much more strain in the system in the next 2 to 3 years. And I'm not sure that we're equipped for that yet. Not us as Independence Health and Therapy, although I mean we need to be able to manage through that as well. But I think as a system, we're not prepared for that. I'm on the trustee. I'm a Door Township trustee. We had our meeting on Tuesday, and general assistance is one of the things we look at on a monthly basis. We had more general assistance requests last month than we have had any point since I think 2014. I think that we are at a divisive point in our country politically, and I think that the seniors are going to be kind of downstream from that, right? So they're not necessarily going to, everything that's going to happen to us over the next 3 years is going to be magnified for the people we serve because they are living on the edge.
At Valley High, Tom Annarella, at the Valley High Operating Committee meeting, Tom Annarella talked about the number of projected number of long-term care facilities that will be going out of business, and because of the competitive market, and that will impact the kind of work that John's doing and other people in the senior community when we see the number of long-term care facilities going out. And then he also said, now refresh my memory, Teresa, because you're on the committee with me, that there is a local high school that is doing CNA education.
There's a few. So Woodstock has a program, 155
and
I think
he
has a
thinks
program.
that's going to help the market, and I think that's terrific that the schools are getting involved in that. And the other part is inflation with durable goods, like cost of gloves and everything, as you will know, and other kinds of products that's driving that cost up, regardless of the fact that there was a small increase in Medicaid reimbursement, et cetera. But the big picture, like your good work and the good work of senior services associates and others, is also the long-term care and the impact of what is going to occur. And then the other thing is memory care. Much of the memory care is private pay. And so when they get into, they need a memory care unit, it's not Medicaid, whatever. And I asked, you know, when is the ribbon cutting ceremony going to occur at Valley High for memory care? Because that's really important in our county. And they're projecting around 2024. But I think, and then when I was at Age Guide Strategic Planning session, and I think you were with me, one table talked about paying caregivers, finding a way to pay caregivers, just like the number that you're saying, John. Many of the people are not being paid, and I would also wager that many of them are women. And so that was also brought to the table last Friday at the Age Guide Strategic Planning session about caregiving and how do we find ways to financially help them.
Well, and I was talking to Marla Franchak on Wednesday, because I was at an Age Guide meeting then, and talking about adult day services and kind of where we're sitting in the caregiver stress and strain. And I had listened to a little bit of a podcast sometime in the last couple of weeks, and it was talking about Patagonia and how that company had really begun and forged ground in the childcare, in workplace childcare. And then it started because their chief of marketing needed a place to breastfeed. And so they put a little trailer out back, and then they turned that into a building, and then they incorporated it into their, so we, as although again, childcare has their own staffing issues right now too, but as a society, for lack of a better term, we recognize the need for childcare in lots of different ways. We don't fund it well enough, and we don't support it well enough, but we recognize that it is a factor in a parent's life. What we haven't done is flip that around to say, all right, we also know that we have the largest aging population coming in the next, 15 years. We haven't started to talk about really in a broad base to say, what does that impact look like, and how do we, flip that to where we also recognize the caregiving at the other end of the spectrum and what that means for a workplace. And, do you set up adult day centers in large employers?
Right.
And, bring all your folks to, bring your folks with you to work day, right? Bring your parent to work day. So, how do we become creative and solve some of these issues or mitigate some of these issues in a way that's effective and efficient and, is supportive of the folks that need that support? There's gonna be a lot of challenges coming in the next 5 to 10 years.
I mean, to that note, and I've been, this may also be something I'm talking about for Valley High, but now I'm talking about here. One of the solutions I see to that problem is mixing adult day care and child care, right?
Yes,
Right.
right. Oh, absolutely.
Yes, right.
No, and there are a couple of examples of that.
Yeah.
And we've talked about it a little bit internally, and just have not. Right now, established child care providers can't find teachers.
Right.
What's her name in Crystal Lake at the big one in it's at Willow Creek.
Friendship House.
So Friendship House, they are approved for, because she was talking about this about 2 or 3 months ago, they're approved for 12 babies in their facility. They can only have 3 because they do not have enough staff to be able to have the full 12 babies. And so, their staffing issues end up, and it kind of perpetuates, right? So if you can't find some place to put your baby, you're not going to go back to work. And so it's a self-fulfilling system. But yeah, we've talked about that internally a little bit here and there over time, and it's just, today's not the day, today's not the day to do it for us, but it is, there are examples of it out there.
Right, yeah.
Because
Okay,
John, there
any
are
other
some adult daycares that have been doing that for years.
Yeah,
You know, and it's a great combination because they have the children in the nursery area in one part of the building, and then the seniors go over that part of the building and rock the babies and have some time with them.
and Hearthstone does some of that
They
with
do.
their early childhood center and then into the nursing home side of it.
Are there any other questions?
I have just one. That's one
Okay.
question. John, I noticed that you had a great idea. You said your board of directors, you want them involved in some fundraising. And my question is, what are you looking at? How do you see that happening?
So one of the things that we're really trying to emphasize for us institutionally over the next 2 to 3 years is individual giving. And it was not necessarily, we do events, we do grants, we do kind of that spread of it, and we do individual giving, but for us, as we look long-term, we feel that that's the best opportunity for the most stable, long-term, and it's not, I'm not creating things, this is what, in the fundraising field, it is common that is where you find the longest, most sustainable, long-term development. And so for us, that's the direction we're heading in. And boards play a key role in that, both in kind of either making introductions or making asks, kind of depends on the level and interest and comfort of a board member. But it is the direction we feel we need to go, and we've been working toward that, both from a staffing perspective, adding capacity into our development department, because when we merged and created Independence Health and Therapy, that was an area that we knew needed growth, but we hadn't tackled. And so in the last year, we've added additional staff in the development department. And that's the last kind of the admin side that we're looking for expansion. We've tweaked our billing department, our finance department, we tweaked our quality department, and now we've tweaked our development department. So that's long-term the direction we're heading. In the near term, we'll still focus on events and use those as opportunities for a bit of a cash bump, but then lay groundwork for those to also be part of that individual giving plan.
Okay, any more questions? All right, John, thank you for coming.
Absolutely, thank you for allowing me to be here. And I promise next time I'll have a better PowerPoint.
It was scintillating.
It's
Scintillating.
Have a good one, thank you. We're gonna break for lunch. We're half an hour behind schedule, folks.
So we'll eat quick to try to catch up some time.
If you don't mind.
Everything's in the lobby.
It's in the lobby. Okay.
cornfields, it's a lot of farmland. Yes, there's McBride, yes, we have those options too, but they don't necessarily come out to our region very often because of it's just a smaller population, so when they're needed, yes, but not as much. In Richmond, the Burton Township is pretty small too. They're also only at 452 people per square mile. So a little bit about discussing how we are for demographics. Going to the next page, the transportation program. We also provide employment. We run background checks on our drivers. We provide vehicles, maintenance, and fuel. Our vehicles are purchased, we own them outright, so we have 3. We rent one from Gary Lane. Actually, they offer it to us for free. They donate it. So technically, there's 4 vehicles. We only use the ones that are going to be, the most economical for, if we only have one person, we're not taking our bus that has the lift for handicap. So, just to go over a few of these points, our drivers, I think it's very important to know that our drivers do stay at the location until the riders return. They, some of our riders have dementia and they cannot, they just can't be left alone. Our drivers know these people. There are relationships there. If they get groceries, our drivers, they take them to the door for the people that need them. It's just a very personal, we are a very small community, and we do our best to serve our senior citizens. To us, we feel it's a very important thing that we do. Also, on Fridays, we do take our senior citizens out to the grocery store, so it could be Return, it could be Spring Grove. But either way, they consider that also a social event. They actually look forward to going grocery shopping so that they can meet with their friends on this bus. Once again, it's so important for their well-being to get out of their house. So we have a few testimonials of people that I did speak to last year. Joni, I think one of the most important things that she said was, I use the program for groceries, prescriptions, and sometimes doctor appointments. So it's just one example of somebody who uses this program. Judy was also incredibly sweet. Now, keep in mind, both of these women are in their 80s. So Judy, she mentioned that being by yourself, you get lonely, and this program helps a lot with communicating with new people. The fact that she even said that it's lonely was a lot to me. It kind of hit hard for me. I truly hope that I have something like this in Richmond when I'm of age. I do think it's very important for them. So I just wanted to share with you some pictures of our seniors to kind of give you a visual idea of who we're dealing with. They're very sweet people. They're just great people, and I just want to help them the best way I can. So that's conclusion to this. If you guys have any questions.
Okay, questions? I see a dramatic increase from your ask this year in comparison to last year. And so, from 50,000 to 60,700. So, tell me why the increase?
Well, we never know what the final bottom line is going to be.
Okay.
And in our case, we've run so many consecutive years of deficits between 30 and 40,000 a year. I have to be honest with you, my board of trustees is at the point where they don't think they can't fund the deficit anymore. They just don't have the money. And so we've got to ask for more for that reason. Does that answer for you?
I asked a question, you gave me the answer.
Okay.
So, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I would just like to add, I'm sorry.
No,
We have another member here. I'm Paul, but Gloria Kraft is back here. She's been very active with our program, not only as a passenger, but she's a professional grant writer. And so she's helping us expand our horizons. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I saw in your picture that you have cars. Do you use some of the cars at the trip?
We do, so if there's only one rider, we're not taking the bus, because obviously that's gonna be more.
Expensive.
Yeah, exactly. So if it's one rider and they just need to go to the doctor or pick up a prescription or whatever the reason is, we will use the best car on gas, for sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
We use Gary Lang's car the most because he takes care of all the maintenance and
Right.
other than fuel, he changes the oil and does everything
Right.
for us.
He's very generous.
Yeah.
Very nice.
What are the other two, so the bus obviously for big trips and the Gary Lane car because they do the maintenance. What are the other two cars used for?
Well, we have two drivers and a substitute, and depending on the load and whether a vehicle is out for service or not, we could have three of them on the road. Two is quite common, and like Kara said, we would not drive the bus unless we had enough to justify that. So it'll wait for those days. But the other two vehicles are going busy big time on the daily schedule, driving, and it takes a driver for each car.
Yeah. So yeah, because do you have a breakdown for your units? How many of these units are like your big trips where lots of people are getting on the bus versus the single trips, single rider trips?
I don't believe we answered that. That's a good question. I would think our single trips are more frequent, but that our group trips take more people.
Right, yeah.
So you have $1,200 down for other in your income. Is that for donations?
We have had donations, and so we put that down as
Okay.
a projection.
I'll be honest with you, not many people know this, but I get a small salary for being a trustee. It's very small, but I donated 100% back to this program specifically because my heart is truly with it. I'm nowhere near the age of ever riding this bus at this point, but I do find it very important.
So what is your donation request?
So my salary being a trustee is $100 every month. I donate, it's about $90, so the rest is gonna go to taxes, but I
No.
donate 100%.
My question is, when someone takes a ride, what is the suggested donation?
We have, there's a $3 charge. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
what's the best for
well,
some-
I read the narrative, maybe I misread it, that it's a donation-based program. Am I correct? You're not asking for...
What we do is all of our riders know that when they get on, there's a little manila envelope that the driver has. They
Right.
take that themselves. They give it back at the end. It could be empty. It could have $3. It could have 50 cents.
I know, but do you ask for a
That's
set?
they don't
Is it a
ask for a
tip to
set
your
amount.
driver, or do you
That's
take
how
it into
they
your
ask
program?
for donations.
Oh, I see, you don't ask for a suggested...
You don't suggest the amount that a ride would cost.
We do.
You just leave it up to the,
We tell them $3. We ask if that's, but we don't check. I mean.
I know,
They
so
give them
that's your
$3.
suggested ask. See? Okay, that's all I need to know. Well, I mean, it's just like, congregate meals and home delivered meals, they're not permitted in that program to ask for a donation, it's all suggested donation. So I was just getting back to the $1,200, that's what that's what the amount is all about.
Well, the $1,200 line is the donations like Carol mentioned, and also we receive from service clubs in the communities.
Okay.
It's hard to estimate what they do.
Well, the problem is, it looks like most of this $200 would be Kara's salary.
right.
Yeah.
So, are you accounting for in the sheet how much money you've gotten from bus donations and from people other than Kara?
Yes, it's all broken down in our financial reports.
So Kara's the primary, is funding about 90% of your donations.
hers, that's what she.
No, Carrie just said, her take home is about $90 a month. Yeah, so 90 times 12 is real close to $1,200.
Well, exactly.
It's $840,
I believe when we answered that
Yeah.
line item, and we were thinking of outside donations, and her salary or her contribution goes just directly into the operating fund.
Oh, but that's not what she said, right?
Yeah, her salary goes to the operation of the senior transportation
It
program.
goes to this program.
But that line item, when we saw it, we thought, oh, okay, what donations do we get? And so we were thinking like Rotary and Lions.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how much, they wanted us to almost fully fund the program, and I'm just wondering how much, it doesn't seem like you've accounted properly for how much other entities are donating.
Right. Because
At
the
all, yeah.
1,200 is Lions Club and Kiwanis up there too, correct?
Well, no, we don't have a Kiwanis.
Not anymore?
No.
Okay. There used to be JC's?
No, JC's, we've had mostly been Richmond Rotary Club, and then there's been donations that come in from Fox Lake, interestingly enough, because we rarely go over there, but it happened.
So are you asking, following up on what Teresa is saying, are you asking for us to fully fund your program?
The request we put in there was for the full funds.
To fund the transportation program completely? Okay, I think that's something that we should all know.
Yep.
Any other questions?
What are you doing to raise more funds within your community? Or even looking outside of your community to help with this?
You know, the smallness of our community, it's been a hard question. That's an interesting question, and it's been on our list every year. How do we expand this? How do we, because we certainly wouldn't discourage donations, and thinking of the good that we do was, you know, we thought, well, even families might appreciate the fact that their grandmother or their parent takes advantage of this, that we would get donations. But it's not happening.
We have considered going to the local corporations in our community just to see if they would be willing to donate as well. I mean, anything to keep the program running, because at this point, it's very hard to run a program.
Okay, so as a township, are they going to be helping with the funding of this invaluable program?
We will have township support. I needed that commitment from them before we would come here and go through this with you. So they're behind our program. And like with the grant, we go year by year with their approval for inclusion in our budget.
So what is that? I'm really trying to pin you down here.
Okay.
So what does that support mean from the township?
The township will, in township finance, you have fund balance. At the end of the year, that carries over and it becomes a starting number. Their thing is they'll contribute out of that fund balance to help us operate with finances this year. So, like I mentioned before, we've been going down $30,000 to $40,000, and they're at a point where they're running out of extra money. And they too are looking at options to help. They see this as a very important program, but they can't risk running out of money and not being able to fund projects that they have to take care of.
So do they have an estimated number of what they could help you with financially with their fund balance?
Well, when we make a budget up for the township, we embed all of the true costs. That's how we came up with that $60,700. That's in their budget. So they know that that is what we expect it's going to cost. The unknown to us is how much will this committee support us?
Okay.
So they view it kind of the same way. You're wondering how much they support it, and they're viewing it like, how much will you guys support us? Will you help us make this more workable? That's really where they're at with it. It's a partnership.
Well, you're very experienced putting budgets together.
Yeah.
And many of us around the table are, right? So it seems to me there should be like some kind of ballpark figure of how much money they're willing to contribute towards the transportation program. They must, I mean, is it 10,000 or is it?
Oh, no, when they approved the budget, they committed to supporting $60,700. That their budget has been approved at the end of March, early April. So they're knowing they're going into this year that full commitment is on their shoulders.
Okay.
And we're here to ask your help.
So are we the icing on the cake here?
No, because we run deficits every year. We're running deficits between $30,000 and $40,000 a year for this program. And that runs the township's fund balances down, its fund balance.
Okay.
It isn't like our whole budget for the township, Richmond Township, is only $283,000.
Okay.
So this is a big piece of it.
So it's very confusing to us, because you said they're not going to be able to give any more money for the transportation program because they've been running at a deficit and they can't afford to do that anymore. So then you said that your program, they would only guarantee whatever's left at the bottom of the pot at the end of the year.
Well.
And then you just now said that they put the $60,000 and change and approved the budget for $60,000 for the program.
Right.
So they've already committed to $60,000. So whatever we give you, they'll make up the difference up to that $60,000?
That's right.
Okay. Is that clear?
Yeah.
It's clear.
So Mary,
It's clear.
I have a comment on what you just said. So if we gave them $20,000 like they got last year, they would make up the rest of the money.
They would make up the rest of the money. But we all need to be clear about this.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Any more questions?
I think she might have something. You want to say something more?
No, I'm just thankful I'm here today and that you guys are listening. And these are good
Okay.
questions, so.
All right.
Do
Any other
appreciate it.
questions?
Thank you.
We thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your good work.
Thank you.
Need for one rider, they should just give them Uber money.
Home with the Sparrow.
This bothers me. There's no reason why they can't do it, fire donation, of $1 or whatever.
I have it, it's just not projected.
I wasn't serious. Yes, I just said that. It
I know, I
was
thought we were going the
exactly
same
like
route. I'm like,
that.
no. Danielle's like, Krista hasn't gone to a fight yet today. I know, I was like, it's going good. I was like, oh, here we go.
I understood what you meant.
Yes.
Did you understand what you thought?
Yeah.
They just need a better communicator.
Okay, Home with the Sparrow. You have PowerPoint.
Yes,
Good.
we do.
Hi, Liz. Hi.
We do. I think we can start without it as it kind of, as the technology situation.
I got it here on my phone.
Yes, I was gonna say that you're having it on your cell phone at least.
Yeah,
Just
it went to
cast
sleep
it.
on us and we put it back on and maybe it's not reading us.
We'll give you the same benefit as we gave an earlier presenter who had the same issue. Just don't oversell it because he did. He pulled it.
And then it came up and he's like, darn it.
No, I won't oversell it.
So, should we tell you who we are?
Do you know who we are?
Yes.
We could do introductions. I mean, you've been sitting out in the back while we were introducing ourselves. Do we need to redo that?
I think we're good.
Are you good? Okay.
Yeah, familiar faces, so that's always good to see.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Liz Place, I'm Vice President of Program Services at Home of the Sparrow.
And I'm Kristen Miller, and I'm our grant manager at Home of the Sparrow.
So, we have been able to support seniors throughout our programs at the Sparrow. We have 10 separate programs for homeless individuals. And within that, we serve seniors in those particular programs. I think most of you are familiar with our transitional shelter. We have affordable housing. We have rapid rehousing programs. We just newly acquired a 2-unit duplex in Marengo that we're able to hopefully, well, we will be moving families into that regarding working through kind of the crisis that's going on in the county, not having enough affordable housing or resources to support these individuals. So you want to talk about that?
Yeah. So I think a lot of you are familiar with our ask and our program. We've come and been a part with the Senior Services Grant Commission for several years. We align well with the priorities of this commission and of these grant funds, primarily to prevent the unnecessary institutionalization of our elderly residents. Housing really is a key determinant of health and of longevity and well-being that people often don't think about. If anybody saw in 2020, Northwestern Medicine did a nice community health study that they released about McHenry County, where they were surveying residents of our county on a number of different factors, but one of the ones we found the most striking was they actually asked people who were homeless or housing insecure what their access to basic health care was, to flu vaccinations, to wellness visits, to dental appointments. Obviously they're lacking housing. What they found is that individuals in that population are also statistically much less likely to be receiving basic preventative care, basic vaccination, all these things that are going to contribute to the longevity of your life and your well-being. So at Home of the Sparrow, we really feel that providing that housing component also then extends to improving those longer-term health outcomes. Obviously, we also do tie in a little bit to the transportation priority of this commission. We provide transportation from the shelter to any of our residents who don't have driver's licenses, who need to get to appointments, job interviews, shopping for groceries, basic things like that. We also do assist with helping our clients who want to get a driver's license and are eligible to do so, helping them get through that process. That's a big part of our case manager's job as well. And we see that on occasion with our over 50 population. Going, Liz?
Yeah, so we've really, the agency as a whole and our seniors have been impacted by COVID, as everybody in this room has. But we're necessarily seeing it pretty much with our seniors too. Just being able to, just the social isolation, being, for a while we were doing remote home visits, and sometimes with all of our clients, right, they really enjoy that face-to-face contact, and specifically for our seniors. So that's been a huge impact in terms of just trying to keep staff safe, keep them healthy, just making sure that we work through some of those barriers with them. So,
and just to jump off what Liz was saying, I mean, the crisis that we're facing really as a county and as a nation as a whole, as we're coming out of COVID, we're kind of dealing in the human services world with what I've kind of been calling the aftershocks of COVID. So COVID was kind of the earthquake, now we're dealing with these aftershocks. One of those being obviously, as Liz mentioned, the lack of affordable housing. I mean, if we've all been on Zillow or Realtor.com recently, you've seen what home prices are. Rental prices are even higher. We have landlords that are unfortunately taking great advantage of the fact that eviction moratoriums have stopped, that they can get a lot more for their housing with the demand in the market. They are jacking up rents on residents at an alarming rate to the point that it's becoming unaffordable for a lot of people. We were a key partner in the McEurope, or the Emergency Utility and Rental Assistance Program. We were one of the first nonprofits to jump in with the county to help administer that program. Those funds, unfortunately, went very quickly as a lot of people needed assistance during the pandemic, and so now we are kind of dealing with the case management afterwards of helping people who now are facing, you know, losing that rental assistance, losing that utility assistance. What do they do now? You know, do they have jobs in place? Are they in a home that's affordable to them? One of the statistics I found really alarming as I was preparing for our presentation today is that nationally, they're expecting that senior or age 50 and over homelessness is going to triple by 2030, which is 8 years from now. I mean, that's insane. And here we're seeing that, we'll talk a little bit about our statistics and what we've done with your funds in the past and what we're continuing to do with them. But those trends are absolutely being reflected in the population that we're serving here at Home of the Sparrow.
One of the challenges, or all of the challenges we're looking at, is low income. Some of them are on fixed incomes, and just as an example, we have a client living in our affordable unit. Her Social Security check is $677. She had a grandson that was living with her that she had custody of that was working, and he unfortunately died from COVID. And so not only was there that traumatic, you know, losing a grandson, but she also lost his contributions to help her. She is in our affordable unit, but it's still, she can't afford it. And so we're working with her on trying to, you know, go into senior assisted, subsidized senior buildings. A little resistant because she doesn't want to move from an independent to kind of in that situation. So I think that's some of the biggest barriers that we're seeing is really their income. We're seeing a lot of health issues. We've had several clients that have had cancer, and their ability to kind of work around that has been very difficult. You can't work, right? So those pieces have been really hard.
So I think I'm just going to jump a little bit into, yeah, we've got 5 minutes, so we're going to jump into it. We have not increased our ask from the last couple of years. We're still asking for the $50,000 to support our case management, specifically targeting our senior over 50 population. Just to give you a sense of what that need looks like for us, in fiscal year 2021, county year fiscal 2021, which has ended, we served 39 unduplicated seniors through all of our programs, which I will jump ahead. Excuse me as I go very quickly here.
See, it is good.
See? It's all right. 39 unduplicated seniors were served in county fiscal year 2021, which resulted in over 5,000 nights of safe shelter and housing provided, and that doesn't even include the seniors who came in for intake assessments or received outreach services where they weren't necessarily being housed with us. That was a 41% increase over the previous county fiscal year. I just put it in a red box down there. I just thought this was interesting. This also included 17 dependent children, which is an additional 4,900 nights of shelter. And 23% of our senior-headed households in county fiscal year came with dependent children. Grandchildren, adult children, we're seeing an increase in that as well. So just to make that point that the funding here obviously is benefiting the seniors, but there is that residual ripple benefit to all members of the household. Our case management outcomes for this year, we use the DLA 20, which is an evidence-based kind of industry best practice to measure client functionality and mental health stability. In county fiscal year 2021 of our seniors who we could measure here, we had a 73% of them increase their overall well-being during that time, 7% maintained, and we're at a pretty good level to start with, so they maintained that level. We did see a 20% of them decrease. It was still a pandemic-affected year. That's to be expected, and I can tell you that anecdotally looking at that data, a lot of those clients since county fiscal year 22 has ended are on the upswing as we continue to give targeted case management. Just to give you an idea of where we are at to date with your funding, we have 45 unduplicated senior serves, so already you can see that the need is up, and we still have 2 months to go. We're at 1,600 units available case management at the moment, and we gave you a duplicated count there of seniors who are accessing our programs across the board. You can see it's spread pretty wide, but the biggest ones there are going to be that rapid rehousing and affordable housing. That's really where the big need for this, for these populations are. What we're seeing, we kind of talked about this a little bit, the number of housing programs that are being accessed by seniors is going up with that lack of affordable housing we have here. We're seeing an increased need for supportive and rapid rehousing. We're hopeful that this duplex that Liz mentioned we just purchased in Marengo with actually Advanced McHenry County ARPA funds is actually going to allow us to hopefully serve some multi-generational families. It's nice and accessible. It's got bedrooms on one level, so it actually would be a great fit for a lot of our senior population. So we're hopeful that we can make that that program a little bit more accessible to this population as well, but our rapid rehousing and affordable housing still are there, and the increased barriers to independent living, as Liz mentioned. We talked a lot about the challenges we're facing here, the systemic changes, ageism still very much a thing, as Liz mentioned, people being on fixed incomes, difficulty obtaining Section 8, and all of that, and again, those kind of COVID aftershocks that we're seeing. For all populations, but they're especially hitting our seniors hard. You guys kind of know what we are tracking for the year, but just so you know, we do take our data quality very seriously at Home of the Sparrow, so here's a list of some of the things that we track. We are a diverse agency. We diversify our funding strategy. I think you'll see in the budget that the budget we presented to you, senior services, the request we're putting in accounts for about 4.6% of our estimated expenses for our senior program. Across the whole agency, it's 2.9%, so we layer this funding in every available resource we have. Volunteers, Sparrow's Nest revenues, we've finally been able to do our in-person fundraisers again, so those are going to be contributing as well, and our volunteer support. We're part of the McHenry County COC, so we are non-duplicative. We are making sure that we are coordinating with partners if there's ever an opportunity that we are not the best service partner for a client. We will make sure that they find the right service partner. So we are definitely collaborative in that way. So that's kind of us in a nutshell. We thank you for that, and we welcome any questions you have.
Well, just to end too, we just moved from pads into our shelter, a grandmother with 4 kids.
That's very nice.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, questions?
Teresa? Am I accurate, your primary focus is women, homeless women?
Women and children.
How do you deal with like couples?
So we do serve families with a male significant other, and so we work with them as a total. However, our main focus is women and children, but we are, especially during the pandemic, we saw that we were getting more female and male households with children in that. So we wouldn't necessarily, well, let me take that back. With Treasury, we have served single males, but that's kind of out of the norm.
That would be more referenced over to pad shelter and then their rapid rehousing programs, other housing programs in the county then for males.
Yep.
Yeah, and we actually, I can tell you that at least for this fiscal year, we've had at least two senior men, single men that we've served through outreach initiatives, and we've had at least one in our rapid rehousing that we did go ahead and serve with rapid rehousing funding. As Liz mentioned, our focus, just based on our mission statement, that's been here for 35 years, is women and their children. However, we are an agency that follows all HUD regulations, so HUD, Housing and Urban Development at the federal level, does require us to abide by housing first and equal access for our rapid rehousing, any programs that are funded by HUD, so our rapid rehousing programs, so we will abide by that. We just tend to not get, believe it or not, as many men or men with children that really fit what we do best as an agency, but in the instances that they have come to us, we have been serving them, and we've seen an increase in that this year. Yeah, thank you for that.
Have you seen an increase in the number of grandparents with custody of their kids coming in for services, or has that remained fairly static?
Fairly static.
Okay.
Yeah, fairly
Okay.
static.
Just wondered.
I just wanted to add something just for those of you, at AID, we work pretty closely with Home this Sparrow, and I really wanted to just make sure that when we come to voting, you guys are aware that I really commend them, because I always find that they're looking for alternative ways instead of just seeking funding from, different sources. Like, we have a partnership that instead of asking for funding for a position, they're like, hey, can you come on site, and so that we can build Medicaid, so that then they're not asking for grant services that could be utilized elsewhere. So I just really wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of that.
Yeah, our partnerships are amazing throughout the county. We can't do it alone, and we have some partners like that, and obviously you too, and other agencies. We participate in the COC, and so we're able to kind of problem solve and brainstorm around those issues. So.
Do you work with Turning Point?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes.
I figured you did.
Yep.
Yes, we actually, one of our HUD-funded rapid rehousing grants is actually a grant we took over from Turning Point at Turning Point's request, that specifically prioritizes individuals who are exiting their shelter services and need rapid rehousing. So we actually have a program kind of specially built for those individuals, and we work with them all the time.
And especially in our shelter, because our shelter is transitional, which means they have to come from an emergency shelter prior to coming to us. So Turning Point is one of our #1 referral base. Yes, absolutely.
Any other questions? We want to thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. We love talking about our programs, and so thank you.
Thank you all so much.
I know, twice in 1 week, that's a little stressful. All right, thanks so much.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. Village of Hebron.
No, I ate everything I wanted.
No.
You're so nice to me, thank you.
Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you for having us come back. My name is Mark Shepard. I used to sit on this board when it first started.
Yes, you
For
did.
years. A long time.
Are you wearing that shirt on purpose?
Actually, I found it in the closet. I thought this was pretty cool. It's got my little buses on my Hawaiian shirt here. But, yeah, I've been with the village board for almost 28 years. I was here when this first started for a few years. We've been applying for this grant since day one. It helps a lot of people in Hebron. We got a lot of larger group of people that can't drive anymore. So instead of having to rely on family and friends that don't live in town to help take them shopping, we actually stole this idea from Richmond back in the day. They had something similar going on in the township, so we stole it from them. But we work with all the Hebron school districts. We get a bus from them. They supply the driver. We have to work. Their insurance is a school bus, so we have to go a rider on that. But we pay them the gas to use the bus and the driver. We've been doing this since the very beginning of time. I think probably 12 years or more we've been doing this. We're here back here again, trying to see if we can get some money. Without this grant, we probably have to cut back or maybe totally eliminate this. I don't know how we do it, maybe just do it once a month or something. But it's important because these people, they live from week to week on what money they have for their groceries, their medical stuff, money they can have coming in. So this is a way to help them stay independent. They still have the ability to go shopping and get their stuff that they need. The bus has going from Hebron to Woodstock or to McHenry up to Lake Geneva. I don't remember how they decide that. They usually vote to see which town they want to go to. This way it's always been the past. The bus drivers let the seniors figure which way they want to go from week to week. But we're here hoping to get some more money, try to do this again. We figured between 8 to 20% was usually what the percentage was for the grant that we have. I think we figured it was 5%. we figured we could do 75, probably 80. We're not sure because the price of gas went up over the last year, as everybody probably knows. And you've got insurance that keeps going up. And we haven't voted on that yet either. We haven't gotten that thing from the school on that yet. I think that comes out later in the fall. And the wage for the bus driver. So everything we got are pretty good estimates of basically what it is. And of course, a year we service about 45 different people. I know we don't have all 45 at one time each time, but different ones. Some go every week, some just go once a month, depending on what they need. So I don't know, Catherine, anything else you might want to add?
Keeban's just a very small community. We have a Dollar General, but that's it. So for the seniors to get to their medication or anything, it's very crucial for them to have this service. Plus, it's a social setting for them where they can get out and talk to people and not have to be in their homes. It helps them maintain an independent lifestyle, which is huge as you get older. That's probably the biggest goal, is to remain in your home and be able to be independent. That's all I have. Our goal is to serve 75 clients this year, so we want to keep increasing that.
As we all get older, the age of seniors who are retiring, baby boomers are all starting to get. I'm part of that group. I'm a few years away from 65 myself, so. So it's a way to try to help keep them independent, which this whole idea was this set up this referendum back many years ago, trying to help the seniors in this county get for transportation and homes, so they help let's stay in their home and keep that way of life as long as we're here, as long as we can.
Mary?
So I have a question. Do you have your grant with you?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the person who originally wrote the grant's no longer with the village, so.
I did notice the name. I'm like, you're not Sue.
No, I'm not.
So
newly appointed.
Yeah.
So request amount there. Okay. So if you look at your staffing sheet,
Yes.
so it shows total project proposed salary and fringes, 7240.
Correct.
The next column, the senior services grant proposed salary in FICA says 4740.
Correct. We are only looking for funding for the bus driver portion of it, and the village would cover the
Okay,
other.
so then go to the next page,
Okay.
where your total senior services grant request is 9540.
Oh, yes, I did see that in here. So you're asking, why are we asking?
For the total, well, you're asking for 7040. None of these numbers gel together.
Oh, they don't match.
Is where I'm kind of going to. So if you're just asking for salary and fringe for the driver.
Well, it'd be salary, fringe, and then the difference would be for mileage, up to the 70/40. And then
Okay.
if there's expenses after that, then that's when the village would come in.
So you see this, I'm gonna pull it out so you can see. So you look at, put the pages
I
next
saw
to
that
each
one. I'm
other.
trying to find that.
So put that one next to this one.
Doesn't match.
I can pull mine over if you want. And then on this sheet, here, I'm just gonna come.
Some of the.
Everybody's following me. So, okay, so here you say what you're asking for in staffing is for the
Right.
And here where it says, you got senior services grant request, 9540.
Okay.
But your grant is asking for
The 70/40.
7040. But then when you go here, now you're looking at this one, 4740, and now you come down to with your mileage to the
Right.
7040. So none of these say the same thing. All right, so that one does.
Here, but she's not
This one
showing
doesn't,
the.
because this is the senior services grant, so this should have said the
70/40.
70/40, right? Okay.
So we are only asking for $7,040, not the $9,500. I think that's.
So this one got filled out to the 70/40.
Right.
So if you go to this page, then it all equals. So we're just, we're a little confused.
Understandable.
This one looks okay, because that's there, but here,
That's on that.
yeah, so the second page.
So it's just not including.
Right, so when you're filling this one out, you should have,
Oh, I see. I actually
you
just,
should have
yeah.
put the
You don't have to, you don't have to
and
treasure,
then
the treasurer's money.
tab, this part here to come to here.
They might not to
Because
ask for
this
this.
looks like you're asking for.
Okay, that's what they might not to ask for.
Okay. 100%.
Got
Okay, okay. So if you look at this sheet, it's
I
right.
would also say, the spreadsheet that we receive for us to look at
Is correct.
is a different number.
I'm sorry.
For the requested amount, here, I'll put that up to you.
I have this one. I mean, this right here, that matches.
I know, but
They have like a spreadsheet that's got the range.
I know, but that's not what's in their grant application.
Well, it is in a couple different places, Paula, that's the problem.
Right, we just have to pick which one to look, to do.
I'm confused too. Okay. So here's what we have here, and then you have a different number.
Yeah, I found that.
You have a different number in the.
They're at 9,070. Yeah, we're asking for the 7.
So this sheet, Paul,
Not including
show her
the
this sheet.
treasurer's salary, which was the 2,000.
It's the third page.
This one is wrong. They have a typo on there, but they are asking it back.
This is the, yeah.
What town
This
are
is
you
the one
from?
we're asking.
Okay, I live in Hebrew.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Is that the wrong number?
That is the wrong one.
So this is the correct.
But I'm,
Yes.
I know what's going
No,
on.
it's
So
confusing.
it's not weird anymore.
Yeah, when you always get on the spot when somebody is.
Oh, okay.
somebody else.
Okay, so they're-
It's like one of these ones.
I think they just didn't understand that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's get clarification on your number on your budget sheet, so we can all hear the same thing. And clarify that the $7,040 is your request, and on your one page that you had for 9,000 some odd dollars is incorrect, it was a typo.
That is correct. We're asking for 7,040 and the 9,540 is a typo.
Okay,
But on our sheet, it is correct.
On your
Correct.
sheet.
Yes.
right,
On our-
that one
Yeah.
on your
That matches-
spreadsheet is
yeah.
correct.
That matches the narrative that they
Yeah,
put
it
in.
face- But you know, on
I know, in the, yeah.
the text is different.
Yep.
So thank you for clarifying that. Are there any questions you may have about the transportation program?
So I'll ask a similar question that I asked the last transportation program. How much of this is being funded by Hebron?
About 25%.
Make up the difference.
And is there any requested donations from the riders?
We never asked for that, the driver, from the people, because usually they're on fixed incomes.
Okay.
It was Frank Beatty's idea back in the day that the village is this way of giving back to them.
Okay.
Helping them out and stuff. We have other programs in town, like they have a meet and greet. They used to have the Salvation Army come do Meals on Wheels. Now that's brought separately, so thing from the city.
Right, it is, yeah.
We try to do whatever we can to help seniors in the community. This is the big thing that's really helped them over the years. We always had a lot of good positive feedback from it. Seniors always like the drivers. Drivers a lot of times help take the groceries right up to the door and help them out of the bus because a lot of them have canes and different things. But
Is this door-to-door service or is this, it is
they
door-to-door?
go around and pick them up. They got
Okay.
a call at the, I think the school, I think they got a special number. They called to let the driver know they should pick up, or they had a checklist or something. We've changed it a couple times over the years since I've been involved with it.
Okay.
But yeah, they've been happy with it. It's helping out these people, so.
And are you paying to rent the buses, or is the school giving you the buses to use,
Yeah,
and you just pay for
I think it's figured into the wage we pay for the driver. I think they have, I don't have the sheet from front of me on that. I'm not even sure which driver's driving anymore on that. I was gonna try to call the school and try to get that, but I didn't have it before.
So this is to compensate for the cost of the driver and the gas, and so the buses are, the district is allowing you to use them, you're just paying that extra
Yeah, they
insurance.
send us a
to-
bill each month, and we pay off bill, and then we submit panels to you guys too. So we meet our grant total.
Okay.
So I have a stupid question. Donations, maybe you already said that and I didn't hear it.
No, we just never asked for donations. We just thought because on their fixed incomes, they gotta pay taxes to stay in their homes and stuff. We decided we would just try to do whatever we can not to charge. Well, all they had to do is just live in the village. That was the only request we had, to live in the village, to take use the service.
I'm gonna give you some feedback.
Okay.
None of my business about how you manage your program. But, I think that people need to have an option to make a donation because then they feel vested in what you do. It provides value to the important programming that you have, the transportation program, and they need to have that option to say donations are are accepted, because other transportation programs, they do offer that opportunity for people to make donations for their transportation program. And I think that would be very helpful to how you do your good work.
Do you have any requirements on that? Like how you
There are
set
no
that?
requirements on that. I can tell you that some senior programs that are funded through the Older American Act, that like congregate meals, home delivered meals, respite care, all of that is all donation based because they're prohibited based on the funding restrictions to mandate funding. I mean, mandate donations, but they do offer an opportunity for seniors to make a donation for their congregate meals, home delivered meals, all of the other kind of chore services, friendly visiting, whatever. And other transportation programs do offer that opportunity for seniors to make a donation, and it provides people, when they feel like they can give something, it gives value to how you do your good work.
Like Richmond does an envelope, and they take the envelope and it's suggested $3, and they said sometimes it'll be 0, sometimes it'll be 50 cents, but
it helps.
It just makes them feel like they're not taking charity.
Yes.
So, but I also would check with any of your service organizations too, if they can help offset some costs for you too.
There must be something to Richmond, because we stole this idea from Richmond when it came up, but they didn't have any, I don't remember them having anything like that, but I don't have a problem with giving a donation box and asking.
Yeah, or even having envelopes, the little envelopes that are stamped and say donation envelope or something.
Can I ask a question?
I think.
I don't know. You're,
No,
whoever's
I
next.
just said
Kay
every
was
little
first.
Tina Gallery.
I'm sorry, I just saw
You
the
got your
hands
hand
go
up.
up
I know
while you
it,
were
I know
looking.
it.
Kay.
I had it right at the apple, so I will.
Kay, then
Rhonda
Teresa,
wanted
then
to go,
Rhonda.
but
Thank
I
you.
have a question.
I just had a question. Does Hebron have a difficulty with paying the difference? And it's so, you're asking us for 70/40, and the cost is gonna be about 9,500. Does Hebron have a difficulty in it? Do they?
We've had some problems with budgetary things here, where we had to scale back the amount of money that was going to the police department. Which is a whole other story, but we've cut back on that just so we can help make sure we can take care of the services. Like water and sewer, the streets, everything's falling apart there, like most towns. It's not too, everything's getting old, so we've tried to move what infrastructure we can to keep things working, put Band-Aids on here and there to keep things going. And I don't want to try to go back and try to ask for too much, or we'd have to maybe cut back the amount of trips that we take.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying.
I don't want to change because they're used to having this, and it's something I don't want to lose. We don't have any other busing up there unless they call family service. I think they run up to help take them to the doctor. I've seen that bus up there a few times for that, but that's just for like medical things as far as I know. But,
Okay.
yeah, we're really hoping to keep this rolling as best we can.
I'm confused by them.
Who's next?
Teresa.
Just
Teresa.
clarifying, so this is a once a week bus trip? is it also you can call, or is it just, and it's like a group activity could go?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple times where the grandkids have come to help with the shopping or whatever, but mainly for the seniors.
But I was trying to, I was in my head thinking, oh, you drive around, you pick up whatever senior wants to go on this trip this week.
Yeah.
And that made me wonder if the number that the former grant writer put in was inaccurate about how many rides are actually being given. So they say only your form says 170. I was like, oh, that's like 3 people a week. And I was wondering, is it really like 3 people a week, or is it more than that?
It's up and down. I know I didn't go on the bus, but I was there one time and stopped by, and they had a couple of years. It was right before COVID, actually.
Yeah.
They already had like 8 people, and they still have to pick up a few more. But it was near Christmas time. I don't know.
Right.
What time of year makes a difference.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if maybe your numbers are actually bigger than what you're showing here. Yes.
I don't know that they have a sign-in sheet. I was hoping to ask the driver that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if they do that. I think when Sue Ritzer did this many years ago, I think she had a sign-in sheet, but I don't know if they still do, because we had a couple different bus drivers since then. I'd have to get more information on that, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't have a good answer.
Well, maybe, Mark, that might be also then maybe having another conversation with Richmond or even McHenry on how they're tracking their riders and stuff, so you can get a better idea of actual numbers of riders and stuff.
Yeah.
Because right now you can't tell us, right?
No.
It's up and down, I don't know.
Yeah.
I was hoping.
So, from a grant-making perspective, I'm giving you more advice.
She's just full of it today.
I'm full of it today. I think, no, I used to teach grant writing, so give
Right,
me
we're
some
just
credit.
keeping track of our time.
But I know, but this is problematic here, because we all review the grant application and we look at the units and trips and all this stuff, and it would strengthen your application if you could empirically tell us, you know, whether it's round trips or what is a unit of service, because that's what we look at in these applications.
So, I mean, if this is accurate, the unit of service would be, if one person one way would be 1 unit.
Well, that's how you would define it, right? You could define it any which way you want. And we need, in the future, some information of that nature.
Absolutely.
Okay, and my co-chair here is about time, and she's right. So is there another question?
Rhonda, yeah.
I'm confused by something. Just clarify it before we have to meet later and vote, okay? Are you totally independent of Hebron's budget? Meaning, are you built into their budget, the municipal budget?
Yes, we have grants for different things. We got a police grant that we got lumped in there with line items for each department. I believe this is on the general fund where this one comes out of. But we have a part there for grants. We just titled it grants. We didn't call it, I don't think it's bus grant, it just said grants in there. We got each year we vote on that. Then the appropriation budgets, which we have to file with the county every year, which we've already done this year too.
Well, I'm on our village board, so I understand all that, and that's why I'm confused by something from you guys, okay? You asked for a treasurer's salary, if this is accurate, $2,500 a year. If you're really part of Hebron's municipal budget, why is their treasurer not covering this so you save 25 grand?
You know, I saw that line item today, and I'm not sure where that come from, and the person that put this.
That's like a bonus for that treasurer who's already drawing an income.
Well, yeah, and the amount of time she puts in for writing the grants.
Right, I think that's what it is.
That's part of the job description.
But Rhonda, the treasurer isn't part of the senior services grant request.
It says it right here.
No, look to the next column where it says senior SSGC request is only the 4,000.
Okay.
So then when you go back to this page here, so it's.
I don't know why it was there to begin with then.
Well, because it was the total project salaries and then the senior services request. It's what we were asking about at the beginning.
I think that's part of, whether she figured it's time that she put into doing the grant and coming here, being on the clock.
Yeah, the treasurer is not part of our request, your request for
No,
this.
she's not giving.
Not to cover
no.
that.
Okay.
No, that's,
So next
I
year,
thought it was- I
when
thought-
you're back, clarify it.
yeah, I thought that was worded strange, because I don't remember ever doing it like
Yeah,
that.
that was part of
years ago when I
the
used
questions that we had at the beginning with the confusion
And
with the
there was,
three
some
reports.
different numbers in there.
Okay, doke.
Okay. Any other questions? We thank you for your time. Oh, did you have a question, Dan? Okay. Sometimes you're over to mine.
I
I
know.
may not see you. Okay.
You have to be more
Like this.
grand.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, you guys.
You do important work up there.
Mark, it's nice to see you somewhere other than the DMV.
Thank you.
I love that shirt.
Thank you.
Me too.
Bye-bye.
So, next up is Elder Works. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing Elderworks to present today. Several of you know Elderworks, several of you do not. And I don't want to waste anyone's time today, so if you want me to explain Elderworks, I'll do it in 2 quick slides. I am going to put my phone in here because I am so passionate about what I do, I lose track of time, and I know I have 10
Oh,
minutes.
she's gonna remind you.
And
not
I'm
even
going to,
worry
I know,
about
but
it.
she's on this side of me and everybody else is like, I'm gonna miss it. That's so it's up to you guys. I respectfully ask the commission, do you want me to
So
explain?
who are you? Can you introduce
So,
yourself?
I will do that. My name is Dina. I am a lifetime McHenry County resident. I got my sing name when I was 16 and grew up on a farm. So I've been caring for humans and animals my entire life, and I'm quite passionate about it. So I apologize if I get distracted during my conversation.
And you were here in July, correct?
Yeah, you were here for
Okay.
the LOI.
I was here for the LOI, and I hope I took the information correctly and have produced it for you today. Briefly, Elderworks is a nonprofit, or we wouldn't be in front of you today, and our population we serve are seniors. We do advocacy, we do coordination, and we do education. And we've been around for 12 years, or 10 years, excuse me. I have put up, because you wanted numbers, I put up 2021 numbers for you. Please note, McHenry County is in the brackets. So we, in 2021, had case management over 500 cases in McHenry County. And 220 of those were low income. I'm going to flip slides, and I apologize because I want to keep everybody, I want to respect everybody's time. This talks a little bit about our education that we do, and while it is not part of the ask, it does go into our aging counseling that we do, and why we educate, and part of our senior social services and case management. When you're able to teach a senior how to do something in their home, or about a technique to communicate with their loved one who has dementia, they're able to stay in that environment longer. Stats so far this year, as you've heard from every well-deserving organization that has been in front of you today, and McHenry County has so many resources, the needs have gone up. Our calls are above what we did last year by over, within the state, by over 10%. When we look at just the cases within McHenry County, and I apologize, I've been so afraid of this clicker that I haven't been following on my own notes. When we look in McHenry County, the cases since January are above 380 cases. And the the goal for the program in McHenry County is to keep everyone at home, and less than 12 people have been moved from their home this year, and if they've been moved from their home, they've been moved into a affordable housing option or supported living within the county to meet their needs. And several of them actually have moved into the family member's home, or the family member has now taken over that home. Now, those numbers do not reflect the people who call for resources that we do just very quick connections with, whether it is to senior services, whether it's to Senior Volunteer Care Network, whether it is to a senior service, a senior center, or to a food pantry. And that is education so far this year. I put numbers together because that was my understanding, so I have a lot there. There was a question in regards to whether ElderWorks duplicated services. And so before we even get there, and I use it in my 10 minutes, so we can keep the questions for you guys. We're a connector. Now, we do serve outside of McHenry County, but we're a connector in McHenry County, and we see seniors all the time that are needing resources. When we look at McHenry County, please do not think these are all the resources. These were the ones that were on the forefront of my mind because within the last 21 days, we had interactions or referrals from them as well as to those organizations. And earlier it was brought up about the McHenry County Sheriff's Social Work Team and being able to present. Since we presented with the organization, we've had 20 cases in less than 40 days. And that just speaks to the need in McHenry County. It isn't that we duplicate what someone does, we help connect. And this county is blessed with many organizations, but we're a connector as well as the age counseling we provide. And age counseling helps keep them at home. How can we do that? Utilizing the resources that we have, teaching them things or getting them to support groups, as well as to many of the organizations you see here. This is probably the most impactful slide. The other individual things that we have done, this is our Hidden Heroes Week, and of that 6,200, over half of them were out of McHenry County. NAMI of McHenry County, we're doing presentations with them and have been looking at a way and going to partner with them in regards to senior mental health, because it is an ever-increasing issue. These numbers at the top of this will just repeat what organizations have said today for McHenry County, the need and the low income numbers increasing. We're at 575 low income cases in just the 8 months of the year, and they are incredibly getting worse. You would ask a couple of organizations what they see in the future, and truly the next 5 to 10 years you're going to see a bigger problem. We're helping families on a regular basis where it isn't just 2 generations in a home, we're seeing 3, and making sure they have what they need. We've been working and trying to educate, because we're seeing unfortunately adult children who want to control mom and dads funds and what they do, and we're helping those seniors get those voices.
So I have a question. 575 plus low-income seniors assisted in the first 8 months of 2022. Assisted in what?
So that is finding resources. It could be low or no income. So it could be someone who is homeless. It could be somebody who has no food resource.
Okay.
It could be connecting them with programs to put them, you know.
So information and referrals. So they
It's
call.
information and age counseling.
Well, but
and
still
better
it's
aging.
referral because you're referring them to other agencies in the county that are actually providing the information on keeping them in their home with other housing, with their housing
in some
options
cases,
and.
yes. Other cases, we have several cases that we have, actually more than several, but that we're working with long-term, that are, this is where they are and this is the resource they're ready to accept. And they may not want that resource. It
Right,
was
but
mentioned.
it's still information and referral. You're still referring to
And
agencies
we're
that are
continu-
providing.
We're continuing that follow-up and working with those individuals. So in
Okay.
McHenry County right now, there are 40 seniors that are being followed up on and have been, because we're following up after referral and then going on to the next piece.
Okay.
If they need.
So
Go ahead.
I'm gonna follow up with
Mary.
I think her name is Mary.
It's been a
We
long
had
day.
this conversation when you came before us at the LOI about how do you differentiate yourself from senior services associates because they are the hub in our county for senior programming, and how do you differentiate yourself from what they're doing for information referral based on the numbers that you presented? What's the difference between what you're doing and what Senior Services Associates is
I
doing?
think it's definitely more individualized. I will tell you, and each organization, and my timer is off, so I know I'm done presenting, so I'm done with that piece.
How is it individualized?
In a lot of ways, it is the same, but it is different. It is individual. It is spending, we're spending, I have cases that we've spent 25 to 30 hours with. And when you have organizations that are out there, organizations that have presented today, where
Right.
they can do an hour, they can do 2 hours, there are these seniors that need longer term. And I don't want to use the hand-holding as a term, but it's a visual that needs more time to get through, because either they don't understand the resources.
But I want to say that I've worked in the aging field for a very long time before I was promoted chairing this committee. And I'm very familiar with the CCP program and all these other things that I used to do in my other life. And it's hard for me to understand what you're saying to me. And that is, when a person calls, like Senior Services Associates of McHenry County, there is an intake assessment by an individual, and it's that assessment, that individual is being case managed. It is. And to say that other organizations are not providing that long-term ongoing relationship with the client, I don't understand that part. And secondly, no, I'm not done. And for, I don't know, I understand that you work collaboratively with the other stakeholders that you've listed before us, but I don't know how you have differentiated yourself in comparison to other entities that we work with in the county. So that being said.
So my question, can I ask a question back?
Oh, absolutely.
So is your question more to the fact that you feel that ElderWorks is a duplicative service within the county, or it doesn't hold a value?
I'm not saying it does not
I want to ask, I just wanted to ask the question because I want to answer it appropriately.
All right. I cannot answer on behalf of everybody else, but Paula Jensen, Dr. Paula Jensen says it's duplicative. I see it duplicative because of that hub that Senior Services Associates is providing with that intake that goes to that central area for clients. I can't speak on behalf of everybody else.
Can I respond to that quickly? We refer to senior services because individuals call us. So while senior services may be, I think the visual earlier today was it's a wheel and there are spokes in the wheel.
That's right.
There are still individuals that don't go there first. That differentiates it.
Okay.
There are still individuals that are in healthcare that don't go there first. So we're still a connector piece. I don't see us in competition with them. I see us as a complementary with other organizations within McHenry County, if that answers your question.
Carol Louise, Suzanne, and then Teresa.
Well, I was supposed to be after you.
Are you supposed to be after me?
Yes.
Oh, well, go.
Oh. So, there's a question, I've been pulling this question all day, because I knew last time I met you, it felt like a similar conversation we're having right now. And I'm on the Senior Service Associates PowerPoint. They said that they referred to ElderWorks. So I'm wondering why do they refer clients to you? What is your service doing? The Senior Service Associate says we need to refer to ElderWorks instead.
Each case is different. Each senior is different.
Yeah.
We could take it to children, we can take, each person is different,
Yeah.
right? So you have some individuals that need a different personality, a different style for their need. Sometimes it's that. Sometimes it's the education piece, or I'd have to go back on every senior service referral, to be quite honest.
Right. Well, I'm just in general, because I feel like last when I met you, months ago, whatever that was, there was a similar tone to the meeting.
Yeah.
And so when they put that they refer to you, I was like, well, this is the time to ask you,
Well,
what is it that they're referring to you?
They will refer to us.
I understood it as partners.
No, I saw a referral. It said refers to, and then they listed a whole bunch of people they referred to, and ElderWorks was on that list of who they referred to.
So if I go back, if I go back this way?
Yeah.
Okay, if I go back to this.
Yeah.
The sheriff's police has, on a routine basis, been referring to us. The VAC refers to us on a regular basis. Senior Volunteer Care Network will refer to us on a regular basis. SOAR at Door, the senior center, just called me on 2 different cases that they needed resources on. And they wanted to know, one of them was about pet care. I have a senior at home who can't care for their pets, we don't want to surrender them. How can she either keep her pets, or what organization will do that? They called for that purpose. For Senior Services Associates, we refer for friendly home visits, just like we do for additional organizations. They may call us for, hey, we can't figure this particular thing out, and I can't pull the right example for you right now. This gives me knowledge. I will bring that for you, because I can tell you who's referred to us for what, potentially for that. A lot of times it's for housing. that we're getting calls on, and affordable housing right now is at a crisis point, and it tipping point, it's already tipped. It's going to get worse, so they will have those questions for us. It may be about a connection with a particular physician in the home to get somebody at home. I know we've had that from senior services.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's next? Carol, Louise, and then Suzanne, right? You're gonna ask? All right.
I just want to say that years ago, I met with Jennifer, their CEO, Jennifer Krause, CEO. And we referred cases, we worked closely with senior services always, but we referred some cases to them because families needed more hand-holding to get to the place they wanted to be. For instance, a family might start out looking for a nursing home, and they weren't sure what level of care they needed, where they needed to go, what places they needed, and so they would, elder care would hold their hand, give them all the choices, follow them through, get them, help them till they finally made placement. And senior services does a great job, you know, and they've always done a great job. But my feeling was these people had time to go just that little bit further.
Okay, thank you for that information, Carol Louise. Okay, Suzanne.
I didn't meet you in July when everybody else was. Do you have a copy of the grant in front of you by any chance?
I
And if not, Faith, what I'm looking at is the page 1, the budget. I have a real specific question that's got the whole, the total amount and the, otherwise I can.
She's got it right here, she's pointed up. You can ask your question though.
Okay. So I have a question. So on the top box, it gives your total revenue is $719,000, but then that's a discrepancy with your total revenue of $765,000 on the bottom. So I wanted to just ask what that was. The other piece, it's really unusual from my perspective, having been in the nonprofit world for a long time. Your budget, there's a little bit in terms of grants and a little bit in terms of donations, and then 75–80% of it is from other sources, your other revenue sources. Most nonprofits I'm familiar with are very heavy in the grants and individual donations, etc. What comprises that $600,000 of other money?
Okay. First, I can't tell you, Jennifer actually put the numbers in this, so I can't tell you the difference between it.
Got it.
I might just interject that I think the total revenue is a fillable field and that the rest might be a table with the math. So it could be just maybe some of the numbers didn't jive with the number at the top and it was typo versus a math ad. We can double check those while you guys talk.
That's great. The second part of your question though, you were asking, we try very hard to be diverse in our funding. We are a not-for-profit. So part of the way we generate revenue for our non-for-profit, it comes from some of our programs, not for our seniors, but we do continuing education for professionals, and there's a small fee for that, which comes into it. We do our annual directory, which we get ad space for, so there's somebody that pays to be in that. And that's a revenue generator, which helps us then produce that directory that goes out. Our Better Aging Expo, we just had, and we actually had it in Hoffman Estates this year. But once we put that on and with everything, we netted this year around $16,000 for that. And that's, we try to not be solely dependent on grants. Then we also, you said, we have our donations in a different format as well. I will tell you, part of our revenue also in there is a stipend that when we do place a senior with finances in a community, we have partners that do pay a small stipend. But as you see, less than 1% of all people that we've helped this year are actually getting placed for that. So we really do depend on, and I think I went past it, this is what we're working on for funding. You know, the grants, the donations, the fundraising, legacy giving, the in memory of, and then our continuing education events. We have a dementia conference that we've hosted in McHenry County 9 years, and we will be doing that in October. And that whole event it's for professionals, they'll have CEUs, but that whole event is, I mean, if it makes us $3,000, it makes us $3,000. But we try to do things so we're not solely dependent on grants. And there are so many organizations that you guys have to look at. I think Paula said it best. There are so many asks and you have such a small budget. You know, I
totally appreciate that. It's just that it's such an unusually high number.
It's
That's why it really
we're
just sort
trying
of.
really hard not to be solely dependent on grants.
So what do you charge for people, for organizations to have a table at your expo? You know?
If you'd asked me that like 45 minutes ago, I would have been able to give you that answer.
No, I'm just curious because
off
I'm
the
in
top
agreement.
off the top of my head, I don't want to go on record and be the wrong figure. The 375 maybe. But we also served over 600 seniors, and we gave breakfast and lunch that day on top of all of the education for them.
But
and then we actually had to rent the space.
I'm in agreement with Suzanne because in my experience working in the not-for-profit world, that is an unusually large number. And with that being said, you know, how does one generate that? Because you have your event and appeals, which is 30,000. Individual donations is about, I'm rounding it off, 8,265. Foundation support is 57,500. And that other number is a significant number. And so where is it coming from? Is it coming from at the expo, what you're charging for the participants, you know, to have a table, whatever, you know? And if you don't have that information, that's fine too.
I can't break down the figure of 614 that you were specifically asking on.
Okay.
But I can go back to what I stated. We have the directory ads, we have the stipends we get, and we have the continuing education as well as things like the better aging.
All right. Any other questions? Yes.
I did the math and the column adds to the 765, just to
Right.
confirm that. So I think because that top line, you can plop a number in there, the math isn't gonna lie in the table also. There's the difference in there, and it's about 45,414, I think it was.
Okay, but still, it's a large number. Would you agree?
I have no opinion on that, because I'm a staff member, I'm just
But
explaining that I looked at the math.
Good answer, Faith. That was that test.
Answer.
Yes.
Yes.
I just have questions.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, Dean, I just wanted to thank you for answering, these questions for us. One, I have, how many employees do you have working in
So there are 11 total employees.
11 employees.
There are 5 full-time, everybody else is part-time.
5 full-time, okay, all right. And Dina, just curious from my standpoint, I know Jennifer went out I think to the Carolinas, if I'm correct. Do you remember if that's where she did?
Yeah.
Was that about 4 or 5 months
weeks ago?
She built a house out there. I'm sure this has nothing to do with the grant.
Okay.
She built a house out there and she moved out there officially, I believe, in January of this year. And she's flying back every 6 weeks. She is on site every 6 weeks.
She's on site every 6 weeks, so she still has her fingers in it.
100%. And she was here for the expo. She'll be here for the dementia conference. She still has family in the area, so she's here quite often. And I pretty much don't go more than 72 hours without talking to her or a Zoom with her. She very much is still connected.
You're doing fine. I was just curious, but thank you so much, Dina.
And you know what? I just personally want to say thank you to all of you. I know my time is up. Thank you for everything. But thank you for listening and asking the questions, because the only way any of the non-for-profits or any of the senior resources in McHenry County can function is to be connected. And the more we all know about each other, the better we can serve our population. And that's the ultimate goal. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Okay, Harvard Community Center.
You came in with Sarah, I thought you were with Sarah.
We're
We came in the door together and I was like, oh, she's just support for Sarah.
We're support for each other. Right, I commend like they're staying together, right? I noticed. You've been here all day. Sarah's not leaving either.
Yeah, we just hold the quarter down. We learn all day. So I'm Linda Rohe. I'm the Executive Director for the Harvard Community Senior Center. I took over for Sharon Smith as of January, so haven't even hit my year yet. Well, I want to start by saying thank you. I know you guys have had a very long day. I'm wrapping it up with Marla today. The comprehensive services we provide continue to be critical to the seniors of 22 communities across the county to stay connected, get and stay healthier, improve food security, reduce depressive symptoms, and receive Medicare, Medicaid, low-income program screening, and enrollment assistance. And I gush about this, so I'm going to gush for a minute. This is a picture of a couple of our seniors out. You can't really see the raised bed garden, but we have 4 raised beds behind our senior center, and we had, I'm going to probably say it again a little bit later, but we had a master gardener volunteer this year, and her youngest son have come and cleaned out and planted the 4 beds, and the master gardener comes once or twice a week and spends time with our seniors, teaching them, harvesting, and just talking, and it is absolutely amazing, and the beds are so bountiful. It is unbelievable. So every time we open the door and go out back, it's so cool. So
I wish that were the case with my budget.
My garden is not like this at home, but to go here, if I could have I probably could have done about 10 more slides just of pictures of everything we harvest every or twice a week at least. And there's, if you think of a dish towel that you use in your kitchen, by the time we bring everything in and wash it and put it out to kind of dry, we have at least 3 or 4 dish towels that are covered with produce. So, and the participants are able to take what they want home, and then whatever is extra, we actually donate to the Harvard Food Pantry, because they don't have the Harvard Library Garden this year. So they're not getting the big bounty from the Harvard Garden, but they get a little bounty from our garden. So it's still wonderful, and like I said, I gush about it because it's just the coolest thing ever. And I'm going to say ladies because it's mostly ladies. We have a couple gentlemen drop in, but the ladies just love going out there, and it's just awesome. All right, done with gushing. So community is still our middle name.
Our senior center's hub is still in Harvard, and where we've successfully served seniors for 39 years now, and we serve all of McHenry County. Our mission and vision still stays the same. We provide evidence-based programs, services, and social activities at pleasant, safe, and welcoming gathering place or in the senior's home and other comfort settings. Our vision of being positive, healthful, and life-enhancing includes connections to community-based supports and partner programs to help older adults achieve their lifelong human potential. So in 2022, our facility reopened safely and successfully. We were so excited. We opened and had 2 people start coming in, and those 2 people kept coming in pretty faithfully, and then a couple more and a couple more. We have had English and Spanish people, or older adults come in, I should say, and we have started doing chair yoga. They do crafts together. They have started a book club. They have done the gardening, obviously, all together. They have started bringing in and doing lunches together with food from the garden. And they sit with the master gardener and talk about what they want to plant, a couple things for the fall, and they already have pulled her in for next year, which is awesome. We've partnered with Cycling Without Age to provide rides to our seniors in the community to decrease isolation and increase socialization. We were approached by Age Guide to be able to provide health promotion services, so this would be Matter of Balance classes. And we are currently providing one in Woodstock right now, and we're going to be providing another one in Harvard in the winter. Opening the doors has allowed us to serve seniors in person again and bringing people who have never been to the senior center in the doors to enjoy activities. These seniors too are not only enjoying the in-person activities, but they're also accessing our other programs. So they may be, so those seniors may be coming for chair yoga, staying for a craft, but they're also accessing our SHIP program, having questions about Medicare and Medicaid. They may be coming in for a crocheting group, but they have a question about their tablet program. It seems that all those seniors who are coming in have multiple needs, and we're between myself and our bilingual coordinator, we're trying to help address what we can, and if it's something that we can't address, we're referring to other partners within the community. I will briefly update you on our Cultivating Health Ministries program that began in 2020, and we've already been able to serve hundreds of low-income seniors and Latinx seniors throughout the county. We're also preparing another increase in our SHIP counseling sessions in the upcoming annual enrollment period that's just around the corner. And we've expanded the Seniors That Connect program to include support squads that the seniors have kind of called them in the county, and more tablets. I'll be real brief about our Cultivating Health Ministries program. We've just started our 3rd year, and we did receive from the Community Foundation for McHenry County, we received the 3rd year and final Transformational Grant Award. We have been able to serve over 530 individuals across the county in over 10 faith communities, which is amazing. We've been able to we've expanded our health screenings to include depression screenings, assistance with Medicare and Medicaid and medication costs, and inviting other agencies into our health screenings to increase awareness of services in the community, and holding mental health fairs to break the stigma, especially in the Latinx communities. So those health fairs, or those mental health fairs, have been presented in Spanish, which has been very beneficial. Through this unique approach, we've been able to reach many previously unserved older adults in the county. 80% of the 2022 Cultivating Health Ministry seniors have never received a service from a funded agency. And in 2023, hundreds more new and vulnerable seniors will be screened, enrolled, and assisted. Cultivating Health Ministries substantially has improved access in the Latinx community, leveraging the use of faith communities, as both seniors and Spanish-dominant individuals tend to view their faith communities as places of trust, comfort, and caring. These free screenings include A1C and cholesterol levels, BMI and blood pressure, as well as, like I had said, many mental health screenings, assessing needs for food assistance, or food insecurity, hearing loss, social isolation, and loneliness. And we are able to help them apply for SNAP benefits, reduced fee transportation programs, and so we're able to integrate these to our other programs to holistically serve seniors across the entire county. And if there is a service that we're not able to provide, we refer at that time, and then we try to close that referral loop when we go back to that screening, or we go back to that faith community within the next 3 months. Recognizing that daily monitoring is crucial when someone has high A1C or high blood pressure. Our funding also has been able to provide us with blood pressure machines, glucometers, and test strips, and allows us to take the time to train these individuals on how to monitor and train them how to use them all correctly to low-income seniors. This improves health outcomes individually while improving community health collectively. So then we have the Senior Health Insurance Program, which is also known as SHIP, and the SHIP sales all year long. The biggest time is during open enrollment, where we help everybody review their Part D plans, their Medicare Advantage plans, but it's not just open enrollment. Everybody gets to be, it's open enrollment, everybody becomes eligible for Medicare at different times. You just made the comment about it earlier today.
Yeah.
So our biggest time is October 15th through December 7th. And we're one of just a few SHIP sites in the area or in the county. This year, we're going to kick off open enrollment again with a senior seminar about what SHIP is and how we can help. But most of all, letting them know that they don't have to navigate it on their own. One of the biggest things that I kind of came to learn last year as my first year as a SHIP counselor was that the amount of people that don't understand what SHIP is, that they don't know what a SHIP counselor is and how that can help them. Even sitting down and talking with my own father, what would you do if you needed to change your insurance or have questions about your insurance plan, or you weren't happy with your insurance plan? Well, I just call on the back of the card. All they're going to offer you is what they have. So yeah, it's the education, getting the education out there. So in the last 9 months of SHIP service, we've increased our contacts with Medicare beneficiaries over 200%. So this has been we've credited this to the fact that we have had outreach through our CHM program also. We've been able to have visibility tables at some of the faith community events, and this has allowed a lot of education to be spread. We're able to help beneficiaries enroll in Medicare, Medicaid, and the Medicare savings programs when appropriate, and we still continue to provide appointments over the phone, as well as in their home or other comfort settings. We do set up appointments at the Harvard Senior Center. We partner with the Community Foundation in Crystal Lake, and they let us have a spot during open enrollment. We're there once a week for at least half a day. We have our remote location in Woodstock, and actually Soar at Door has brought us in, she brought us in a couple months ago, and once a month we have drop-in SHIP hours, and we've scheduled a couple days where we will have, during open enrollment, we will be there all day to do open enrollment with the seniors there. And then we will meet with seniors in their home, and last year that was a huge benefit, because when we would make an appointment and they said, I can't get here, I can't get there, it's a little bit too far of a drive, and as soon as I would say, I'll come to you, you sure? It's part of the program. So
Very good service.
it's really nice, and to be able to, I mean, you think about it, to be able to sit in your own home and just go through everything, plus the benefit too is all the information I need is right there. So you need your meds, you got your meds right at your fingertips. We serve English and Spanish. We have a Spanish bilingual ship counselor, which is wonderful. So that's a great service that we're able to provide to the community. We have a deaf ship counselor that's able to serve seniors, and she serves seniors via Zoom. So she will serve, she can serve deaf and speaking or regular speaking participants. She uses the closed captioning. It's absolutely wonderful. She is such a wonderful asset to our program. And during these times, during our ship counseling, we still do screen people for food insecurity and our Tech Connect program, depression, and we're able to connect them to any other services at that time.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. We are asking for funding this year for the PEARLS program again. So the PEARLS program is the depression program or depression counseling program for older adults. It's an evidence-based program that uses problem solving and behavioral activation. It's able to be provided in English and in Spanish. We have our Spanish ship counselor is also a Spanish PEARLS counselor. And it aligns with our other programs that screen for other needs. So the programs we provide all beautifully kind of intertwine with each other, so that we screen for all these things when we meet with people at any time. We're able to, we have a lot of connections I mentioned before. Through our Cultivating Health Ministries program, every participant is screened when they come in and sign up. Every time, even when they come back for a repeat, they're screened for depression, doing just a 2-question patient health questionnaire. And if they are having issues, they're connected with one of us right away. We do have connections with some of the physicians at Northwestern and at Mercy for the program still too. We have a partnership with the Door Township. She's aware of our PEARLS program and has referred. And we received some funding already from Age Guide as part of our health promotions with our Matter of Balance funding. We received some dollars for PEARLS funding for this. And right now, we currently have 4 PEARLS clients. So I'm happy to say.
When did you start the PEARLS?
The funding started at the end of April, if I remember correctly. So we have 4 clients now. But our Spanish counselor had to be certified first, so and she has 3 of the 4 clients, so she didn't pick up those clients till a little bit later. Our last ask is for our digital navigator position. So we have the Senior Tech Connect program that we've had for a couple of years now. We have received 3 years of ARPA funding. We received it this year. The ARPA funding that we received was $234,000, but the majority of that funding over the 3 years is for equipment. It's for the tablets, it's for the unlimited cell and data fees to go with those tablets. It's for no pressure. It's for any other equipment to go with that. So it's for tablet cases, it's for those things. So this position is to, or this ask is to complement the CDBG dollars we were awarded to fully fund a digital navigator position to continue connecting with seniors, kind of take over from, because this program is continuing to expand and we have a wait list. So be able to set up those tablets, get out those tablets a little bit more promptly, and continue our senior support squads in Woodstock and Harvard, potentially expand to Crystal Lake also, any one-on-one And then our 6-month and yearly follow-ups for, just for our tracking and funding. And then any tech support, tech follow-up and such. Okay. I'm sure there's probably a few things I missed.
Is there a quorum issue right now?
Pardon me?
Is there an issue with quorum right
Yes,
now?
we do, I just counted. 1, 2,
Well, just 'cause they went to the
3, 4,
bathroom, right?
5, 6, 7, 8, and someone.
We lost Tracy
She'll
and
be
Carol.
back.
Yeah.
She's coming back, I think. Carol
Tracy's
Louise
probably coming
is-
back too, but.
We're not making any decisions, we're
Okay.
making presentations. But I believe we'll be having a quorum when we come to the allocation piece.
Otherwise, it will be very
Otherwise, we're-
annoying if
we're
we do
good.
not,
We
and we
can-
sat here all day.
We can ask questions, Teresa.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes, Suzanne.
Hi Linda, how are you? A question, again about budget, and you don't have the grant in front of
I
you, or
sat
do
next-
you?
that's why I sat
Oh,
next to her.
bless you, thank you,
I saw her
okay.
do it for a couple other
All right.
ones. I'll try to speak to
So
it as
there's,
best I can.
budget issues seem to be one of the bugaboos for everybody this
Mhm.
round. So you're not alone in this, but, so for your core services, I know that you're asking for $50,000, is that right? At least according to my sheet, right? Oh, wait, you know what, no, you know what, I'm lying.
75,000.
Core services are
Core
75,000.
services are 75.
Right, so, on the budget, it says 73.5. Do you know, Dean, is
It should be
that?
75.
Oh, because I think that added another 1,500,
In the,
There's,
on this sheet. Oh, I can't open my own binder.
there's a 1440, on the second sheet, there's a 1440 down towards supplies. I think that should make
Yeah,
it
this one's
70.
beautiful, okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
perfect, okay, perfect, thank you. Then the next one is actually on, and this, this actually might be a copying issue. I don't have the full budget for the Pearls.
I don't either.
One, it's got the digital
We don't
navigator
have a full budget
instead.
for the PERS program.
So I don't know if that's
This one?
maybe a copy issue.
Oh, I have it. I do have it.
You do?
But I don't have.
Is it this one?
It's a collating part.
Yeah.
Is that for the PERS?
No.
We didn't- I
Go to the
didn't-
next
I didn't
page,
get it.
it's this one.
Which,
It's under Pearls, it's this
Oh,
one.
under Pearls, at the top, it says, digital navigator.
Again,
Oh,
it's
does
the
it
same
say
one
digital navigator?
Yeah,
Then,
right. as it is in the other.
oh, right, yes.
it's confusing.
It was digital
You know what I mean,
navigator.
Faith, or no?
Yes, you're right. I did notice that. I was going through it last night. I saw the same thing, but I've not forgotten.
And again, it may be a collating issue, but I just wanted to see
Yeah,
if
because
it
it
was
says
a.
digital navigator in the digital navigator.
Yeah, that's what it says, okay.
Is both under the digital navigator and under the Pearls program, or wasn't one of these for the Pearls program?
The Pearls one should be 14, not 21. The digital navigator is for 21 and the Pearls, the Pearls one should be for 14, not for 21.
Is it just a?
Right, and then the senior, is the senior tech.
It just looks like we didn't get the right form.
We didn't get the right form, that's it. So can you explain it to us? So
this, we want this form to.
But the one for Pearls.
for the one for Pearls,
This was put in for both Pearls and.
Pearls
digital
14
navigator.
requests.
We wanna
it
know
wasn't in my binder.
how much federal grant, how much.
It's okay.
So, okay.
Well,
You can have it.
Faith is trying to pull that form up we're missing.
Yeah, so,
But you know, Faith, you haven't had very much luck with pulling up attachments. Tell me I wasn't panicking during, thinking what it's gonna look like during allocations time.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one is the.
part of it is technology.
Is there, yeah.
so, you're good, okay, so,
It says 14.
I have a question about, are you done with your question?
Yes,
Okay, done. I have a question about the PERS program.
Yes,
So, I talked to Age Guide,
yes.
and they indicated that in their grant-making relationship with you, they're receiving $7,000. You're receiving $7,000 for the Pearls program, 2 years consecutively with a total amount of $14,000. Is that correct?
We're receiving, I'm sorry, the senior center is receiving, we're receiving for Matter of Balance and it's health promotions. So it's not just Pearls, it's Pearls and Matter of Balance we're providing. So it's
So how much is going to be allocated to Pearls from Age Guide?
It would actually be 7.
Because I don't, it's not up there.
Is that? Yeah. Or it would
So
actually
you have
be the
state,
other one.
and then you have other.
And I'm sorry, I did not fill this one out either.
Okay,
So.
well, that's important for us to know that.
Yeah.
And you would agree, right?
Yes, it is.
So, my question is, we see it in the past as an in-home geriatric therapy program. Is that what you're still promoting?
Yes, in-home.
Okay.
Well, or whatever
Level
comfort
they may
setting
have.
they prefer, yes.
So, in the past, this program that was presented to us underperformed. And then Independent Living took over that program because the Mental Health Board wanted to see a continuation of it, even though the Senior Services Grant Commission discontinued that relationship with you prior to your tenure. So then Independent Living approached you, right? How did you get involved in the mix when they decided not to pursue it?
I was not aware that they were continuing to pursue it. We were approached by Age Guide.
And Age Guide
as for health promotions.
Under
So,
health promotion.
Health promotions being able to do Matter of Balance and Pearls because they both fall under health promotions.
Okay, so Independent Living, you should know, decided not to, they had a conversation with the Mental Health Board, they were not going to.
Independence Health and Therapy?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
independent, you say it well.
You said Independence Living.
Oh,
You were
independent.
combining two.
You
That's
are.
okay.
Got it.
She's saying it correctly and I'm not. So they decided not to pursue doing that program, and they informed the Mental Health Board they were not going to be applying for those dollars. And then the next thing we know, you're stepping up to the plate again. So my question is, how do you plan on, how do you plan on meeting your unit goals this coming time, this coming funding cycle if we choose to fund you? How do you plan to make those goals?
Well, I'm happy to say we already have 4 participants. We have CHM as a huge backer, and we screen all those individuals that come through the program.
Right.
Which is wonderful. So
Right.
we're able to provide that service right there. We have support from a few key primary care providers in 2 of the health systems in the county also. And we have support from other providers, other service providers in the county.
So I'm going to really be difficult with you.
That's fine. You were difficult with me last
So
time.
how do you?
She's very passionate about it.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
These healthcare providers, are they going to be referring you in for the geriatric therapy program, or is it going to be more information referral?
Sure. The referral would be for the Pearls program.
Pearls program to do that, okay.
Oh,
And
they're providers that believe in the Pearls program.
so, in the past, I always live in the past.
I'm,
Not
well, the
always,
other thing
but-
I would like to say though, please understand that I am not the past also.
I know,
Whatever
but
happened
I
in the
mean-
past, I know that all of us, when we go through
Yes.
things, we have to pay for people from the past when we're in
Right.
those positions, but I am not the past.
I know
So,
you're not the past.
I am the present.
I know you are the present. But the issue wasn't, that we've had here, is third-party reimbursement, you know, for the therapy, for billing, for therapeutic services, and having someone licensed on staff so that would help offset the cost of doing the work for in-home geriatric. So, therapy. So, is there a plan to do,
To be honest, not right now with 2 people. Not with two providers. I'm myself being a Pearls provider and my bilingual counselor being a provider.
So are you, are the people that provide the
Ideally,
therapy?
it would be great to have reimbursement, but
Right.
there has to be a reimbursement group or person to be able to reimburse.
Well, but that has been a discussion here.
So I guess to try to put some, I don't even know if it's an answer to
Allay your fears.
Well, I don't know. I guess to go back, I tried to get some clarification to what you had brought up, because you had brought this up at the LOI. So my understanding was that years back in the past, that Advocate was the original group that had trained a number of people in the county as Pearls, on Pearls, so that they could screen and refer to the program at the senior center. Okay. So I think the intention, and I'm speaking from what I've gleaned, the intention was that Advocate may have been, the connection with Advocate may have been that reimbursement piece, or that reimbursement party. But at the time, that was before Advocate and Aurora, or Advocate became Advocate Aurora. And I think my understanding is that that may have gone to the wayside, but like I said, that's what I've gleaned from that. So,
Are you an MSW and your colleague?
no, I am not an MSW, I'm a BSW, but you don't have to be, for the Pearls program, you don't have to be an MSW for that. We have an MSW, or an MSW LCSW, that is our clinical supervisor.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
No. What is
So
your
I think
question?
some of the concern,
Please.
to maybe make it a little bit more clear and so that we can move on, because I have to leave at 4 and we have a lot of work to do.
We have a lot of work to do.
I was wondering about that myself.
In and out. Is in the past, it was underreported, the information, and that Pearls program was mostly, it had come out to be just an information and referral and not necessarily doing the work. So I think what we have to do is now go from here forward. And hope that you know what it is that you're going to do.
So I will try to lay some calming water.
Allay your fears.
Yes.
Okay.
So when I was first hired, before I got into this position, when I was hired a year and close to almost 2 years ago now, I was hired as a Pearls counselor. I was hired to take over Shannon Hart's position, if you remember Shannon Hart. So I came in as a Pearls counselor. For all the time I was a Pearls counselor, every client I saw, as long as they were appropriate for the program, and everyone I saw, well, not everyone, I won't say everyone I saw was appropriate for the program, because some people weren't, and some people were referred, but said, right, I told my doctor I didn't want to do that, or I don't want to do that, or they didn't answer the phone, whatever it was. But I was in homes, I was on videos, I was on phone calls with participants. So me personally, as the pros counselor that I was hired for when I started 2 years ago, I was not just giving out information. I was boots on the ground, doing the work, presenting the program the way it's laid out to be as an evidence-based program.
Okay.
So if that-
So all I'm gonna suggest then is that as you're doing your reporting, just to make sure that you've got the outcomes and everything in line so that we can feel rest assured, should we choose to give to Pearls again or not, you know, whatever we decide, that we feel more comfortable in that the program's being done the way it was supposed to be done.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And it, when done the way it's supposed to be done, it's a beautiful program. It really is. It helps.
I used to do a geriatric and home therapy program. I used to supervise it down in Cincinnati, Ohio. Family Service Butler County. We had waiting lists. And we had in-home MSWs going out and doing the work. It was a fabulous program. So I understand what you're trying to do, and I think it's really needed. So that being said, I just have one question, and that is your Tech Connect program.
Yes.
There's other agencies that are coming forward and are also doing the work of technology and seniors. How many tablets have you distributed?
We're at about 50 tablets, but I still have some more tablets to go out, and I still have funding for a lot more tablets. The only reason I don't have, I order them and we order them in groups, because as I order them, the data plan is active.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna order a huge lot of
I
tablets,
understand.
because that's a waste of money.
We just need to get the numbers in our head about that. All right, that's it.
But
Yes.
this is for the person that's going to train the seniors.
Yes, I already.
This is
Yeah.
not for the computers,
Yeah.
this is for the person.
I know, but we're
Oh,
talking
okay.
about, there's other agencies that are
That do
also
it, yeah.
distributing
Right,
those.
and doing the tech.
And doing the training.
The
And that's what
difference
she's
for us,
looking
though,
for,
is
is the,
we are doing, like, we do one-to-one or
Right.
group stuff ongoing.
Yeah, and, okay, Carol
I have a
Louise.
question. Yes. I know about Pearls, I was there when it started. The question is that your full-time job?
No, absolutely. No, my full-time job is the director, and I do whatever I need to do. So I'm a direct service provider along with the director for the agency. So I'm a ship counselor. I can deliver a tablet tomorrow.
So you wear all those hats?
I pick a hat
I
over
got
it.
you. All right, that was my
Yep, I can change a light bulb, I can mop a floor,
I
I can.
understand.
You're a director, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I went back to
Yep.
look at what is your job title on here.
Yep.
And it was
all trades.
You're master of all. You're a director, you're program, on here it's project manager. You're one of the you're the director? Is there another, who would you say else? You are the director, there's no other director.
I took over for Sharon.
Oh, okay.
You scoot out of here.
Marla's turning that
she's like, the seat's warm.
Hi, Marla. I think we all know you.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm Marla Harris. I am the Department Director for Catholic Charities Archdiocese of Chicago and the Home Delivered Meals and Congregate programs here in McHenry County. I like to say our program is simple to explain, but not easy to do. So just tell you, our mission remains the same. Make sure that people are treated with compassion with no basis of religion, sex, race, or anything like that. At this point, we are continuing to follow the governor's emergency health, public health emergency, sorry about that, where basically any senior, 60 or older, if they are asking for home delivered meals, they are eligible. So our numbers have grown exponentially since COVID started. We're leveling out a little bit, but we still follow that. We are also currently trying to reopen, we have reopened, but opening some of our congregate sites that were closed due to the pandemic. We're also providing shelf-stable meals this year. We do 2 rounds of them for people, again, for the reason if they are unable to get out or we are unable to get to them, they have something. Home delivered meals, hopefully all of you understand what that is. Hopefully you've seen our trucks driving around and delivering. We drive every inch of McHenry County. And making sure that those meals are being delivered on a daily basis, Monday through Friday. Congregate meals, for those of you that don't know, it's another opportunity for people to socialize, to get out of the house, to be around friends and family, have a hot, nutritious meal. Those numbers are not growing as quickly as we hoped that they would, but they're growing, so we're getting there. Last fiscal year, I have it somewhere here. There we go. Last fiscal year, we served a total over 77,000 meals in a fiscal year to 659 seniors. It always amazes me when you see the demographics of the people to whom we serve. A majority of those people are over the age of 75, a majority of them live alone, and then of course a majority of them are considered frail or difficulties. So here's just a picture of one of our participants receiving their meal. And one of the things that we really stress with everyone and why these pictures like this are important to us is because that really shows the well-being check component of what we do, which we consider probably more important than the meal in most cases, but it kind of goes along hand in hand that somebody checking on that senior to make sure that they are okay, to make sure that that somebody is coming around or somebody knows what's happening with them. Unfortunately, we've had situations, we continue to have situations where we'll go to someone's home and either they've fallen and we're the first ones to find them. We've had situations recently where a senior was having symptoms of a stroke and didn't but the driver who was delivering on a regular basis realized something wasn't right. So they called the ambulance, called the family member, emergency contact, and got them to the hospital. So those things matter to us. That's probably the most important thing of what we do. Our congregate program, like we said, is still in growth, regrowth of what we do, and serving those meals. But we're going to be growing that with Age Guide, who is our primary funder for the Title III programming here in McHenry County. They're going to help us to create some new programming, such as restaurant sites, so people can go to different places, including ethnic options for people. So we're excited about doing that. Picture of our Walden Oaks congregate program. I have to say, this past year has been a little bit difficult getting our outcomes tabulated. We've had a significant turnover in staff, and so we have them all done. We just have to get them tabulated. But we continue to have high percentages of people being happy with what they're receiving. We take comments and suggestions very seriously, and we look at doing those. Those are our current congregate program options that are being offered in the county. Kind of feedback, as you said, your daily visits are my only connection to the outside world, and you feed me. This is the only balanced meal I get in a day, which is really scary, but unfortunately we have more than you would think of those people. And thank you for the office staff for being so quick to call 911 when someone wasn't able to. And that's really, again, what's important to us, is making sure that somebody's available. These are some examples of our well-being check interventions. As I said, the second one there, where the person noticed the speech in the grass was unusual. After knocking on the door several times and didn't answer, the driver then called the client's home. And that's another thing that we do, is if we're delivering a meal and that person doesn't answer, we're going back and calling them. And then if they don't answer, then our home office is calling their emergency contact person. So, we try to address and deal and find out what's going on with that person same day. Because again, if they're not there answering the door, we unfortunately usually find out something else has happened. Sometimes it might be they ended up going to the hospital already, and just didn't call us, but at least we know what's going on with them. Volunteer opportunities, continuously need them and are open to that with people, really need them, but again, they're coming back slowly. We of course collaborate with pretty much everybody. We're the referral source, for the home delivered meals. We're the only provider of that here in McHenry County. Our prime partnership is with Senior Service Associates. They are the ones that complete the assessment and the approval of the home delivered meals participants. So we take those on, but any person can come to a congregate program, anybody 60 and older. All right. And then any questions, anything?
Question.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you had a question.
I have a question.
Okay, yes.
And I'll be quick because we're way over schedule, but I want to thank you for all of your good work. You took on this program when another entity just couldn't do it. And you stepped up to the plate and you did it very admirably. I attended the strategic planning session for Age Guide last Friday.
Yes.
And what was brought up was the obesity numbers for seniors. And that gets to nutrition. So what are you doing? Is there any kind of intervention, any kind of conversation that you're having with some of the seniors who you see may have an obesity problem that may hinder their ability?
Our meals are required to meet 1/3 of the DRI requirements of the day, okay, for participants. So our meals are structured to only meet that 1/3
dietary requirement.
And that's the problem, though, is we can't control what they eat when in terms of the other meals. But again, our goal would be to teach them nutritious options. This is an example, when they get their meal, it's teaching them the examples of portions for them to be able to do, and then other, different kinds of food that they are able to eat. We do nutrition education on a quarterly basis with them. We try to do it more like monthly, but to, again, give them information about options. Normally what we try to do, like with a congregate program, we really try to teach them how to cook. We bring in people to show them how to cook a meal, how to use farmers market meals, farmers market items to cook a meal for them. Biggest challenge you have for many of these people is convenience.
Right.
If they're in need of a home delivered meal, most likely they're not cooking any type of a meal for themselves. So they're eating the high sodium frozen meals, or they're not eating at all, and they're forcing their bodies to retain everything that they can. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge, but we do have to follow the DRIs.
Okay.
And that's required.
Any other questions?
One other thing I do want to point out, since you
Sure.
talked to everybody else about budgets, ours is easy. It's food. All we're asking for is food.
Yes.
So that's all we spend the money on. We filter everything, all the other costs to our other program, our other funding, but food is all we ask for.
It is.
Not even all of it.
Not even all of it.
And you provide good quality food.
Yes.
Very few food complaints with your home delivered meals, so you do an excellent job.
Yeah, they're very good. Mirabella's has been wonderful to us. Unfortunately, they have experienced a significant cost of food, so we've had to deal with that, and then the cost of gas in the past year has been hitting us hard. So we keep trudging through there. We're going to make sure that everybody gets their meals.
So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, it's my turn.
It is Mary Reed's turn to really get down to the allocable dollars that we have, and we're going to be talking about you've got the spreadsheet in front of you.
So Faith, you know that we want it to be tabulating as we go along.
Yes.
So that we can see where we're at. And we're still good on numbers, so we're good. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to facilitate, and hopefully the voice stays. I will be the only one that will tell you what to put on the form.
And she's very good at that.
Telling you what to do. Complaints about that all the time.
We need that.
Okay, so we're gonna just start with, who do you want to see fully funded? We know that there's gonna be changes, but this is our dream list. Who do you wanna see fully funded?
I mean, I have
Teresa?
many, but I'll start with Catholic Charities.
Where?
Catholic Charities.
I'll start with, yeah.
You want full?
I have many, but that's one of them, yeah.
Don't get too excited,
I know.
Marla, you
I
know, it
know.
could
I know.
change. Okay, anybody else that wants to see full funding?
Dental program?
McHenry County Housing Authority, full.
That's which letter is
The
that?
dental program.
Yes, I agree.
Housing
yes.
Authority.
Yes.
So, Faith, can you put full funding in for Catholic Charities and full funding in for Housing Authority?
Why don't we raise hands as we go? Do you
Do you
mind?
want to go line by line and see?
Well, I'm just saying, raise your hands if you support the full funding for Catholic Charities.
Boy, that's better.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a strong
Legalizes
vote.
it.
There's a consensus. Then how about the dental program? Okay, so that gives you an
Those were the
idea.
easy ones.
I think,
Mary?
no, not that easy, they're easy.
On the Sparrow?
I was gonna say Home
Yeah.
of the Sparrow.
Okay,
Next.
so can you, Faith, put up full funding for Home of the Sparrow? Oh, everybody raise your hand if you agree.
I'm sure yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm
It's all
very
gonna
challenged
change.
with this right now, just because I can't see
See
my
'em.
computer screen. I have to look there.
Can-
So, yeah, unfortunately, because of the technology, this was all IT was able to do,
It's
is
also
take my
too-
screen and project.
too
So
late to
this
read.
is blank.
Can,
So bear with me a little.
can you move closer so that you can see it better?
I've gotta be connected
Got
to
it.
these things.
Hey, what if you moved it to the brown table in the middle and just brought a chair over to there? Can someone help her with that?
Like right to the edge.
Staff, I was,
Well, I'm young and able, crash size here.
That's a good idea, Teresa.
Well, that's,
We should put a chair over there.
I don't know if that's.
I don't think that chair on that side is gonna help,
Well,
but
she needs.
she has to be able to see
She needs
here.
to turn it around.
You can't turn it all?
I'll make it, I'll
Or
try
you
to
can
make it.
turn this way. Oh, but you can't.
You see what I'm
Still
saying?
can't.
She has to be able to
Turn
just see
around and
this.
look at the-
Yeah.
I'll just, I'll go around the other
You
side.
see what I mean?
Careful.
I do see what you mean.
Because we could pull
There
that
you
gray
go.
table back a little bit.
There, that's
Can you help pull that
perfect.
table back?
Thank
so
you.
much? There you go.
This will
Thank you,
help a lot.
Teresa.
They got it.
We
Never
got
mind.
it.
There you go.
Does that help you, Faith?
Yeah, that's quite a bit better.
Okay.
Okay, did we have anybody else, any other suggestions for full, that would like to see full funding? We know, again, that it's not probably going to happen, but.
Veterans Path to Hope.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were raising
That
your
was just what I
hand
was
to be
gonna
called
say.
on, Madam Chair.
She didn't like that.
Never would I not.
You could fire me.
She's done after this one. All right, Veterans Path to Hope. Can we raise hands if we
Yes.
support full
Yes.
funding?
We all agree.
Definitely.
All right, so we're good. There were others ahead of you.
I
Let me
am
ask
so
both
sorry.
Carol Louise. Who did you have?
No, I
Oh.
was just voting for,
Okay,
that last
so
one.
you don't have anyone else that you're suggesting for full funding?
I don't have it at this moment.
Okay.
I think Teresa does.
Yeah, I'll go again. I was also suggesting fully funding Prairie State.
Prairie State
Prairie
Legal.
State.
Where's the F? It's F.
Hands in favor, let's see where we're
Yeah, it's
at.
important now, advocacy.
Just remind me.
This
Fully
is the
funding-
legal services.
No, I understand that. Fully funding was 70,000?
They want $70,000 and
Okay.
$875.
I got it.
Okay,
Tracy,
got
you had your
that one?
hand up for that?
I did.
Okay, so we're good. Go ahead and put that up.
Now, then all the hard ones are left.
Yes, right.
Anybody else that you feel very passionate about fully funding?
I have two, but I think I'm gonna get challenged on it, so maybe I'll wait.
All right.
Carol.
How about senior volunteer program?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that it?
That's one of them, yes.
Okay, Senior Volunteer Care Network.
Yeah, it's 172.
Raise your hand if you are in favor of fully funding.
Okay, which one is the senior care?
Line
No different than
27.
last year.
I know.
Is that easier with the line item, Faith?
For the
If we
letter?
tell you what the line item is, or no? It doesn't
No,
matter?
I'm okay, because I'm looking for the name. I
Did you
had shrunk
see this
it down
better?
because I was having a hard time
Yeah.
fitting it all and seeing
Right.
it all. but-
I think what we did
That's one
done
of them,
before is
yes.
lost
I
some
have
of
a-
the columns.
I have another
and
one.
the-
I have one more.
Right?
You're
Probably the same.
But I don't know
Maybe,
that that's
what is
gonna
your one
help
more? I
with your
have one more
fit.
too.
Dental.
I'm just.
Oh, we did dental already, didn't we?
Yeah, we already did dental.
You did dental?
Okay,
Yeah.
so looking at where we're at right now, what's our total that we're at? No, that's only for social services.
488.
Yeah,
What
we're
is
at
that hard to
48,
read?
475.
So we have a balance of,
Not enough.
212, 1.2 probably.
so that's what we need. We need not to be totaling each section.
We're about 1.2 million left on the Sparrow one.
Yeah, I think we fully funded on this.
We did, yeah.
Total available, we took care of that.
So as we're taking and doing the adding, we need to see.
Sorry, because this is my computer, you're gonna keep seeing things.
All the emails you have in your book,
Yeah.
So where is that part?
We just need another formula probably, where we put this amount minus that amount.
Yeah.
But I don't have that formula, you didn't make the formula.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either, so. Equals.
Because we can keep going along, but we won't know where we're at as far as available funding.
Okay.
I do think pearls is really is important. I realize that there's a history that made you guys nervous, but I was gonna suggest fully funding pearls.
Okay, I think that's debatable, and I
Right.
don't think, if we fund them, should it be at the full amount?
So let's
That we
raise
budget.
hands.
Yeah.
Let's do it the way we've been doing it. Raise your hand if you feel fully funding pearls is something that you are passionate about. So raise your hand if you are.
Well, that's what I thought, why I was holding it. I was like, I'm gonna
You're
get
looking
challenged.
good, Tracy, though. You firmly behind.
All right.
I'll also be Tracy too.
All right, is there any other?
I had Tracy.
Anybody else that? All right, we really gotta stay on task.
We gotta
You
be in
guys-
order here.
I have to be out of here by 4:10.
Right.
Okay, come on.
What were you saying?
Carol, anybody else that we wanna fully fund?
My question is, can we, out of a program, can we do senior services supporting? I mean, can we
Yeah,
just vote?
absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
Which one did you
So
say?
Carol Louise has proposed Senior Services Hoarding Program for fully funding. Raise your hand if you're in support of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay. Please put that up. Faith.
Thank you.
Yes, it's by each program, it's not the whole agency. Okay, Suzanne.
McHenry Township Transportation.
Which one?
McHenry.
Township.
To fully
For-
fund?
For
to
30?
fully fund for 30.
Raise a hand if you're in support of fully funding McHenry Township. We got 3. Okay. Anybody that you are proposing to not fund?
Not fund?
Yes.
Oh, nothing at all?
Nothing at all.
Elder Works.
Elder Works.
Let's raise a hand in favor of not fully funding Elder Works.
Well, funding not at all. This is no funding.
Correct.
We're saying
Well,
no
not
funding.
fully- So not fully funding is no funding.
No
No
funding.
No funding
confusing
to,
sentence.
no funding to Elder Works.
Who's raising their hands?
Here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
I think
Did
we
you
ought
do
to
it
give
right?
them something. I will be
Yeah.
honest with you. I think, in all fairness to Dina, I think Jennifer should have been here.
Yes.
You're asking for 45,000, and I don't think that that's anybody
So,
else's staff. But I
right.
think
Six
that they
of us
do
are saying,
perform.
I agree
all
with
due
you.
respect to you, Kay,
Yeah.
six of us said no.
Yeah, I understand that. So what you're telling me.
I know,
What you're
but-
telling me, Chairman, is that I got outvoted.
There were 3 of us.
I'm with you. Okay, there's 3 of us.
Yes.
Not to be known as Tracy anymore. Teresa is on
That's
my
right.
side.
So put a 0 in for right now.
Oh, and this whole line
Put a
almost.
0 in.
And wow, we stick together.
Wow.
Sometimes client choice is good too, even if there's a little debate.
Well, and I think, so this is not the first year they've come.
This is the third
This
year.
is,
The third
oh,
year.
or the 4th year that they've
third
come.
or
They've
fourth
not
year.
made it as far as the LOI because it's been the consensus of the commission, and it's been a different commission
For 4 years.
at least
Yeah,
every other year.
right. There's been a-
Is that it's too much information and referral and not enough direct client assistance.
It's been the same debate.
And there's also
Similar to-
some concern or question, certainly, and I'll speak just for me, about the separation between for-profit and not-for-profit. A
Right.
very significant concern.
Yes.
So it's not the first time coming. They've been declined
Yeah, in the
2,
past.
I think it's 3 times.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
every
think
time
this
they've
is
come
their-
forward, they've been
I
denied.
think this is this is the first time they've been asked to come for the full application, but that's only because we didn't have a quorum to have the discussion in July.
It's all been open too. Anybody should
So-
see, too.
Just to give
So it's more than just
context,
Context.
it's,
Absolutely.
exactly,
From my
exactly. So, all right, so anybody else that you're saying no to on funding? 0 funding?
Who did you say no to?
I'm asking.
Oh, I'm wondering, I mean, we're gonna say no to other words because of duplication. Tech Connect is duplication too.
Which one?
Harvard.
So-
Harvard,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I got a little-
Oh,
So let's have a show of hands in support of 0 funding on Tech Connect in Harvard.
It's enough.
1, 2,
Text
3,
me
4,
at
5.
support.
Yes, so put a 0 in, please.
I
Okay,
hate saying, I'm like,
I know.
Yes, I know.
And it's harder to have these discussions.
But they,
It's an
again,
open
they
meeting,
have-
but
they
it's
have
still
come
hard to
before.
have
It is.
these frank discussions with everybody watching us, but
That's the
I
beauty
agree.
of democracy.
we're powering through. Anybody else that we say absolutely 0 funding for?
Can I clarify, can we go back to McHenry Township?
We did not have a consensus, so we did, so
I want to make sure I.
we were going full, now we're doing 0, and now we're gonna work
Downward.
our magic. Yeah, now we're gonna work the hard work.
She is the master at this, Faith. Believe me.
It's working, look.
She's doing good.
Okay, so we have left $1,126,829.74. Is there a way to know how much we have left in requests?
okay,
Oh, right there.
1.1.
1.126.
That's what we have left,
You have 97.
that's what we have left to
there.
spend.
And you've got 310 in senior center. So that's about 410 there. And then this will be the little bit harder part to figure out. So here's like 280.
All right, let's just see, let's start at the top. McHenry Township. They have a request, they had asked 20,000 last year, approved for 20,000. They asked 30,000 this year, so who wants to toss out a number?
20,000.
20. 20.
20,000?
The same.
Hands, you okay with that? Okay,
Is that like a
can you
half?
put 20,000 up, please?
Mine? Well, because I think we're gonna run out of money. I
Oh,
think
we're
they're not
totally
my
gonna run out
priority.
of money.
Yeah,
We
so-
are.
Right, but I mean,
Yeah.
I'm like, I think we have to reduce that later. that's my thought, why I didn't vote.
We may have to look at some of our fully funding too.
Yeah.
So, okay,
Remember, this is all draft.
Yeah.
All draft. These
We're-
numbers are
we're-
gonna change before we vote.
Yeah.
it's all fluid. Richmond Township.
A lot of money there.
Richmond wants.
Okay, I suggest 20,000.
I do too.
Yeah, yes, that would be great.
Which is what we gave them, right?
20,000, I
Yeah,
suggest.
20,000. Raise your hands if you're in agreement.
For Richmond. Teresa.
Yeah, no, I know. No, sorry.
My answer's not changing, I know.
Just checking.
What do you say?
It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, if we still want to hear.
Remember how you
It does matter.
You want to make like, you went out voted.
You see, you're special. You're special, Teresa.
I see. All right.
Are you thinking it should be more, or what?
No, I'm not thinking it should be more.
But 20,000, okay?
For right now.
For right now. We
Why
may
does,
have to
why
go
does
back.
this matter?
20,000,
Let's just move on
please.
to the next
Yeah,
one.
let's
Yeah.
just move on. We're
Okay.
gonna have to still adjust.
Yes.
We may need to adjust.
She's
Village-
abstaining at the moment.
Village of Hebron, they asked the same amount this year,
Yeah.
last year we gave them 6,000.
I say 5.
You say what?
They're all pretty hand.
I just feel there's more that they could do to raise,
I agree.
Yeah.
There's
So-
something that, right, something off with that accounting.
so I say 5.
I agree. I'll raise my hand.
I wouldn't deny it.
I know, okay.
I like
I
the idea of
agree with that.
5.
Wait,
Let's see, wait, I will,
Throw it out.
let's see, put your hands up if you agree with 5,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't typically raise my hand
Are
because
you
I'm
gonna raise your
facilitating.
hand?
I am not going to go with 5,000, but I'm gonna ask you why you feel they should get 6,000 or more. And I know it's your territory.
It is, so I know a lot of the people that use this service, and they are all, on fixed incomes.
Right.
And it would be, and I know you guys want them to maybe offer money, but I can tell you that these people that are riding this bus don't have it.
So the question then would be,
The financial service.
does the Village of Hebron have then an opportunity that they're missing out on to raise money to help support the transportation program?
Well, I think every organization has an opportunity to go out
Right,
and
but-
fundraise.
Right, and so they're not
Should
looking
Hebron
at
do
any
that?
other sources of income for this program.
I feel that their collaboration with the school shouldn't be overlooked in that respect.
But their financials were not clear, that they submitted, and they had a hard time defining what the units were.
Well, and I think that could be a bookkeeping thing, which they just fired their
Oh, yeah, I
bookkeeper.
think I read that.
Do you remember seeing that in the
Yes.
paper? So
But-
I do agree with you, but I think that's an easy fix, because these people have to call in to get the ride. So simply keeping a weekly list of who
Right.
calls in and wants a ride, and maybe that's being done, and these people, you know, who were here weren't aware of that list or knew where exactly to find it.
So I'm gonna put this out there now.
I have a question. If I understand right, they got an award of 6,000 before, and they're wanting $7,040.
Right.
Which is what they asked for last year.
Yeah, which, I mean, that's what they want this year, right?
Right.
I didn't see that as a big increase. That's all. That's the
Well,
moment.
I'm gonna suggest how everybody feels about what we gave them last year at $6,000.
We don't have as much money as we had last year, so.
That's fine.
So that's why I was.
It's all
I
a
was
work,
the 5.
it's all a work in progress right now.
And we may
We're
be
going with,
evaluating it.
yeah.
Do you want us to put it at 55,500?
55,000 or 5,500?
You want to give
Suggesting that
them
as a-
50,000? I said 5,500. I said 5,500.
Yeah. You know, I think we're spending a
Yes.
lot of time on
Right.
very, very little bit
Yeah.
of money.
This is true.
Right. So I'm gonna say $6,000, raise your hand if you're in support of what they were funded last year.
I agree.
go with that.
1, 2,
Yes, we
3,
are
4,
done.
5, 6. Yes.
What are you-
Put 6,000 up, please.
Okay.
All right, so now we're down to Harvard Community Center Core, right?
Yeah.
Core services.
Core services.
I say fund them at what they received last time.
Which was?
50,000.
Yeah.
So we've got a suggestion of 50,000. Raise your hand if you are in support of that. Again, these are not final. This is just getting us
Okay.
close. Please put down 50,000. Lake County Center for Independent Living. Same request as last year. Last year we gave them 30,000. So I'm looking for a suggestion.
30,000, I'll go for 30.
30.
Raise your hand if you are in support of that. We're gonna have to tweak, so.
We're gonna have to tweak this.
All right, so let's go to 30,000. Is that in the right place?
Yep.
Oh. So is the next one senior services?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because it looks like Lake County right there.
No.
It should
Sorry
be,
about that.
it should be, yeah. That's
Yeah,
weird.
right?
You duplicated a line there.
You
They
took out senior
unfortunately-
services.
Maybe
Senior
because
services
you know what,
is
it's
below
probably
that.
because I'm trying to expand these a little bit.
Yeah, this should be 200.
Yeah,
This number
she's-
should be 200.
She's got it in there.
Okay.
I'm trying to get us in there. This should be.
I'll go for 125,000 for senior services associates as last year.
Same as last year, 125 for,
125?
Okay.
125 for,
Okay.
that's for the resource center.
Okay, thank you.
For the
Okay,
resource center.
I got that, 125.
All right, see a raise of hands for the 125, same as last year. Okay, we've got that, so Faith, if you would put that in. All right, we did Catholic Charities, we did Elder Works, we did,
We didn't do
Pearls.
We did, no, we didn't do Pearls.
that's where I'm at now.
Okay, so we didn't do pearls.
No,
Right.
I just wanted to do 14 and they said we voted against it.
I did just that one.
So, Harvard Community Center Pearls.
10?
Okay, that one we did 0.
What was the rest?
Grass was 14,000.
Thank you.
And before we said no to 14, but now I'm saying how about 10?
I would do 10.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would be comfortable with 10.
Okay.
Okay.
Raise your hands, please, for 10.
10.
She's all proud. I got 10, yeah.
Okay, put 10 in, please, Faith. Now, the senior tech, we did that and said none, Home of the Sparrow, we did, so Independence Health and Therapy for the adult day health. I have such a hard time. It's such a great program, but it's so much money,
It is.
and
What about same as last year?
At least start with.
Well,
the same.
150, we have to drop it. We have to drop it.
on?
We're not gonna have money.
Independence?
Yeah.
we have
So,
865 left.
right, so I mean, it's not, we're not gonna be able to fully, we're not gonna be able to do 290.
No, no.
So,
Because we haven't done
right, well,
senior services yet
we
either.
have to do like
What do we-
150?
All right,
As a
so what do you
starting point?
suggest?
I would
That's
suggest,
huge.
let's go ahead and if we wanted to do 290, go ahead, we knowing that we'll be over and then go
And then
back
we're
and
gonna
Yeah,
readjust
go to the
things.
cuts. I agree
Yeah.
with you, Suzanne.
That was last year, right, Susan? 290?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's put in, let's 290.
290.
Let's see a show of hands, please. Just as
There
a
we go.
starting
Well, it's not
point.
gonna,
290,
our
Faith,
process is
please.
not the same. I would go low and then move up later. That's what I would go low and then go back and say, who do you really want to give more money to?
See, but it's easier to cut as we get down to the bottom line, and you see
Well,
the
we'll see.
figure.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay. I want
But it's
Mary-
it's a cut from what they asked for too, you know, if we think about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Memory care.
Man, that's such demand.
And that one last year, they got
304.
They got
304,
It's still
383.
yeah. 250?
Hmm?
I would say 250 or even less.
That's 100,000 off.
Can anyone tell me how many units they serve, how many individuals?
31, yeah.
They have 38 clients.
And then the other one, how many clients?
I can tell you here, what they're, I wrote it down. Yeah, it's a lot of money for not very many people.
Yeah.
But
It is
we
very
can't.
intensive service.
Right, but we gotta look at what the service is, and the service is different than a
So-
service at a different agency.
The adult
Okay.
daycare, if they're
Yes.
seeking 18 clients for adult daycare, and they're seeking
Tracy.
With Valley High's
20
memory care unit being
Right.
built out, I'm sure, and I'm not on that committee, but I'm sure Tom has given maybe some inclination as the need for that.
Sure, it's a difference of what they do at John's place.
I don't wanna not fund him based on that, but I guess I'm trying to get a feel
There's a
for the
right.
need, because I
There's
understand that there's a huge
Right.
need for that, and
There's a differentiation for memory care for long-term care, where they do not, placement in that long-term care facility is very different in the kind of service that they're providing at Independent.
So my understanding is
Very
Valley
different.
High is going to be someone who can no longer remain in their home.
Yes.
Right,
And
they cannot live independently. So that's
Independence
the
House
distinction.
so the need
is
for that may
keeping
not
them in their home,
necessarily.
Right.
which is
Yeah.
what our mission is.
Our mission is to keep people in home,
Oh.
but Valley High is.
So let's go ahead and do, should we do 304? Because I think the 383 we came up with because it was the
Okay.
percentage of what we had left after we did.
Okay.
So let's say 304
You're for memory care?
for memory care. See a raise of hands for that? Again, we know we have to cut it. It's just, so put 304, please. All right,
Mary, can I
so
just ask a question real quick? Is
Yes.
that what they got last year?
Yeah.
they got 304 and 383.
Thank you.
So we think that was probably a percentage thing that we worked out.
It was, that's how we ended the day.
Yeah, I think we just said, we're this much short, let's just
3%,
spread it
yeah.
all the way across.
I agree.
Pioneer Center Senior Residential Program.
Okay. I have my first
I
here.
lost my place here. Last year, they asked the same, which,
Why don't we offer 104, 104,000?
We're about to go backwards.
I say 90.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say 90, which is nothing to do specifically with Pioneer Center, is just because of the knowledge that I know about the funds coming in through DD, right, you're talking about the residential, right?
Right.
correct.
It through AID's residential, I mean, we were able to give 10% increases to all staff specifically because of the DD funds. So I
Okay.
know I'm not saying it's enough or they're like loaded,
Right.
but there's something that was offset there for that portion. That's just
Okay.
my perspective from my background.
So you're saying 90,000? Raise your hand.
Raise your hand if you think 90,000 residential program Pioneer.
Pioneer.
That's a good input, Danielle.
Yeah.
That's good input.
I mean,
Not that
that's
they're
why-
loaded,
That's
because
why
we
we
don't-
have
yeah.
certain groups
Right.
appointed to this commission
And
for
they're-
what they know.
And we're all brilliant.
Okay, it looks like, let's put 90,000 in.
Okay, 90.
In very specific areas.
SOAR.
So we have about 200,000 left, correct?
Yeah, but,
Yeah, under that.
Yeah, we still have, what,
Yes, that's good to go.
do we really though?
We have, yes, one over,
Four,
we have
138,
senior
and-
service associate.
And we just have one of senior services, right?
Right, last year we gave them 224.
I say,
All right, so let's see what, let's not, we're getting lost.
SOAR.
We're looking
SOAR.
ahead,
Right,
SOAR.
Yes, right.
sorry. I think that's a non-duplicated kind of service
Yes.
for that population.
Yes.
And I think it's invaluable. I would suggest 100,000.
Okay. Go.
Raise your hands if you're
So we're
agreeing.
still going down in money.
Are you good?
Yeah,
All right,
for now.
100,000, put that in. Well, then we'll know what we have to work with, and some of the ones that we went higher on that we felt comfortable, we can go lower on. All right, so our last one
Are all the three
is
seniors?
senior, just the one, hon. We've already done the other two.
It's the
So
one,
it's just the comprehensive senior services.
Which I would have liked to fund more than 81,000. I would have wanted to give them, a lot more than 80,000.
So let's come up with our number and then
What is
see
the
what we're.
remaining?
I know, so let's come up with our number and then we'll figure it out. So what do we say for senior services, comprehensive, what is it that we want to give?
I would say, same as last year. Let's round it up to 224.
224?
224.
I agree.
Please.
Yeah.
Oh, hands, sorry.
Yeah.
I saw everybody's heads nodding and heard voices and I'm like, okay. Because this is informal going on. This is not our official anything.
Oh, that's right, we have to do it.
So now we gotta cut.
So now we have to reduce 142,170 from.
That's what
and a
we have
quarter.
to cut?
I'll give you the
Yeah,
quarter.
you have to, right.
I don't like that basic expression.
Well, that was my concern, like, I would have gone the other way, I would have gone low and then added later.
We've done it this way.
Yeah.
Hang in there. We're gonna
We
get
We
it
get
done,
there.
Teresa.
We get
We're gonna
there.
get there, Teresa.
All right,
Alright.
so we can go back and look at our fully funding ones
I think, yeah, you're right, we're gonna have to.
and see what we fully funded and what we gave last year and if.
Yes.
While you're thinking, I'm gonna say, I.
Well, you know,
say
last
wrong,
year
and
we
this is
had more
freaking me out.
money.
Our tax stuff today, I'm like, let me save while you guys are thinking.
Right, oh, right, we had 1.8 million last
So,
year that we did and we had less
1.6.
this year, so that didn't help us.
I wanna remind you of that. It's like,
Right,
so.
yeah, that was my point, is why I wanted to start low on things, because I like our fully funded ones. I thought we were going too high on our partial funding.
Well, and we can go back to those, so let's
Yeah.
start back at McHenry Township. We did 20,000, right? I should have written this down so I could see.
I know, I was thinking this one.
We funding them at 20,000. Are you suggesting for the transportation program?
Right, so we put up 20,000, what we gave them last year. Do we still feel that that's where we want to stay?
Well, I'm gonna debate that transportation is still a high priority in
Yes.
our county.
Yes.
And that is an underserved area.
Yes.
And we need to be cognizant of that.
And I would
And,
agree that leaving the it's 46,000.
Yeah.
Cutting 5 or 10,000 from those are not gonna make it where we need to.
I
make the
know,
cuts.
it's small.
And while I feel Richmond Township needs to get it together, just with our discussions that we had in the spring with them and not being good with their paperwork and their reporting and even their being able to communicate their needs, it's not fair to the seniors.
I agree, and it's an underserved area.
It is.
It really is.
And they're serving Richmond and Spring Grove
I
area.
know, and-
No, I'm just saying for,
It keeps on coming up
right.
on these surveys that transportation is very
Right,
important
so
to
what did we say?
seniors.
What did we say?
It's small amount of money. I agree with Suzanne. We need to look at something a little bit. This is small.
All right, we're gonna keep moving.
You keep
Harvard
on moving.
Community Senior Center. So we said same funding as last year, at 50,000. They're doing the same ask.
I think, all due respect to you, Vice Chair, I think we need to look at some of the cuts where there's larger allocations, like Pioneer Center. That, and also Senior Services Associates, because some of these agencies are so small.
This would be
You agree?
What-
I think.
I also agree. I mean, some of the smaller agencies
They can't
don't
withstand
have
it.
the opportunities
Yeah.
to get other money.
And they're getting back into their fundraising, I think,
Yes, that's
some of the Sparrows said, but we did fully fund them, or at this point we did. But I know Senior Services is getting more into they're being able to get back and recoup some of that fundraising.
Right.
So we have then, so we went with 125 on the Resource Center.
Are you at Senior Services Associates?
Yes. under senior center funding.
How much overage are we with our, what you just did with all our hand raising?
$142,000.
I didn't hear you.
$142,000.
So that's what we have to find, huh? That's the best way to work backwards.
That's what we have to find.
Okay.
Well, we have to eliminate.
Well, I know, I
Yeah.
understand that.
So why don't we fund them at 100,000
Senior Service Associates.
for the senior center? And it sounds to me that they are doing a good job, they're doing a, in fundraising.
Half of what they wanted opposed to like others. I mean, I hate to do it this is why I hate it.
All right,
So
so
Independence Health are giving the majority of what they asked.
senior services, senior center, resource center, $100,000. Who is okay with bumping down to 100,000?
Raise
Okay.
hands.
Where are we at now, sorry?
We are on line 13,
Okay, so
right?
are we voting for that?
See the right of it.
No, it's not a vote, we're just, we're trying to get to
No,
our,
I know, kind of
100,000.
a consensus.
all right, well, we don't have a consensus.
All right.
So-
Oh, I didn't raise my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, raise hands again, some people forgot. So,
We just picked up 25 Gs that way.
exactly, so raise your hand if you're for $100,000 for the resource center. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, will you make that 100,000, please? Now, I'm gonna ask, we did Catholic Charities at full funding. We did, they haven't changed. We did that last year as well, so we're leaving them alone?
Yeah, I leave them alone.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave them
I
alone.
was thinking the same.
So you have 117,000
Come on, we're working our way.
We have to take that off.
remaining down at the bottom.
Harvard, yep, Harvard Pearls. So we said 10,000.
I think I would like to skip down to where we're to Independence Health, where we're almost fully funding their requests.
But they're a unique service in the county. They're the only ones doing it.
There's only they're about the only adult daycare.
They're the only one in the county, if I'm not
That's-
mistaken.
That's the only game around.
I mean, last year I was like, let's give them lots of money, but I also realized this year when I was going through our packet, we don't have the money to give.
Right.
We have lesser money this
Right.
year than, we had 1.8 last
Right.
year. So,
The other thing, Teresa, they don't have the clients either.
Right, that's my point, yeah, that is it, they only have 18, one service is for 18.
Who are you
to
talking
18.
about, Carol?
Well, I'm saying they don't have the number of clients. They have 26 clients. You're talking about
Independence Health.
Independence Health.
Okay, I was at Pearls, so are we leaving Pearls alone? We can't just keep bouncing to other discussions.
No, I thought somebody brought it up.
I am just saying.
Someone did, but that's why
not to
I'm.
fund Pearls.
okay.
Okay, so I have one person saying not to fund Pearls.
Okay, I'm in.
Mm-hmm. Still at 5. Okay, let's move
Question's
on.
serious, the one the elderly.
Who we're going down to next? Home of the Sparrow. We're leaving it fully funded?
Yes, they work so hard,
Oh, yes, homeless girl.
so wonderful.
Okay, all right, we're back to it, now we're back to Independence Health. So what have we suggested so far? Funding what he had last year, funding where he's at last year.
290 and 304. That's about
Toss
it.
a number, Peach.
275 for both.
What'd you say?
Sorry, 275 for both.
It's not, we gotta take more than that off.
But we still have,
But we still have a little, we still have
So 275
Pioneer and.
Be a
we
Pioneer.
lost
We
last
went to
Pioneer.
where he was last year.
It's too high.
Too high.
That's where we're at right now,
Well, you have
Carol.
to drop,
So-
I have to say, I think if it drop 290 down, probably.
So Carol, where we put the number in now and we're still at 117 over,
Yep.
is what we funded them at last year. And so,
We had more
have they,
money.
do we feel they brought the number of clients that they're serving up enough?
Went down.
So
Or
then,
they closed.
well, they were, but they, so we gave everybody that 2 years. Has he brought up to where he was at, even last year, he said they're down
They're down
from
from
last
last
year.
Yes,
Yes.
right, correct.
So they're down from last year. So, so you said, how much?
I said 275 for both, but that's enough.
275 for both, and you split it in half, 50% each. I mean,
No.
are you saying
So it's
275?
50,
For both, no.
so,
I mean,
yeah, 275 for each.
for both of those agencies.
Not combined, 275, 275.
Right, I'm saying, I mean, you
For
take
both
down
of the
one.
programs.
For both programs.
I can live with that.
I can live with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see hands for 275 for the adult day health and 275 for the memory care. It's, I think so too.
I would.
And
be
again,
willing to
talk
go
about going
lower.
back to doing fundraising, he's talking about his board is gonna be doing, so go ahead, Faith, put 275 into both of those. So we have SOAR and the senior residential, and we brought them already down.
So, why don't we take a look at Pioneer Center?
That's where we're at.
That's where we're at. SOAR and.
So we had put them at 90 for residential and 100 for SOAR.
So if we lowered the other kind of day program substantially, it would make sense then to lower the SOAR.
So, yeah,
And the, maybe we could maybe the residential, just speaking out loud here.
Teresa, how much more do we have to take on?
$73,000
For which one?
for
total.
The total, I was asking the total.
Yeah, no, we already started off by dropping Pioneer Center before we dropped Independence Health. So like,
and,
They're
did,
the only
and where
one.
are we at with
so I'm,
senior?
right, I did not vote. I did not vote in the affirmative with our last two
Okay.
votes because I don't think it was enough. I think we needed to take more from Independence Health.
So, one thing about Pioneer Center,
Yeah.
they're about the only one that works with the DD population.
Right, I would leave them alone.
She doesn't want
Oh.
to cut them.
Oh, I
Right.
see, I think we're,
She's thinking we need to take more off of Independence
living,
Health and Therapy.
okay,
Independence Living is that other one,
I
from
know,
Lake County.
I know.
But
I
what
always say it
about-
wrong, but you know what I mean.
What
Yeah.
about senior services, the comprehensive senior
Yeah.
services? We said 224, so
Yeah.
we kept them at funding for last year. So really, you know, I think that's one thing that we've always looked at. The three are our biggest,
Right.
Independence Health,
Senior services.
Senior Services, and Pioneer.
So why don't we?
Pioneer used to be a bigger ask.
Right,
They
it did.
finally realized,
They shouldn't be doing it.
They should
don't do
stop.
it. Yeah.
so,
How about 200,000
For seniors.
for senior services?
Senior services.
Yeah.
for comprehensive senior services, how do we feel about that? Lori's hands?
That would work for me.
200,000 for comprehensive, so that's line 28,
Down another
down one more,
24.
yeah.
So what are we left with? Over
You have
about
to lose
20,000?
You have to lose $49,000.
29?
49.
49.
49.
Wow.
Some hoarding.
Oh, you can't do that.
No, I'm just
Oh.
reading and thinking
Oh,
out,
you're reading
I'm
it.
talking,
The way I
yeah.
can't really do.
Can we go back to the PEARLS program?
What did we put in for them?
What did you put in for that?
10,000.
Oh, still 10.
So, how many, you facilitate?
So, okay, I'm channeling.
Channeling.
She's trickling down to the vice chair. And it's not gonna help. I mean, I don't know that we have enough people that say they don't wanna fund pearls right now. Let's say
I agree.
0. Raise your hands if you think 0.
0. Wait a minute.
No, you
For
mean
pearls.
no
For
funding.
pearls.
No funding?
0
don't do
funding for
that.
pearls.
I misunderstood
Okay.
that statement.
Nope.
And I'm gonna say 5,000, so it would give them an opportunity to prove that the program is
That's
gonna
fair.
work out there.
Vice Chair.
Okay. Can we see it? Show of hands with 5,000. That's not even getting us close to where we need to be.
No dice, okay.
All right, 10,000's gonna stay then.
Okay.
All right,
Although, again, I didn't vote for 5,000 because I wanted 0. So.
Let's negotiate.
Well, how about, the Lake County Center for Individual?
Yes,
Independent
yes,
Living.
there's only 1.5 employees that serve this
So-
McHenry County, from what they said.
well, right,
So we could go back to
but how
last
many
year's?
clients is that
No, less
1.5
than
person serving?
Yeah.
They're serving
Go from 15 to 30.
B.
How many?
She's,
Lake
she's
County,
serving
no,
the
that one's
entire
30.
county.
Yeah.
But she couldn't tell us where the geography was
I
for
think they
those
send the
clients.
wrong people here to talk to us, to tell
They
you the
do,
truth.
they do.
They're serving 35 people.
How many?
35.
And she couldn't tell us the geography of where these people were coming from.
Because I don't think she's the one that knows that. I think
I
they sent the wrong
understand.
person.
But they say that
Does
they
it-
provide for the whole county. We want to know where these people are coming from.
So
That's
she-
a fair question.
So she did say where, but you wanted to know where the most
She had
were.
it colored on her map. She
Yes.
didn't have the specific number.
Yeah, he was down
Right.
all the way into Huntley.
Yeah,
by
she was
his-
down
by
in the lake in the
his color,
hills.
yeah. That's a big area.
So they,
For
they-
one
They
person.
serve, right, one person serves 35 people in the county.
And
Well,
is
that's
there
the thing.
anyone else that's helping with accessibility issues in the home? You know,
Well-
working with hearing impaired, vision impaired, mobility issues.
Senior Services Associates does, of McHenry County. They do that kind of thing. They do-
Senior services in here that we can.
No, they're not, but,
If we drop, adult day health down to 250,
Which, adult day health.
yeah, adult day health to 250.
where's
And
that?
Independence Health.
Independence health therapy.
Just back to the memory care place.
Oh,
And I like them. I feel, last year, I want to remind the people listening, last year I advocated to give them this much money. So,
right.
so I do like them, but at the same time, we don't have it, and that's my.
And actually, I have to say, even
That
the
is fine.
former executive director has been in favor of reducing their money.
Well, because
you-
of the units of service.
250?
That's what
What
I'm
if we
looking
did
at.
250?
Carol Louise, 250?
Yeah.
Are you okay with 250 for the memory care unit?
All right, let's say, sign of hands for 250 for each of them.
That'll give us 50.
I know, we're gonna be,
Not sharing it.
all right, Faith, put the 275s to 250,
Yeah.
and that's gonna put us with,
Extra, then we'll have extra job stuff.
yeah, not much.
And I'm at $829.74, which I would go ahead and give back
Split,
to,
I was, so average it back. Can you average that back? Okay, wait, raise of hands to average back that $829.74
Between
back
the two of
into Independence, both of their
I'll
programs.
just give it back to the memory
give it
care.
to- yeah,
Just
give it back to
memory
the
care.
Okay.
Do we have to vote on these?
All right, so I'm hearing memory care. So give the $829.74 to memory care, raise your hands. All right, done.
We're done.
All right, so we gotta make this move quick, because I have to
We
be
gotta
back
go.
I
in
may have
Henry
to
at 4:30.
I'll make the movement.
Actually, nope, let's listen, this is how it's gonna work. We're gonna have one person make the motion,
And
one
another.
person, always the same, so Bianca doesn't have to figure out who it is.
Bianca?
So it has to be someone that does not have a conflict of interest with any agency.
So we-
Okay, we'll have Teresa
Close enough.
Menches as
She's not
the
a member.
motion. Anybody
I
else
must be
that
a
does
member.
not
I'm
have
so smart. I could be.
that does not have a conflict for second. Okay,
Second.
Rhonda. So it will always be Teresa, it will always be
And we're gonna go all the
Rhonda.
way down the
But-
list before we
Okay,
all take off.
so Hans, in the past, but Bianca would read, I have Teresa made the motion, Rhonda made the second, and then roll call. Last year, we were told that they actually had to say it with each one and then do the roll call.
Yes, that way.
That way?
Yes.
Individual.
So for all of the years, we were doing it wrong.
So do we need a roll
So
call
we're
for
gonna-
everyone?
Yes, we need a roll call from everyone. All right, we're gonna get it done in
Let's
less
go.
than 5 minutes.
I make a motion that we fund McHenry Township Senior Express at $20,000.
Second?
All right, so roll call, Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Oh, I didn't hear you. Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
okay, Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoven,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
and Jensen.
Oh, yes.
I make a motion to fund Richmond Township for Senior Transportation Program at $20,000.
Second it?
Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoven,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Village of Hebron for the senior bus at $6,000.
I second it?
Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoven,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Harvard Community Senior Center for Core Services Senior Center at $50,000.
I second it?
Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Ginger, I'm sorry, Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoven,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Lake County Center for Independent Living for the McHenry County Senior Independent Living Services for $30,000.
Second it?
Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von
You
Bergen,
have to
Yes.
leave?
Hoven,
After I get all my notes?
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
and Jensen.
Yes.
I make a motion to fund Senior Service Associates for Community Senior Services and Resources at $100,000.
Second?
Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoven,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Catholic Charities Archdiocese for the McHenry County Senior Nutrition Services for $125,000.
Second?
Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoven,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes. Do you want a motion for not funding or skip those?
I think we have in the past said,
I think you guys still have to vote.
I think we still have to vote to non-fund, or to vote zero. So
Yeah.
just say, I make a
Alright.
motion for,
I'll make a motion for Elder Works Senior Services Case Management to not fund.
Second?
Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
No.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoven,
Yes.
Reed,
yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Make a motion to fund Harvard Community Senior Center, McHenry County Pearls for $10,000.
Second?
Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
No.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoven,
No.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make a motion to fund, not fund, Harvard Community Senior Center, Senior Tech Connect, zero funding.
Second?
Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoven,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Home of the Sparrow for supportive services for seniors facing homelessness and housing insecurity for $50,000.
I second it.
Goldman,
Yes.
Louise,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoven,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Independence Health and Therapy for Adult Day Health at $250,000.
Second?
Goldman,
Yes.
Luis,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoban,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Independence Health and Therapy for memory care at $250,829.74.
I second it.
Goldman,
Yes.
Luis,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoban,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I made the motion to fund McHenry County Housing Authority for senior dental program, $40,600.
Second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Luis,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoban,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I made the motion to fund Pioneer Center for senior residential program for $90,000.
Second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Luis,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoban,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Pioneer Center for the SOAR program at $100,000.
I second it.
Goldman,
Yes.
Luis,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoban,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Prairie State Legal Services for McHenry County Senior Citizens Legal Services for $70,875.
Second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Luis,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoban,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Senior Care Volunteer Network for Senior Connections for $172,000.
Second it.
Goldman,
Yes.
Luis,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoban,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Senior Service Associates for Comprehensive Senior Services at $200,000.
Second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Luis,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoban,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
I make the motion to fund Senior Service Associates for the 40 Cleanup Program for $35,000.
I second it.
Goldman,
Yes.
Luis,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Bates.
Bates,
Bates.
Yes.
Meshes,
Good
Yes.
golly.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoban,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Oh, Reed, sorry.
Reed says yes.
I make the motion to fund Veterans Path to Hope from TLS Veterans for Senior Veteran Support Program for $30,000.
Second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Luis,
Yes.
Laha,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Meshes,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Von Bergen,
Yes.
Hoban,
Yes.
Reed,
Yep.
Jensen.
Jensen.
Yep. Wake up. Okay. Before you leave, Mary, this is my last meeting.
What?
Oh.
Oh, no.
You're not gonna see me again because I'm not running for reelection and I'm not gonna be your chair in the future. And I wanna thank every single one of you, with the time I've spent with you. This has been a very productive grant commission, and I'm very proud to be a part of the team. So I want to say goodbye.
It's been a great leader.
You're all wonderful. You do great work, and next year you're going to have your challenges. You know.
Who's gonna be
So
our
thank
leader?
you very much, and adieu.
We don't know who's gonna get
And I
reelected.
like a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Reed, Louise, second.
All in favor, aye.
I just
Aye.
like to make sure everybody